Myanmar, Mexico, South Africa, Kenya, and of course, he's currently doing a lot of quality knowledge work along with institutions like FICCI and TERI and Gateway House. Uh, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, Director General, National Maritime Foundation, Ambassador Mudgal, Dr. Vijay Sakuja, Professor Atri, and Professor Raju, who are members of FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy. Welcome you all, sir. And of course, our friend Mr. Peter Rimmel, the resident representative of India at Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Excellencies, esteemed industry members, welcome once again, and a warm good morning, I should say, because Delhi is keeping quite cold, like probably it used to be many years back this time of the year. We are here to discuss blue economy, India pathway to sustainable, secure, and resilient economy. This is a series of 6 webinars and a national conference later this year. So we will have one more of it and followed by a national conference. Pleasure to have with us His Excellency Mr. Hans Jacob Fridolin, the Norway ambassador to India. Norway, as you all know, is not only a leader of in blue economy and is showing the world the way on how to harness opportunities in blue economy, but there is also an India-Norway task force on blue economy for sustainable development. The idea of this task force is to facilitate collaboration between Indian and Norwegian companies on blue economy. And of course, so it becomes very, very useful for us to hearing you, Excellency, on developing this partnership further. Presently on blue economy, we are looking at a new wave of ocean industrialization, if we can call it. This is consisting of a lot of technological advancement, increasing consumption, and of course, issues related to environmental impact assessment and others. Growing economies are in search of new areas of growth, and hence blue economy takes a very prominent position with our own prime minister and all ministers talking of it at least in the last 3 to 4 years. At the same time, there is a lot of convergence happening between, if we can call it, information economy and use of information technology, along with the fourth industrial revolution technologies to apply to the area of blue economy. Idea, of course, is to keep the blue economy resources more sustainable, and we don't go down the same line as we saw with the conventional economic growth in the last decade, in the last century, I would say, because that's led to a lot of environmental challenges. Recently, our Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways launched the Maritime India Vision 2030. This actually covers aspects of port development through technology and encompasses what we term as smart ports or intelligent ports using technology and I would say latest technological revolutions like artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain technologies, and even virtual reality going forward. FICCI has been extremely and extensively involved in blue economy since we established a task force in 2016, which was led by none other by the then Ambassador Bhatia. And like I mentioned earlier just now, all our task force members are also present today, which is a privilege and a big motivator for us. In fact, the first FICCI CAS knowledge report was published in 2017, which gave an overview of what blue economy is all about in the Indian context, and we followed it up with a second one, which was released recently, or rather about a year back, which covered a lot of opportunities in coastal states, which the industry can harness. And so this was a bit more industry oriented report, and it was released by Honorable Minister of State of Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Muralidharan, in January 2020. It is important that I mention that blue economy is not just a tool for economic development of our marine resources, but also actually it involves very optimal use of these marine resources as we deploy them, as we deploy technology and various other new age medium to harness its potential. I would say public-private partnerships in this whole ecosystem would hold a lot of value, so that, while on one hand the government is involved in ensuring that the resources are harnessed in the right way and in sustainable way, there is the private sector involvement in actually involving the latest industrial techniques to harness this blue economy resources in the most ecologically friendly way. We've gathered today here to deliberate more on all these issues, the scope of new and emerging sectors of blue economy, and the ramifications of marine pollution. Because yes, whatever we do on blue economy, it is very clear, and I think entirely around the world, we are on the same plane that we have to make sure that it doesn't degrade our marine environment. Two sessions which follow will discuss these aspects in more details. And of course, we'll have one more webinar in this series. So would like to just acknowledge this partnership with CAS, TERI, and NMF towards this whole project. I hope you all have very fruitful deliberations over the next 3 to 4 hours. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. And now to give remarks, may I invite Mr. Peter Rumele, Resident Representative of Konrad Adenauer Foundation, India representative, and who's joining us from the road. He's on his way to another event. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Rumele. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Sushma. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we need technology, and there have been so many advancements, as Manish just has explained, in this field, it can be validated by the point that I'm attending this Digina with a mobile hotspot on the way to Uttarakhand. Internet of Things has not only revolutionized our lifestyle, but even our economies. Similarly, technology has also tremendous potential to enable new ways of operating and facilitate the new sectors to emerge. But at the same time, we need to ensure that this progression takes place in a sustainable way. In our previous joint Diginas, we have discussed various facets related to the blue economy and noticed that the protection of the world's oceans is a global challenge. Further, each country has to contribute towards finding solutions to this issue, and I would like to include the landlocked countries to that too. The concept of blue economy is certainly well equipped to tackle this global challenge by providing a unique and highly relevant approach, which combines economic aspects with maritime sustainability. Blue economy presents itself as an ocean of opportunities, but to harness the vast resources of oceans while preserving its environment, the advancement of science, technology, and innovations is the key. While the marine environment is typically associated with traditional activities such as fishing or transport, it houses an increasing number of emerging innovative sectors, including marine renewable energy. The EU, I think it's currently the world leader in ocean energy technology, is on track to produce up to 35% of its electricity from offshore sources by 2050, and 2020 was the first time that more than 50% of the energy demand was produced by renewables. I just can hope this was not only an effect of the COVID situation, but would also be sustainable in its own way. A little bit of the German perspective. Maritime-related production is also an integral part of the German economy. While it's crucial for the nation that this sector is promoted further in future, the German government has also recognized the importance of preserving our oceans, sensitive ecosystems, and contributing as well as committing to a sustainable use of maritime resources. This is why Germany is one of the largest contributors to the blue growth of the EU as part of the long-term strategy to support sustainable growth in the marine and maritime sectors as a whole. Seas and oceans are drivers for the European economy and have great potential for innovation and growth. Of course, Europe is not only the European Union, therefore I'm happy that we have His Excellency the Ambassador of Norway here. Norway is a large player in the blue economy, and he will for sure give the perspective of Norway in this. In the scope of the 5th Indo-German intergovernmental consultations in November 2019, both Chancellor Angela Merkel and Prime Minister Narendra Modi have highlighted their commitment to Sustainable Development Goal number 12, that is responsible consumption and production, by encouraging the adoption of resource-efficient and sustainable approaches, as well as, and that is our topic today, the usage of technology-based solutions in cooperation with all stakeholders. Economic growth and prosperity depend more than ever on connecting regions, markets, and machines, and expanding key technologies. With a view to strengthening Germany's competitiveness, the federal government supports the expansion of cooperation in the area of the digital transformation and key technologies. In the digital age, integrating markets means connecting machines and production processes in an intelligent way, resulting in highly flexible and dynamic value creation networks. And of course, not forget the human being. It's not only about machines and technology. We should never forget the people involved in that. Artificial intelligence is one of the key technologies of the digital transformation, and to ensure successful development and use of AI, our federal government coordinates its activities with bilateral and multilateral initiatives such as the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, GPAI, that was just launched last year in June, as well as with organizations such as OECD and formats like G7 and G20, where India is very much involved too. So let me conclude. Just as a digitization is not a choice, nor is it a nice add-on, but a basic necessity that we all have to inulcate in our daily lives, likewise high-tech mechanisms in the oceans is the way forward to enable to reach new heights of development for the future. Given the technology ubiquity wherein machine learning capabilities are developing at an exorbitant pace and robots managing tasks without even human intervention, everyone equipped with a smartphone, and data spreading exponentially, optical scanning technology, social media booming, the availability, use, and mastery of new technologies in the blue economy will not only be a decisive factor, but I think it will be a game changer. However, to exactly know how the Industry 4.0 will be a new narrative in the blue world and get the insights about marine scientific research, I now yield the floor, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the view of our experts panel. Thank you very much, and I wish all of us a good event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rimele, for setting the perspective from Germany there and all the important path-breaking work that is being conducted with the emphasis on human-centric globalization. Thank you very much for that, and we wish you a safe journey onward. We understand that you will stay logged in and catch whatever you can of this, but we'll make sure that you have the proceedings. Now may I welcome Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, who is currently the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation in India. He has had an illustrious 4-decade-long career in the Indian Navy with as many as 4 seagoing commands. He has been commended 3 times by the President of India for sustained distinguished service. He's also a prolific writer with over 85 published professional articles and papers. He continues to advise the Government of India in various capacities. He is a passionate advocate of blue economy. and looking at new aspects of blue economy development in India with a focus on the security aspect. Over to you, Chauhan sir.
Thank you very much, Sushma. And at the very outset, let me once again acknowledge and congratulate the FICCI team and also our compatriots in the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung in TERI for having put this particular series of workshops, of online workshops, which we have variously termed as DigiNars, webinars, and such like, together. So at the NMF, we feel singularly privileged to have had the opportunity to host two of these sessions already, and we look forward to the culminating one. A great deal has been said, so I'm a bit hard-pressed to put forward something brand new. Nevertheless, I do want to offer a different perspective, as is my wont. So what I would like to do is share a single screen slide and hopefully not do anything dramatic except with that. And so if you can just see this really childish presentation slide on your screens, it really indicates that what we are doing, our traditional method of operating the economy and our economic models is, of course, the brown economy, which is really quite apt, because with the COVID-19 situation currently gripping the world and refusing to ease its grip in many parts of the world, fortunately, India is not there. The brown economy is a virus-based economy. It behaves like a virus. A virus settles down upon a host, consumes all the resources of the host, and when the host's resources are exhausted, it simply gets up and goes and finds a new host. And if we look at this at a global level, we just don't have another host to which this virus can go, and we don't have another planet. The green economy really identified two specific areas, one of no further degradation of the economy, no further destruction of the biodiversity of the planet. And the second was that we would have sustainable development and sustainable exploitation and harvesting of the resources. And the blue economy really differs from both these simply by placing the focus upon the oceans as the font of all life on Earth. And therefore, if we despoil the ocean economy, we despoil the oceans, we despoil the global economy, we despoil life on Earth itself. And the reason why we need to be clear about this is evident. Now, I put this in two boxes, particularly deliberately. So I've now spoken along the y-axis of brown, green, and blue. Let me now turn to the business of turning to the x-axis and trying to define only the last segment and differentiating between blue and economy. Now, this is a perspective that the NMF is very strongly focused upon and convinced about, and it's not, and the question therefore is not how much does the ocean economy or oceans contribute to the economy of a nation, a region, or the world, but really the question is how blue is your economy and how can you make your economy bluer? So there, I think that the comments that were made by Peter Remele, as always, was sagacious and astute in that he was able to point out that there are many areas of emerging technologies, not just related to Industry 4.0, but also related to the basic provision of energy, which will drive economies. Large economies like India are never going to be able to decouple their economies from energy. And while small economies in specific countries might be able to develop a purely knowledge-based economy, I do not think that this will happen with India. And so large countries like India must find bluer ways of obtaining their energy, or at least greener ways. Now, in the case of the blue economy, therefore, as we move towards driving energy sources from or deriving energy sources from the oceans and their renewable resources, whether this be wave energy, tidal energy, offshore wind energy, current energy, we have far too easily given up. We do some surveys, we engage with another country or two at a given point in time of the development of technology, and then we just give up. So we just then say that, you know, tidal energy, for example, isn't going to work, or hydrogen as a fuel obtained from ocean energy resources isn't going to work. And therefore, I think that these DigiNars and the leadership provided by people like Ambassador Bhatia or Sushma, or for that matter, Swati, it is so crucial that we recognize this and that we go to industry and we tell industry, we highlight to industry the difference between being an industrialist and being a shopkeeper. And therefore, do not simply pick up the goods that we want out of the range of goods that are available on the shop or in the shop, but excite industry to make investments in new areas where money is to be made, because the world economy eventually must move along some form of currency wealth, and money is perhaps the most ubiquitous one. So if we have ballast water management, for example, for ships, in order to not introduce alien species into distant waters through the induction and pumping out of ballast water by merchant ships, is there money to be made? If yes, tell us how it's to be made, and therefore we must be advocates of finding economic growth without sacrificing the ability for industry to develop profitable enterprises. When we talk about this across the entire spectrum of activities that we have been discussing thus far, I think that we will come to a blue economy model and a blue economy description, if not definition, which might vary from the more traditional ones pushed out by the World Bank or by more traditionally minded chambers of commerce. So Europe, Norway in particular, I am deeply honored, as is everybody else, by the presence of His Excellency the Ambassador here. But Norway, countries in Scandinavia, are leading this movement in moving the transport sector, switching the transport sector from fossil fuels gradually, hopefully with greater and greater acceleration, into hydrogen fuel. Just the movement of the land transport sector from fossil fuel to electricity isn't going to solve the problem, because all transportation will require batteries. All batteries will, whether they are nickel cadmium or they are lithium ion, will require cobalt. Cobalt is unavailable. If cobalt has to be obtained, we are into a geopolitical issue. And if it has to be obtained from the ocean depths through seabed mining or nodule collection, we are into an environmental issue. On the other hand, can we think beyond this? Can we draw from the oceans the energy, convert it into hydrogen? These are areas that I think and I hope that we will wrestle with today, and that these are the very areas that I have tried hard to bring from the NMF some perspectives that might cause us to think. So I'll stop this little single share that I attempted and return to the real world and hand over back to Sushma with a profound note of gratitude for allowing us to be part of this really exciting journey of transition from a brown economy to a blue one. Clearly, if we don't know where we are going, any road will take us there, because we don't know where the there is. But if we do know, then we have to be quite careful. We have to debate, we have to argue, we have to disagree, we have to agree, and then we have to come to a conclusion. So I think defining the blue economy, describing the blue economy is still very much work in progress. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. As always, a fresh perspective, and that single slide said it all. So thank you very much for your insight once again. and it's always a pleasure listening to you. The journey has been very exciting for us, and we have learned a lot over the past few months. The first webinar happened sometime back in August, and by now, all of us have expanded our perspective. There's a lot of work that lies ahead of us, but thank you to all the partnership, the support that we've received from both NMF and TERI to embark on this great journey, and the support, the ever present support from CAS as well. Now, may I invite Swati Ganeshan from TERI to say a few words. Swati has been a dear partner throughout this exercise, and she also leads the book project that will be connected to this initiative. Over to you, Swati.
Thanks, Sushma. Thank you very much. My welcome and thank you to all the distinguished guests who are here. The FICCI Blue Economy Task Force, Mr. Peter Rumele and Pankaj, both from Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, who from the India office here, and to Excellency from Ambassador of Norway. Also to all the distinguished, senior members from FICCI. Not to just leave out NMF, Mr. Pradeep Chauhan as well as Sarabjit. All of us have been really, putting our best foot forward, trying to put together this quadrilateral dialogue series since the beginning, since last year. We have already done, this is the 5th one, so we have already crossed 4 DIGNAs in this area. And they have covered a wide range of issues, covering from holistic maritime security issues, looking at healthy oceans and looking at sustainability aspects of blue economy. They've also looked at traditional sectors and the emerging issues in the traditional sectors in blue economy. And we have also looked at the Indo-Pacific aspects of blue economy. The 5th DIGNA now is looking at emerging technologies and Blue Economy Connect. And the 6th one is going to look at science, technology, and innovation in blue economy. Which will be led by TERI. So it's very, it's been a very connected, DIGNAs, which we have has had a momentum from one to another, with a lot of, interlinked threads moving from one DIGNA to the other. It's very good to know that, this particular DIGNA is focusing on Industry 4.0, as well as looking at reducing marine pollutions. And both of these 2 areas are very, very critical, specifically for the future as, prospects for blue economy itself. Now, when we're looking at 4.0, and there are a lot of experts here who are going to discuss it in quite detail, as well as for plastic pollution, marine pollution, who are with a number of very, very good speakers already here. So I will not touch on into the details. But 1 or 2 key points for me is that whether we go, full on from a technology point of view, or whether we are looking at very building our sustainable practices and doing both of them parallelly, I think key for businesses as well as for other stakeholders, including communities and including people across who are part or vital part of the blue economy, would be job creation as well as generating revenues, while you do, move towards much bigger emerging future, whether it's in technology, whether it's from sustainability aspects. I think it all needs to lead to livelihoods for a lot of people who are part of the blue economy already, who are part of the traditional sectors as well, and also of the emerging sectors, trying to create jobs for them, livelihoods for them. But also a very, very essential factor for us would be that in these emerging sectors, we would require a lot of skill development, which is still a work in progress in our country, with a lot of areas like deep sea mining. We do have, things like GMR, genetic marine resources, is a very new topic. We also have issues on offshore energy. And I think we also need to create these highly skilled development, opportunities, high skill development opportunity, capacity building opportunities for a lot of, people in India who can actually be part of this, growing sector and, potentially a very viable, strong sector in the coming years. So I think that would be one thing that I would really like to see. And also, I think one thing that we also need to see is that a lot of technologies are going to have an interlinkage with how you're going to commercialize them and how you're going to innovate them and how we're going to take it forward. So it would be very interesting to see how we can make those linkages, and hope that some of the learnings that we get here, we also take it to the next Diginar, which is going to happen on 17th of February, which is on science and tech. And much of these learnings will also be very, very relevant there. So thanks to Sushma for giving me the time, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Swati. Thank you for laying out the academic and the institutional framework and the history of our Diginars so far. Stay connected to this because we have a lot more work ahead of us. Now it's my pleasure to invite and introduce Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, who's a chair of FICCI's Task Force on Blue Economy, an initiative that we started in the year 2016. Ambassador Bhatia is also a distinguished fellow of foreign policy studies at Gateway House. He leads several other initiatives such as the Kalinga International Foundation, and he's a prolific writer and thought leader. Ambassador Bhatia has also served as a Director General of the Indian Council of World Affairs from 2012 to 2015, and he has had an illustrious nearly 4-decade innings in the Indian Foreign Service. Ambassador Bhatia, over to you, sir, for the chair's remarks.
Sir, your microphone is muted.
Thank you very much for reminding me about it. Thank you, Sushma. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Fellow speakers at the inaugural session, panelists and members of the audience, we know that many of you have attended our earlier events, but some of you may be the new ones, and therefore I'm sure you will bear with us in terms of explaining this project from multiple angles. We know that we have given different names to this event, but fundamentally it's a mega forum where today in particular you are going to hear as many as 26 experts on various facets of the blue economy, that it would be bringing some fresh insights to your attention. I'm particularly happy to recognize the 3 very distinguished speakers who will follow me at this session, and they are indeed the Ambassador of Norway, the distinguished representative of IURA Secretariat, and the CEO of Canada Super Cluster on Blue Economy. We are particularly happy to have such an important segment of our foreign partners joining us here. Quite honestly, when FICCI Task Force began its journey back in 2016, we had no idea that we were embarking on a long journey of exploring new and newer frontiers of technology, along with disseminating information about it. It has indeed been a very rewarding journey in the past 5 years. And I'm particularly happy to note that several of the members of the task force who began this journey 5 years back are the ones who are going to make keynote presentations at the 2 seminars today, at the two sessions today separately. And then the third one will have the onerous responsibility of summarizing and drawing pointers for future at the final closing session. I think, dear members of the audience, you already know the basic thrust of the 2 sessions. The first one is very much on technologies. I think the important point is that the humanity's transition from the steam engine to the internal combustion engine and radio, and from the use of electronic devices and sensors on board ships to the expanding use of Industry 4.0 technological repertoire has indeed been a phenomenal leap. It is still too early to assess its implications. What we can and should do is to hear our experts tell us as to what it all means and where exactly the world is heading, and what role our economies can play in this entire change or transformation that is coming. The basic more sustainable, or as Admiral Chauhan very rightly said, how to make the blue economy bluer. Clearly, without technology, it cannot be done. Indian business and industry figures, I think, are immensely interested in this sphere, especially looking at the transfer of technology, because they also are very keen to make themselves more competitive from the international perspective. As far as the second session is concerned, it will deal with a theme which is of immense popular interest, the challenge of understanding the phenomenon of plastic pollution and marine litter, as far as we are concerned, in the Indian Ocean region, and not merely to understand it, but also to see how a strategy can be crafted to address it, to find practical solutions to it. We in the task force deeply believe that this is one domain of blue economy where public-private partnership is absolutely essential. So in the end, very quickly, let me offer two suggestions, a series of webinars which have taken place, and one more that will follow. The first suggestion is that as soon as the series concludes in February, we should come out with a crisp document on the key findings and conclusions of the entire Quad series and place it in the public domain. And the second suggestion is that we could consider planning boldly a regional conference on blue economy, which should encompass the key states in the Indian Ocean region and some of the most promising external partners for our region. And this should be designed on the basis of a careful selection of specific project profiles that need to be prepared in consultation with Indian business and industry. And finally, I would think that a conference of this kind would need full buy-in by the government of India. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish all the success to this policy dialogue today.
Thank you, Ambassador Bhatia. Thank you very much for Chair's remarks and laying out the road ahead, the work ahead for all of us. It is now a pleasure, a privilege, and honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hans Jacob Frydenlund, Ambassador of Norway to India, to give his special remarks. Ambassador Frydenlund is presently the Norwegian ambassador to India, and before coming here, he was the director for UN policy in the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has served in several important missions, including at the European Union in Brussels, to the United Nations in New York, and has been the Norwegian representative to the Palestinian Authority. He has worked for 13 years in different capacities with conflict resolution in Africa. He has also been a press spokesman for international development in the ministry. And at the mission here in New Delhi, the Blue Economy Initiative is one of the areas where we look to him for guidance to work out several public and private sector partnerships to take blue economy forward with India, Norway, and other international partners. Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Shusma. You hear me loud and clear?
Yes, Excellency.
That's good. So, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure for me to attend this 5th webinar in this important series that has been organized by FICCI, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, TERI, and NMF. And I would like to thank you for inviting me to share my perspectives with respect to industry opportunities for collaboration to resolve the challenges and adaptation of technology in blue economy and implications of marine pollutions. And for a Norwegian, the blue economy is crucial. We have been living off the ocean for 1,000 years. Fisheries was one of the most important ways of surviving and earning an income for at least a millennium. Shipping has been a mainstay in the Norwegian economy for 400 years, and oil and energy now for the last 50. And we're returning to fisheries, we're returning to energy, and we have built up a knowledge bank when it comes to technology that can be used moving on. So that's also, for me, important that this is at the core of our cooperation with India. And that since Prime Minister Modi and Norwegian Prime Minister Erna Solberg established the India-Norway Task Force on Blue Economy 2 years ago. Norway has actively deployed its unique industry and scientific expertise into the partnership. I look forward to discovering further possibilities for cooperation on technology, integrated ocean management, marine spatial planning, and marine litter today. And next slide, please. Let's start with the blue economy. The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet, and it will undoubtedly play a central role in the 21st century economy. Industrial activities is driving what may be the biggest economic opportunity of this century. Globally, the market value of marine resources and industry is estimated at $3 trillion per year. The OECD estimates that global ocean economy will provide a total of 40 million jobs by 2030. At the same time, ocean's life support systems are at risk. Our blue resources has its limits. According to the World Bank definition, the blue economy refers to the sustainable and integrated development of economic sectors in healthy oceans, and I stress healthy. And we haven't, and for us in Norway, that's important because the ocean has been a foundation for our economy, and we need healthy oceans. Today, we are far from sustainability. Globally, about 30% of all fish stocks are overfished, and about 60% are fully exploited. At the same time, the amount of plastics in the ocean is increasing and estimated to outnumber marine creatures by 2050 if the situation continues. Next slide, please. So we're witnessing two conflicting trends. The ocean is getting more and more unhealthy at the same time that business opportunities and demands for ocean resources are increasing. Global demand for food is rising, while wild stocks of fish are declining. The emergence of new economic opportunities within shipping, offshore energy, deep sea mining, marine biotechnology, and tourism increases the pressure on both mature and frontier marine areas. Together with rising temperatures, more extreme weather conditions, and rising sea levels, this will bring challenges to the sustainable development of the same ocean industries. We have two conflicting trends, and we all find ourselves at a crossroad as government, as businesses, as citizens. The government of India has recognized both the enormous opportunities in the blue economy and the challenges we have to solve to unlock them. If the blue economy is to contribute to India becoming a $10 trillion economy in the next decade and a half, businesses will have to play a key role. But we also had to see how we didn't develop the regulatory framework. And that's why I'm happy that we have such a good cooperations in integrated ocean management, in marine spatial planning, and in combating marine litter. Next slide, please. How can innovations drive the blue economy? In Norway, many businesses and industries have found competitive edges in combining businesses and ocean sustainability. New innovative technologies, solutions, and business models have taken businesses and countries towards new industrial opportunities and from one mindset to another. It's from exploitation to balanced, integrated, and sustainable management. They have moved industries towards smarter, safer, and more eco-friendly solutions. They have taken the oil and gas and maritime industry towards electrification and renewable ocean energy, like offshore wind. And fourth, made businesses more resilient and less vulnerable to both market changes and other external stresses, such as climate change. We can point to several crossover innovations from one ocean industry to another, and the emergence of new innovations will further give tractions to transfer technologies across industries. Supporting these developments will give momentum to a sustainable blue economy. At the same time, we need to increase our knowledge on the seascapes and ocean biodiversity and invest more in research, not only in terms of capital, but always also by investing in collaboration and sharing of knowledge. Norway actively supports and contributes to new innovations and collaboration within ocean research. We strongly believe that this is key to make our next opportunities both environmentally and economically sustainable. Next slide, please. We need more actions and we need more results. Although different sized, Norway and India are two important stakeholders in the blue economy. Norwegian businesses are actively looking to partner with Indian industry and contribute with new technology and sustainable solutions. We're also cooperating with Indian government and research institutions on sharing knowledge and identifying the best practices in blue economy governance. As part of this effort, the two new initiatives have been established on a task force on blue economy for sustainable development, the India-Norway Marine Pollution Initiative, and the India-Norway Integrated Ocean Management and Research Initiative. Together, we enhance our efforts to achieve a sustainable ocean economy. Better ocean management increases our economic possibilities. Leadership and international cooperation is key to make it happen. And thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the webinar.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you very much for setting the context there of Norway's engagement with blue economy, echoing the words, the inspiring words of the Norwegian Prime Minister, and also your inputs about knowledge building, knowledge sharing, and greater ocean research for a responsible and responsive ocean business community. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you. We'll be in touch with you to take this forward. Now, it's our pleasure to invite Dr. Gatot Hari Gunawan. He's joining us all the way from Mauritius, across the oceans. He's the Director for Blue Economy and Fisheries Management at the IORA, the Indian Ocean Rim Association Secretariat in Mauritius. Dr. Gunawan is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia since the year 2000, and he has wide-ranging expertise and experience related to multilateral development and has extensively worked on ASEAN external affairs. In his current position, using his deep knowledge of maritime connectivity, environmental sustainability, and disaster management, he leads the Blue Economy and Fisheries Management vertical of the IORA Secretariat, which is also a cross-cutting priority for IORA. And his focus is to benefit the people, the region, and beyond. Over to you, Dr. Gatot.
Thank you, Susma, for the introduction. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, First of all, allow me to convey my deep appreciation to Vicky and the organizer for inviting me to be part of the webinar on the blue economy, India's pathway to sustainable, secure, and resilient economy. We all know how important the blue economy is for the whole world and the wide range of opportunities that it represents, especially in terms of food security, poverty alleviation, and job creation. In IORA, our 23 member states are all committed to make this sector a driver for sustainable development. In fact, the blue economy gained a recognition and was introduced in IORA in 2014, and since then, there has been cumulative progress in this field with more and more member states being involved in the implementation of the blue economy related projects. For example, we've had 3 ministerial blue economy conferences with their respective declaration, and Sri Lanka will be hosting the 4th ministerial blue economy conference this year. Blue economic cooperation in IORA was further strengthened following the IORA Leaders Summit in March 2017, whereby the Jakarta Concord and the IORA Action Plan 2017-2021 were adopted. In fact, the Jakarta Concord highlighted the need to develop the blue economy as a key source of inclusive economic growth, job creation, and education, based on the evidence-based sustainable management of marine resources. The creating and the establishment of the working group on the blue economy emerged from the action plan and its new functional body of IORA. It has this work plan that comprise of list of concrete projects in each priority areas of the blue economy to be implemented by member states and dialogue partners. I also wish to share with you that IORA just recently showed the establishment of the core group on fisheries management, which is being led by Indonesia. The core group will provide a coordinated mechanism for engaging relevant fisheries management stakeholders across member states, which will not only pave the way for sustainable fisheries management in the IORA region, but also ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources, as well as enhance the capacity of member states in the protection and the preservation of the coastal and marine environment. The IORA Fisheries Support Unit will also play an important role in this regard. With regard to the involvement of dialogue partner, I must say that they are becoming more and more active in project implementation and financing. As such, we have the MOU with France, under which several projects from the work plan of the working group on the blue economy, mainly related to fisheries and aquaculture, will be implemented in the collaboration with member states. Italy, it is also very active and strengthening cooperation in the fisheries and aquaculture sector in IORA. Coming to the current COVID-19 crisis that the world is facing, I must admit that it has not spread the blue economy sector as well. The ocean economy, with the contribution of more than $1.5 trillion in value added to the global economy, was particularly hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. The projected loss for the international shipping carriers alone is estimated to be $1.9 billion, while coastal communities experienced an estimated $7.4 billion fall in GDP across small island developing states due to the decline in tourism. Given that the ocean-based sector and land-based economies are interlinked, it means that these impacts have economic and social repercussions across the entire economy. In fact, the different sectors of the blue economy have to confront a wide range of challenges at varying levels. For example, the pandemic had an indirect impact on the market access, transportation, due to border restriction, thereby impacting on fisheries and fish farmer livelihood, as well as on food security and nutrition. Similarly, the shipping sector has also been adversely affected with shrinking cargo amounts and disruption in supply and demand of goods, given that transportation both by sea and air has been drastically reduced. With regard to the ocean tourism sector, before COVID-19, it was directly valued 390 billion USD globally and comprised a significant portion of GDP of many nations. However, it is also under the current COVID pressure and has basically come to halt because there is no one traveling anywhere. In fact, the COVID-19's impact on the sector may amount to 7.4 billion USD loss and could put 75 million jobs at risk. Countries and communities around the world, which are deeply dependent on tourism, have seen a decline in their turnaround, impacting on their economy and the GDP. We all know that the economy of the IURA member states have been adversely impacted by COVID-19, including in terms unemployment rate, food security and nutrition, livelihood, among others, but member states are exploring new avenues to overcome the challenges and opportunities. In fact, there are several opportunities in the ocean economy that could contribute to sustainable and equitable blue recovery and thus to post-pandemic economic recovery. As such, the investment in marine and coastal ecosystem restoration and protection, as well as in zero-emission marine transport, could contribute to job creation and long-term economic and ecological benefit. For example, the maritime shipping carries an estimated 90% of the planet's cargo, with ocean traffic contributing significantly to global emission of carbon and other air pollutants. Given that the International Maritime Organization has mandated that shipping emissions be reduced by 50% by 2050. A reduction in the shipping activity during COVID-19 provides a valuable opportunity to move towards this goal. In this regard, the carbonization of maritime transport is already being considered by IURA member states. At the level of IURA, we believe that the capacity building is an important tool to develop technical skills and improve the knowledge and know-how of the member state on the sustainable development of the blue economy and how to deal with the impacts of COVID on the blue economy. With the travel restriction due to the COVID-19 pandemic, IURA is making use of virtual platform to hosting meetings and conference and workshop. We also have a series of webinars that are being hosted to keep the work going. For the case of the blue economy, the activities of work plan has been prioritized and those that do not require physical attendance of member states are being implemented. For example, we are carrying out online studies on the capacity and needs of member states on stock assessment, IUU fishing, and port state measure agreement. We also hosted several webinars, including Blue Carbon, and the IURA Blue Carbon Hub is planning to host a virtual workshop this year. In fact, blue carbon restoration, protection, and financing is also an opportunity to consider, and member states are becoming more and more interested in this field. Overall, I believe that there are still a lot of opportunities that could contribute to a sustainable and equitable blue recovery, and thus to a post-pandemic economic recovery. I sincerely hope that this initiative by FICCI will result in concrete recommendation as the way forward to promote sustainable development and investment in blue economy. I again wish to express my sincere appreciation to FICCI and the organizer for the invitation. Thank you.
Dr. Gatot, thank you very much for that, setting the IURA perspective for all of us, the importance that you assign to the cross-cutting area of blue economy. FICCI, as the Business Secretariat of IURA in India, we stay committed and we shall continue to support all of these initiatives. Thank you also for highlighting the impact of the pandemic on the marginal, the vulnerable communities in IURA. And we once again reaffirm our support in your noble mission. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you,
Our last speaker for today is Ms. Kendra McDonald, who is joining us again from very, very far away across a time zone. She is the CEO of Canada's Ocean Supercluster. She is responsible for driving innovation and digital, sustainable, inclusive growth in the ocean economy. She has a dynamic team working across 6 cities in Atlantic Canada. She's focused on changing the culture of doing business in the ocean, increasing collaboration across ocean sectors, building strong partnerships, and her mission is to position Canada as a leader in the global ocean economy. Ms. McDonald speaks regularly on the topic of innovation, future of the ocean, and disruptive technologies. And she is very, very committed to the cause of blue economy, and that shows how she has managed to traverse the time zone and join us live for this program today. Ms. McDonald, welcome from India, and thank you very much for joining us today. We look forward to listening to you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share a little bit about Canada's journey with our blue economy. I had the opportunity to be in India a few years ago, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to be back again soon. So you will share the slides for me. So I thought I'd start with just a quick video that tells a bit of the story of Canada's ocean journey. So I'm hoping we can, to be the next slide, start that now. Can we get sound? Are we, maybe it's just me. Are we able to get sound?
I think there's a technical issue here.
Okay.
Ms. McDonald, let's just play that video once again, Sushovan.
Okay. So maybe I might suggest, just in the interest of time, we can share that link and you can watch it afterwards. I just, it's not probably as exciting watching it with no sound.
I know. I think he's just getting that done. So meanwhile, why don't you continue and let him sort it out at the back end?
Sure. So maybe we'll just flip to the next slide. So a couple of years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, the Canadian government really looked at what are some ways that we could change the way that Canada invests in innovation. And so they launched the Innovation Supercluster Initiative. So the Ocean Supercluster is one of 5 superclusters across the country. This represented a $950 million investment by the federal government. And this was designed to be industry-led in that each dollar invested by government was to be matched as a minimum by a dollar invested by industry. So we are one of those 5, and we are based out of Atlantic Canada, but each one of those superclusters has a national focus. So why Ocean for Canada? If we flip to the next slide, and I think you've heard some of this already this morning, the ocean economy is set to double by 2030. So that's a $3 trillion US dollar opportunity globally, but it is also predicted to outpace the global growth in the rest of the economy. So get you to next slide, and the one after that. One more slide. And so as we've heard, as we are seeing global growth, we are also, and this has been mentioned several times, seeing an increased impact on the health of our oceans. So whether that is some of the things we've heard already, pollution, ocean acidification, rising sea levels, all of those things we're already seeing huge impacts, and now we're talking about further blue economic growth. So we flip to the next slide. So from a Canadian perspective, those that maybe are less familiar with Canadian geography, we do have the longest coastline in the world. We touch on 3 oceans, which are the Arctic, the Pacific, and the Atlantic. We have the 4th largest ocean territory. And we have, similar to Norway, a very long history of building our economy on the ocean. Because of touching the Arctic, we have a significant Arctic territory in terms of many of the challenges that are facing the Arctic. And we have a huge technology expertise. And again, that's been the theme so far this morning, is talking about the technological opportunity. So if we flip to the next slide, what really made this investment in Canada in ocean different than previous investment was this concept of shared challenges. And so when we talk to the various ocean sectors, whether they're shipping or aquaculture, bioresources, offshore oil and gas, fisheries, and we asked them the challenges they were facing, there's actually quite a bit of commonality. When you talk about bringing technology, a lot of those technologies, although they have a different flavor by ocean sector, they're facing similar challenges in terms of being able to digitize their operations. And so we built the Ocean Supercluster up off of this concept of working together and collaborating to address these challenges. And so that's cost and risk. So we've got increased costs of doing business in the ocean, the challenges of data collection and lack of infrastructure, got safety challenges in terms of, looking to be able to reduce the number of people that are on the ocean and the types of work that they're doing, being able to increase our connection across the country. So we're quite a big geography. So how do we even know what we're doing from one coast to coast to coast and connect those up? In terms of our global reach, right, and international connection, and being able to increase opportunities for both investment in Canada as well as partnerships and markets internationally, as well as workforce development. So really being able to develop the workforce of the future, what a job looked like in fish processing in the past and what it will look like in a world of automation, and the types of skills that you need will be very different. So if you do flip to the next slide, so we have two main types of projects that we invest in. So the Ocean Supercluster was allocated $153 million by government. So again, that is to be matched. So it's just over $300 million. And that is for 5 years, and we are just about 3 years into that journey. So we invest the bulk of our funds in what are called technology leadership projects, and these are very much projects that are focused on commercializing technology. They, as I mentioned, are meant to be collaborative. Several of our projects are multi-sectoral. So they are very much focused on IP creation, they're focused on collaboration, and they're focused on commercial outcomes, as well as broader benefits to Canada. So each of our projects in some way needs to, whether that is engaging underrepresented groups, whether that is, all of them have to have a small and medium enterprise that is engaged. Many of them have a research institution that is participating. So really looking at a rich collaboration. And then more broadly, when we look at the innovation ecosystem for ocean and say, well, what are some of the other gaps that we need to fill? And so these are projects that are very much focused on filling those gaps. So whether that is, again, global cluster relationships, a lot of that is actually focused on company creation and growth. And we have projects that are very much focused on, for example, increasing the number of startups in the Canadian ocean economy. So we flip to the next slide. I'll just spend a couple minutes just highlighting a few of our projects. So we have, when the pandemic started in March, so generally our program is open on the technology leadership side. And so what that means is you can submit an idea at any time in terms of proposal, and it will be evaluated against the criteria. But what we found with the pandemic was we really needed to figure out another way to be able to incent ongoing innovation investment in ocean with what was happening in terms of the impacts to many aspects of our ocean sectors over the last number of months. And so that led to our Accelerated Ocean Solution Program, which was really focused on shorter timelines, smaller scale projects. And so we received over 250 ideas over a very short period of time, and that has led to the project portfolio, much of the project portfolio that we have now. So a lot of our solutions are digital, and I would say, digital solutions are also very much just taking us on the sustainability journey. And so our Ocean Vision project, as an example, is robotics as a service. That's about strengthening underwater autonomous vehicles, as well as data gathering capability. Got our Keras Cloud, which is our Teledyne Keras, and that's very much focused on marine mapping and being able to enhance marine mapping through the use of the cloud. Our Seaspan Genoa project is our first British Columbia led, so that's West Coast led. It is a West Coast East Coast partnership focused on digital twin. Got Talibot, which is bringing artificial intelligence to fish processing. CoLab, which is a startup that is very much bringing sort of automated design capability to multiple sectors, as well as Vitality, that is looking at data and building a data trust. One of the big challenges in ocean, we have such a huge volume of data, and how do we, and at the same time, there's a lot of data that we don't have. So how do we work together to be able to solve that problem and help people understand the value of data? So I think that builds a lot on the themes that we've heard already on the types of technologies we can bring to ocean. In terms of sustainable ocean solutions, again, we're seeing an increase in this, whether that's alternative energies, alternative fuels. The Smart Protective Coatings, as an example, looks at a new coating for vessel hulls to be able to reduce leaching and therefore reduce fuel consumption and then greenhouse gas emissions. So, and again, the DNA project is focused very much on changing the way we do environmental assessments by leveraging genomics. So the last slide here is just or second last slide, I guess, is very much focused on some of the inclusion initiatives. We feel that there's a lot of work to do globally in terms of looking at our ocean workforce and making sure that we are fully engaging from all Canadians in terms of the ocean opportunity. And so we have some very specific projects that are focused on that, whether that's Blue Futures Pathways, which is creating opportunities in ocean for 18 to 30 youth, about 2,500 of them. Smart Ice is very much focused on our Arctic and engaging in education on Arctic technology opportunities. Ocean Allies, looking at the structure of our workforce and therefore being able to think about how we address some of the gaps, and our Indigenous Career Pivot Pilot, which is matching mid-career Indigenous with opportunities in ocean. So all of that has sort of led us to where we are today. It's been a very busy year. When we started the year in March, we had 6 projects. Now at the end of the year and going into 2021, we have over 45 projects engaging. As I said, there's over 250 ideas. We've got over 100 organizations, well over 100 organizations engaged, over 350 members, and we have project values of over $200 million. So that's a very quick recap of our story. Again, my apologies that we had challenges with the video. You can find it on our website, and you can find any of us very easily if you have any further questions. And thank you again so much for the opportunity, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Ms. McDonald, thank you very much for that. And I think my colleague may just try to play the video once again. Thank you very much for giving us that overview. 3 years into the journey, technology commercialization, technology as a common factor for developing blue economy, your focus on sustainability, your focus on inclusion and diversity. At FICCI, we believe in sustainability. We also believe in technology commercialization. We have a special initiative. So we'd be happy to share a little bit of what we do at FICCI with you. And let's see what we can do together in blue economy. Thank you very much for joining us today. And before we let you go, could we request all our speakers to switch on their videos so that we can have a photograph of this inaugural session very quickly to commemorate what we did here today.
Awesome, thank you.
Also, Dr. Gatot, if you could switch on, please, your camera for a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And with that, so that's the video. So Shovan, do we have a sound there? Yes. I hope Ms. McDonald is still here.
With the longest coastline in the world, 4th largest ocean territory, and significant Arctic territory, Canada's biggest asset is also its biggest opportunity. Our ocean story has a long history that has helped shape us as a nation, providing a source of food, energy, transportation, business, and a way of life. Today, in the face of a $3 trillion global ocean opportunity, we are answering the call for sustainable economic growth. Striving for balance and expanding ocean opportunities while also addressing ocean health. We are building solutions to shared ocean challenges for the global market, developing cutting-edge ocean technology, facilitating greater connectivity, increasing data exchange, expanding talent, capability, and diversity, and making this the best place to start and grow an ocean company. And we're doing this by bringing ocean industries together in a way that's never been done before. Leaders in fisheries, aquaculture, offshore resources, transport, defense, marine renewables, bioresources, and ocean technologies are working together to rapidly innovate, commercialize solutions, reach global markets, and grow the ocean economy. Together, we are advancing Canada's position as a global leader in ocean. Canada's Ocean Supercluster, changing the way ocean business is done.
So we finally managed to have the video. With that, we come to the end of the first session, the inaugural session. May I once again thank all our speakers for joining us today. Excellency, it was a great pleasure, privilege to have you with us. The Norwegian ambassador, Ms. Kendra MacDonald, all the way from Canada, Dr. Gatot from Mauritius, and all our dear partners here who have stood with us over this period as we moved from one webinar to the next. So that is the end of the inaugural session. Thank you once again and have a great day. To everybody, please stay tuned because there are 2 more sessions where we take up 2 different themes. And to run the first session, I invite my colleague Sukanya Natarajan to start the session on Blue Economy and Industry 4.0 technologies. Over to you, Sukanya.
Thank you, Sushma. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us today. As we move into the session 1 on Blue Economy and Industry 4.0 technologies, it will be chaired and moderated by Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, esteemed member of the FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy, and he has been the former director of the National Maritime Foundation. Dr. Sakhuja, over to you.
Thank you, Sukanya, for this very kind introduction. I guess we are running literally about 25 minutes behind schedule, and this puts a bit of pressure on managing this session. But then suffice to say, we'll try and compress it as much as we can, and of course not disappointing our speakers, so they get their opportunity to speak. And I'll restrict myself just to about 15 minutes. So it's an honor and privilege to be part of the FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy, and also I'm very happy that I can join this DigiNAR series on Blue Economy. And I'm very, very happy that 4 important institutions have come together to take on this initiative. And I've had some kind of an association with them at some stage or the other. With Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, I think I've had association with the Singapore and Vietnam offices, NMF, where I was the director some years ago. Terry, I follow very, very closely, and FICCI, with whom I work on this task force. It's a jam-packed session, and I've been told the rules of the game are that each participant will get about 10 minutes to speak. Also, the organizers have asked me to convey to you that at the end of the session, we'll have a group photograph. Let me begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are about looking at the clock that I have on the wall. Of course, 80 days, 23 hours, and 35 minutes from this moment. On April 19, 2021, Mayflower, an autonomous ship, will set sail from Plymouth Harbor in UK for the Atlantic Ocean to collect critical data to help us assess the health of the oceans. This vessel will also observe microplastics, in the water. And acoustic payload, and its acoustic payload will listen to whales and dolphins. Fascinating subject. And these scientific observations, when they bring back or transmit simultaneously real time, I think they're going to help scientists, marine scientists, environmentalists, conservationists, oceanographers to deepen their knowledge about the Atlantic Ocean, as also help us to determine the impact of climate change, global warming, plastic, and host of other things. Given that the vessel is autonomous, it's got a artificial intelligence captain who will perform the duties what a human captain would do otherwise. The air captain is supported by about 6 powerful cameras, 30 onboard sensors, 15 devices to safely navigate the ship against other ships, obstacles, and ocean hazards. By all counts, I guess this is going to be a fascinating experience and a great landmark achievement as far as technology is concerned. It's been trained, this particular AI captain has been trained by ProMare and IBM, who are the developers of this particular technology. And they've been using about millions of navigational images collected from cameras and use machine learning technologies to process these. What is important and symbolic about Mayflower Autonomous is that it uses solar energy for propulsion. And this is symbolic of the earlier Mayflower, a sail ship which sailed about 400 years across the Atlantic. So they've chosen this year that we're going to see Mayflower sail across. Also, where wind-assisted propulsion is now continuing, and Frisian Sea, a 6,500 GRT vessel, has begun testing wind-assisted propulsion system. So ladies and gentlemen, in a sense, there's continuity and change. We are bringing technology, but we are now going back looking at solar power and wind power. Meanwhile, we are into the first month of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, that is till 2030. The UN has planned massive program to raise awareness about the problems confronting the health of the oceans and has drawn plans to harness science and technology. The UNGA has recognized 7 outcomes till 2030. The focus is on clean, healthy, resilient ocean. And what importantly I found was in this particular document is open and equitable access to data, information, and technology and innovation. I think we are heading towards a process called a democratization of data and technology. Perhaps it also merits our attention that the Global Ocean Science Report 2020 has also noted that we need a new approach to ocean science and bringing in together data from the existing and new process and using artificial intelligence and machine learning, which would result in bringing in greater advantages of understanding the ocean. These, I believe, will be catalytic for development of blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now widely believed that there is a symbiotic relationship between blue economy and Industry 4.0. Marine and maritime industries and businesses are harnessing artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, block technology, IoT, AR, VR, and we are using drones, robots, digital twinning, additive manufacturing, or 3D printing to support operations. There is no denying that these technologies are the front runners of the future of blue economy. In a sense, this growing digitalization and the ever-expanding use of the electronic data are transforming the way blue economy will be explored and developed into the future. I say it with emphasis, will be developed in the future. So at the core of future of blue economy will be Industry 4.0. Allow me to expand something a little more on the autonomous vessels. In terms of numbers, it was hoped that by 2020, we would see about 100 vessels, but unfortunately, COVID-19 has taken its toll. But I have some very, very promising market trends, which suggest that we are in for a big development in this field. And it is estimated that if this market would reach about, this segment of this market would reach about 13.8 billion by 2030, growing at about 7%. Or we're going to see in the near future fleets of such vessels in the ocean. Experts believe that AI-enabled autonomous platforms would enhance efficiency, reduce downtime through predictive maintenance, and harmonize ship operations with the supply chain ashore. Also, these vessels will reduce onboard personnel, and their living spaces can be repurposed for cargo. It is hoped that autonomous vessels will reduce ship accidents at sea, given that human error has been identified as a major cause, a major issue in majority of the cases. The IMO is already seized of the problem. They have already labeled these as maritime autonomous surface ships and identified 4 degrees. As far as ports are concerned, some major ports have already begun using Industry 4.0 technologies. They have already, some of them have been designated as smart ports. Some have already started using 5G, are moving towards 6G operations. They use data-driven decision-making tools to improve operational efficiency. Again, the smart ports are using blockchain technology to help in numerous roles in supply chain management. The future market, again, is very promising, projected to be around $5.3 billion in the next 4 years, growing at about 25%. In this context, I must hasten to add that according to industry experts, only smart ports will survive in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, oceans and seas are perhaps the largest producers of data. Now, ship, offshore platform, variety of things, gas turbines, wind energy, ocean observations, scientific data, all this is generating huge amounts of data. For instance, I give you an idea. The maritime industry generates roughly about 100 to 120 million data points every day from ports and vessel movements. In fact, maritime scientists, data analysts, maritime practitioners, and economists, I think they're all deluged with data. This data is structured and unstructured, and has been characterized by 5 V's, what they call as volume, velocity, variety, veracity, and value. And they pose a major challenge for the scientists to obtain clear trends, determine outcomes, and initiate responses. In future, we're going to see devices receiving and transmitting zettabytes of data, and would have to be kept in special storages. That would require cloud store-based management. The current trends are to move these storages underwater, and some of the companies have already taken the lead. As far as cloud computing is concerned, let me share with you a very interesting example. The United Arab Shipping Company has a fleet of 70 vessels. It uses cloud-based management system and tools, and it has helped the company save bunker fuel costs by about 3 to 5%. So you can see how technology is being marshaled and harnessed in terms of bringing in efficiency and adding to cost, reducing the cost. It is now possible to create a digital twin of a ship or offshore platform. When this is connected to the shore, it helps obtain real-time performance of parameters onboard machines and sensors and systems. Thus, it is possible to predict breakdowns before the equipment fails and enables remedial measures through replacement and repair, thereby enhancing operational efficiency. According to experts, a single unscheduled downtime event can cost from $2 to $5 million per day. So it is better to have an updated risk information, which would significantly reduce unplanned and unnecessary downtime. Industry 4.0 is also helping in IUU fishing, also referred to as pirate fishing. IUU is a major environmental issue, given that 1 out of 5 fish is caught illegally, and the losses due to IUU could be as high as $10 to 23 billion. Besides fishery-related crimes, IUU threatens food security and has direct impact on economic, social, environment, ecological security. Blockchain technology is now being put to use to counter IUU fishing by tracking data concerning the place where the fish was caught, when it was landed, packed, and shipped to its final destination. In some cases, the fish packets are being labeled with such data to determine its freshness before it arrives on your plate. While we are moving towards autonomous systems, sensors, smart devices, new ways of processing these data would require a new workforce. I think that while there's disruption which is happening in terms of materials, in terms of obtaining data, in terms of systems, devices, variety of things, I think we'll have to disrupt the human disruption is also needed. The ILO has acknowledged that the demand for specialized and highly skilled crew will increase as the sector moves towards more digital operating systems on vessels. It is estimated that there are roughly about 300,000 AI researchers worldwide and practitioners, but the market demand is for millions. The international community is looking towards India, the largest non-US supplier of technology professionals and international students in the AI field. So I think we have an opportunity in India if we move in terms of which I'll discuss a little later, what's happening in India. Let me now share with you some significant developments concerning Industry 4.0 and blue economy that is happening at home. Cochin Shipyard has taken the lead to build autonomous vessels and joined hand with ASCO Maritime AS, a subsidiary group of the Norges Group AS in Norway. There are plans to build 2 emission-free electrical powered autonomous vessels. The detailed engineering for this 67-meter-long vessel will be carried by Cochin Shipyard, and I'm sure Mr. Rajesh Gopalakrishnan, who is General Manager Strategy and New Projects, Cochin Shipyard, who's on the panel, will have more to say on this. The Cochin Shipyard has also made a very promising beginning in the electric ship segment and is therefore primed to attract many other international partners to build smart vessels and ferries. This should trigger interest amongst technology developers in India and product developers to explore Industry 4.0 for autonomous vessels, particularly in the context of inland water transport networks. Similarly, India's first fully solar-powered commuter ferry, Aditya, built by Cochin-based Nevolt Solar Electric Boats, was awarded Gustav Trove Award for excellence in electric boats and boating category against a stiff competition. We are told that the ferry was built at a cost of just about 2 crores in 2017, and since then it has already saved about 100,000 liters of diesel, which could be anything about 100 lakhs. India is all set to transform its seaports and smart ports in the due course will be upgraded to intelligent ports. This is envisioned in the Maritime India Vision 2030. During his 3-day brainstorming, or what they called as Chintan Battle, Mansukh Madhvia, Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, expressed optimism, dedication, and motivation to put India on the world map in the maritime lead as a maritime leader. In this pursuit, we're going to see artificial intelligence, machine learning will be put to use, and we're going to have smart port traffic management, which would signify and simplify and smoothen operations. I'm hoping Mr. Avinash Chandra, Chief Operating Officer, Adani Mundra Port, will provide us more details of what's happening in his ports. Ladies and gentlemen, there's little doubt that Industry 4.0 is critical for blue economy. India needs to invest in these technologies, and we would need a large number of human resource for this. We'll need to develop sector-specific talent, and the imperative would be on white and blue-collar jobs. Similarly, vocational institutions are critical for promoting training and skilling workers with IR tools. At the heart of all this will be disruption. In the same breath, I must also say that entrepreneurs, startups, medium and small SMEs, MSMEs have a major role to play. India could lead the small ship segments such as ferries and ride the current wave of enterprises. Let me conclude by suggesting that both blue economy and Industry 4.0 resonate with Atmanirbhar or Make in India program of the government, who are looking forward to practical and focused solutions to harness the potential of the seas and oceans in a sustainable manner. So sustainability will be very much part and parcel of India's march towards not only developing, but also internalizing and using Industry 4.0 technology. This should not only operationalize blue economy, but provide us with newer vistas for international partnerships to harness the potential of the seas and oceans. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll now proceed with the session. Thank you. So we have a very rich, esteemed panel with us, and their names are listed for in keeping in mind that we are constrained by time. I'm just going to I'll continue with the process of running the session. May I now invite Mr. Felix Reinman, Head of the Unit Blue Economy Sector, Aquaculture, Marine Spatial Planning, Director General of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, European Commission, to make his remarks. Over to you, Mr. Felix. Kindly unmute.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you, Dr. Sakhria, for introducing the session. There is a presentation that has been prepared. I don't know whether this will be shared on the screen. Yes, it is there. I'm going to talk a bit about the EU's strategy for a sustainable blue economy and how we intend to, or how new technologies are actually an essential part of making the blue economy more sustainable. Next slide, please. We have already heard in the introductory session a lot about the blue economy as such and how we define it. From DG Mare, we see the blue economy as all economic activities to the oceans, seas, and coasts. And the blue economy covers a wide range of interlinked, established, and emerging sectors. There's the blue economy, which is related to the oceans, but then there's the need to deal with the ocean sustainably, in a sustainable way. And that's where the interlinkages start, where participating stakeholders is important, taking into account stakeholders and looking at all the sectors in an integrated way. Because not all blue economies activities are sustainable, our blue economy policy either focuses on emerging sustainable blue economy sectors or on making established sectors more sustainable. And there we are looking at marine-based activities, so activities undertaken in the ocean, like capture fisheries and aquaculture, marine minerals, renewable energy, desalination, transport, and tourism, or related activities, marine-related, where we use products or produce products and services from the ocean, like seafood processing, biotechnology, shipbuilding, port activities, etc. Next slide, please. We have been working over the past years to establish a knowledge base. So what is the blue economy? What is its size in the European Union? And since 2018, we publish an annual blue economy report where we try to summarize it all. I will spare you the figures now. They are in the report. There's a link in the presentation that can certainly be shared afterwards. So the next slide, please. There are a few figures nevertheless. In the EU, just the established sectors had a turnover of more than 750 billion euros in 2018, which are the latest available numbers. A lot of gross value added and a lot of investment in tangible goods that has happened. So the blue economy is growing year by year, and we estimate that it will be growing much more than the average economy over the years, even with the backlash of the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. There are a couple of illustrations on this slide on what has been going up, what has been going down, how many areas we have, like tourism, shipbuilding, ports. The highest growth has actually happened, that was before the pandemic, in coastal and maritime tourism and in renewable energies, where the workforce, for example, has multiplied by 8 over the past few years. Next slide, please. Now the question is, how do we come to such an approach? We were working on very sectoral approaches in the blue economy. We had the common fisheries policy of the European Union, there was a shipping policy, and environmental policies, all this in a very sectoral way. But over the past more or less 15 years, we developed an integrated maritime policy, looking at the marine environment from a strategic point of view. So there was a legislation endorsed already in 2008 that looked at the environmental benefits. And then also looking at maritime spatial planning. How do you integrate different legislation from 2014 to spatial plans for the territorial waters? Then we made up a strategy that focused on high promising sectors and put in place enabling frameworks like maritime security. And all this now with the European Green Deal leads us to go much more towards a sustainable blue economy to address the double challenge of decarbonization, coming to a carbon neutral economy by 2050, and biodiversity, or restoring it when necessary. And it is necessary. This implies, next slide please, a number of changes. And you mentioned in your introduction, you mentioned the need for disruption. We need to do new things. We need to work with marine renewable energies, not just offshore wind. We can also exploit the tides, the differences in heat in the water, in temperature. We need to look at new technologies underwater, how we farm seafood, algae, not just fish, but also maybe algae and other kinds of seaweed. We need to look at new and green shipping solutions. In the introduction, we already heard hydrogen, ammonia. Sailing cargo vessels is something that is also a very promising way. We need to make fishing more sustainable and look at blue biotechnologies. So what we want to get out here is to look at the whole value chains, not just producing something, but then transforming it and making it into something that is better and more sustainable. Next slide, please. Apart from doing new things, we also need to do things differently. We need to look at integrated approaches to reduce negative externalities. Maritime spatial planning is a way to consider multiple uses of the sea while preserving or even restoring nature based on an ecosystem-based approach. What you see on the top right corner of this slide is a very small view of the Maritime Spatial Plan of Germany, where you see shipping lanes, nature reserves, areas for production of offshore wind. And then if we look at producing offshore wind, that's the picture just underneath. These areas, which will need to expand massively over the coming years so that we have more decarbonized energy, these areas should be used also for other things. Artificial reefs, growing seaweed, growing fish, and other activities, allowing a coexistence, a peaceful and harmonious coexistence of different activities at sea. That also will help with adapting to climate change and, for example, building with nature. We are doing this in Europe, next slide please, by building a shared vision between different states around the different sea basins, because each sea basin has its own characteristic. So we have macro-regional or sea basin strategies for the different seas that surround the European peninsula. And next slide, please. At the basis of this, and this is what, now I come to the core of our talks today, we need data. And we have set up EMODNet, which is the European Marine Observation and Data Network, which makes available data from hundreds of organizations and is used extensively by consultancies that are planning, for example, offshore energy or other activities. We need a lot of research. Okay, I have one more minute. We need a lot of research. Next slide, please. And the EU research framework program, Horizon 2020, is spending around 400 million euros a year on maritime topics. I don't know how well you see this, but there is a portfolio analysis of all the different areas, more than 1,000 projects that have been set up between 2014 and 2019, and with a lot of areas that were already mentioned in our discussions. Next slide, please. We also need to invest in skills and ocean literacy to make this more known. The ocean economy should not just be something for people living on the coast. It can be something for everybody. It can offer jobs, and literacy would be important, for example, also to fighting marine litter, which is the next session. Now, how do we get all this research into the economy? We need to tap into private investment, and we need to support startup businesses. Next slide, please. We have set up over the past years the so-called Blue Invest initiative, where we create a community and an academy that helps innovative companies to get into the market, to train investors, to coach them. Next slide, please. Just to example is I mean, plenty in Europe with a very there's currently a call ongoing. Next slide, please. The results of the call of last year can tell a bit of technologies that are promising and that will. For example, of a autonomous retrofitting fuel and for large ship autonomous nets and offshore farms or offshore robotic wind turbine blade care systems. So that there are a lot of technologies that can help us make the blue economy more sustainable and going towards more sustainability. And with that, last slide, I would like to thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion and to the rest of the webinar. Thank you.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Felix, for excellent presentations. I think there is enough food for thought, and I think our participants in India particularly are looking forward to, because EU has already developed your integrated planning, which is very, very useful, and we are now beginning to do that as part of our Maritime Vision 2030. So it'll be a good point for us, a good issue for us, and EU becomes a good partner for India to explore blue economy. Thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker, Mr. Michael Jones, founder and president, TMA BlueTech from the US. We have a recorded message from him. May I request the backend to kindly play that for us?
My name is Michael Jones. Pleasure to be with you virtually today. I'm talking to you from San Diego, California. I'm the president of TMA BlueTech. We're the largest ocean and water technology cluster in the United States, one of the largest in the world. I'm going to provide a quick presentation, and I look forward to hearing from anybody that would like to know more after I've gone through it. So I'm going to talk about Aqua Optimism, which we trademarked, BlueTech clusters in the future of the ocean. So Aqua Optimism to us is the power of hope, problems, or opportunities. The blue economy to us is the ocean economy plus the water economy. BlueTech is critical to identify and solve problems in the ocean and to promote a sustainable blue economy. And power words to us are clusters, collaboration, inclusion, inspiration, and innovation. We believe clusters are vitally important to really focus on a sustainable blue economy. We are a triple helix cluster, and we believe they should be created region by region, country by country. The EU has done a lot of work, particularly with its European cluster collaboration platform. A business cluster is a regional concentration that grows organically. Organized clusters exist when people realize that there's a business cluster and put leadership together and funding. We believe that BlueTech clusters are critical to protect the ocean and water by focusing on the triple bottom line. And the BlueTech cluster tech and service companies help us to understand problems and are critical to develop the solutions needed. This is what we think a BlueTech cluster looks like. It sits in the middle between the triple helix. So academia and education is one leg of a stool. A second is BlueTech industry. A third is policymakers. And where they overlap is really at needs and solutions, economic growth, and jobs. And we believe that we need to understand as a cluster each of those three groups and how we can talk to them about their stakeholder interests. Other people talk about a quadruple helix, quintuple helix. It's really different ways of slicing the apple. But at the end of the day, there are three big groups that we believe we need to talk to. A little bit about TMA Blue Tech. We are an industry association and cluster organizer. We have about 100 members, about 10 international. And we create a regional Blue Voice, but we're also working on a statewide Blue Voice, a national Blue Voice, and we help internationally. We exist to help our members as they promote a sustainable blue economy. We were founded in 2007. We're in our 14th year. We are a strategic partner with the US Department of Commerce, and we were chosen to put together the first ever export program for ocean technology in the United States. Our mission statement is to promote sustainable, science-based ocean and water industry. So again, you can see that we are both ocean and water. So the whole H2O cycle. Our tagline is promoting blue tech and blue jobs, because at our core, we are an industry association. We work across 16 sectors and about 80 subsectors, and we have innovative TMA members across all these categories. I'm not going to go through them. I'm going to point out two things. First of all, at the bottom, if it's wet, it's blue. That's our belief. And number two is that in turquoise, you can see desalination, water, wastewater, and there's a lot of overlap. And many of our companies sell in freshwater and saltwater activities. Some select key activities of TMA Blue Tech. One is we helped create something called ARC, Atlantic Autonomous Robotics Consortium, with 3 international partners. I have a slide on that coming. Blue Tech Cluster Alliance. Again, I have a slide on that coming. We started something last year, Blue Tech Global Connect, where we have a monthly webinar series. We have 3 companies from 3 different countries each month, and people call in from all around the world to find out about innovative new technologies. Our annual Blue Tech Week in November. This past year, we had 665 attendees from 37 countries. We are very involved in education workforce development. I have a slide on that. Executive talks, we do on a monthly basis. International cluster development, we're working with clusters in Latin America and Asia. International networking, both for us and for our members. And then we do research. We're about ready to start a Blue Economy report for San Diego 2021. We recently established TMA Europe with one of our cluster partners. BTCA is 10 of the leading blue tech clusters in the world coming together to find ways to collaborate. You can see our logo on the lower left. We work cluster to cluster, cluster to business, business to business, cluster to government. We have various ways of working together, and there's strength in numbers and collaboration. I mentioned that we helped create ARC, the Atlantic Autonomous Robotics Consortium, with the Atlantic, with Air Center in the Azores, with Formoseano, the national cluster in Portugal, and Plocan, our partner in the Canary Islands. And we're really putting together a unique set of facilities and long-distance testing courses used by companies, government agencies, and NGOs. We're very excited about this relatively nascent effort. We are very involved in education. As we said, Aqua Optimism, we call it Blue STEM. And in the lower right-hand side, you can see during COVID-19, we've been developing with a team a Aqua Optimism Blue Tech curriculum. First phase has been created, which is kindergarten through 12th grade curriculum and a resources matrix. And we're beginning the phase 2, which will be a national and international rollout. If you'd like to know any more about TMA Blue Tech, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or to my program manager, Tamara Khan. Our contact details are here. And it's wonderful to be able to speak with all of you. I hope you have a wonderful set of events. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Jones. It was a fascinating presentation. I think there's a lot to be read into your presentation, particularly when you talked about taking blue economy, the whole discourse, into the classroom. I think that is where we need to really focus on, because we'll be creating a new generation of professionals who will be looking at the oceans in a different perspective. Thank you very much. I have great pleasure in inviting Dr. Purnima Jalihilal, Senior Scientist, NIOT, to make her remarks now. Ma'am, I guess you got a presentation, so I'll ask the back end to kindly flash your PowerPoint.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to Vicky for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'll just share my screen. I have a short presentation and I will, can you see it?
Ma'am, you have to share your screen, ma'am.
I have done that. Just a second. So can you see?
Yes, yes, it's there now.
I'll just do a full screen so you can
Yeah,
see, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll keep it shorter than I had planned because of the, we're running out of time. So today I'll speak about ocean energy. Several people in the earlier talks have mentioned it. And I personally, because I'm heading the energy and freshwater group here in the National Institute of Ocean Technology, I think it is really an important component of blue economy. So just half a minute for what is NIOT all about? The National Institute of Ocean Technology is an R&D institute under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Now we have 3 or 4 large groups, which is energy and freshwater, which I head. There's deep sea technologies where we are developing manned and unmanned vehicles and also doing mining. And then the marine biotechnology. I'm specifically mentioning these 3 because these are falling directly in the ambit of blue economy. So in fact, there's a policy paper which has been prepared on the blue economy right now, and Ministry of Earth Sciences is supposed to eventually spearhead the blue economy activities. So these 3 are large components of that. We also have other smaller groups, all related to ocean technology. We also have our own vessels and data buoys, which feed the data to the IMD or the meteorology department. So having said that, everybody in this forum knows what blue economy is, but it's essentially, it covers a wide range of interlinked and established and also emerging sectors. And I think ocean energy is one of these emerging sectors, which has got a high potential under the blue economy. If you see this slide, it's like probably most people would not be aware that there is a serious market opportunity for ocean energy in various ways. If you take the deep sea technologies, there's seabed mining and underwater vehicles, which can utilize energy, which is made in ocean energy. Isolated island communities, I'll talk about that shortly in my presentation, and desalination, as was just mentioned by the previous speaker. Marine aquaculture, I mean, all these can utilize ocean energy, and therefore there is a future market opportunity. Now, why do we talk about renewable energy from ocean in India? If you see this map, we have a huge coastline and a huge exclusive economic zone. All the green hashed areas are our economic zone, and this is large primarily because of the large group of islands we have in the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, that is the Lakshadweep and the Andaman group. So remote, sparsely populated islands and also the large coastal community. I mean, we have about 30% of the population of India which lives on the coast. So you have these small coastal communities which need water and power. And this is a definite case for study of off-grid power through ocean renewables. As I mean, this is really a genuine market opportunity and a good case. So in NIOT, we have been working on these 3 forms: wave energy, currents, and thermal gradient. That is the difference in temperature available between the surface of the ocean and, as you go deeper. So if you see these are the wave energy projects around the world. I represent India in the Ocean Energy Systems Technology Collaboration Program under the IEA. And we have this exposure to several projects which are being done by European countries. Now they look large and they are like, really in some of them even, in 500 kilowatt and megawatt ranges, except that, very few of them have really got commercialized. Now, there is like 2 ways of looking. If you have a half empty glass, you can say it's half empty or half full. And the Indian policy makers, it is well known actually that, when, sorry. So it is well known that as you come closer to the equator, the wave powers and wind powers get reduced, okay? And so the northern latitudes have got huge wave and wind power, and obviously it does make sense for them to harness that. However, as an engineer, I can tell you, designing something to withstand such harsh climates is extremely, extremely difficult. And that is probably one of the reasons why they have not still completely got commercialized, though they have had huge successes, you know. On the other hand, in India, we have the small wave-powered navigational buoy that we have done. And we have low climate. So the challenge for us is to make it commercially viable. But, you know, it is far easier to design, and therefore we must take it seriously. So we had originally set up long ago, the only one of the few working wave energy plants. We coupled it with an RO plant, and that worked for several years. But of course, we are not a water supply institute, we're an R&D institute, so we decommissioned this. We have had a lot of experience with wave energy. We thought we should make a product now so that, you know, it makes it appealing to the policymakers. So we have made this wave-powered navigational buoy, which is very useful for ports and harbors. Most of the ports are still importing solar-based buoys from abroad. There are a few who have started making the buoys indigenously, but this one particularly is fully indigenous, made by local materials, costs less than the imported buoy, does not work on solar power. It works on wave energy, and therefore the chance of pilferage or vandalism is less. Also, we have inbuilt features in this where the port wanted us to give us the marine currents at the entry of the ship at that location along with the wind speeds. So we have incorporated those sensors in this, and everything works just using wave power. So this is right now in one of the ports of Chennai, and we have transferred the technology to 3 industries already. Now talking about tidal currents, again, this is courtesy the OES, and there are so many countries who are working seriously with the tidal. This is not the tidal range. These are like the current or the velocity of water, and these are the large projects that are already, you know, these actually are more in use than the wave energy ones today. In India, in NIOT, actually, we have started work here. In India, the tidal range is very poor. It's only in Khambat and Sundarbans that you get high tidal range. But instead, we can use tidal streams. So in places like Andaman, where you have tidal streams and there's a serious need of off-grid power, this is going to be, I think, really useful. So we have developed it, and it has been successfully demonstrated in Andaman. So they are looking for 1 to 5 kilowatt off-grid units, small units for forest outposts where you can power it to desalination. And that's what we are working on right now. Next, I'll come to lastly, the OTEC, or the ocean thermal energy conversion. We have warmer waters at the top, and being near in the tropical areas, as you go down, you have colder waters, but the surface waters do remain warm for most of the year. And I will skip this. So that's the OTEC cycle. That was the slide. Now, we did attempt OTEC in the year 2000. We had very ambitious plans of going offshore on a barge, producing 1 megawatt of power. However, the offshore infrastructure was terrible in those days. And unfortunately, I must say that even today, we still do not have good offshore infrastructure. So we had a failure of this long pipeline that you can see, which is 1 kilometer long. But we converted the challenge into an opportunity, and this led to desalination, which operates in shallower waters. So we have used the ocean thermal gradient in islands. The first plant was in Kavaratti in the year 2005, where we used the temperature gradient to make fresh water. Even today, after 15 years, this plant is still working. This is the first ever in the world, completely indigenous. And we have now put up in many more islands the same technology, because there was a real dearth of drinking water. It has changed the people's lives in the Lakshadweep Islands. We have also scaled up and done more demonstrations. Now, since desalination became the primary focus because of the severe water stress in the coastal areas and in the islands and in the country as a whole, we began to focus on desalination. But we must remember that every desalination process needs energy at the heart of it. And therefore, hybrid systems make sense. We have also done solar desalination. And today we are now working for self-powered desalination. That is, we will use the ocean temperature gradient to make the power and also water. We have a lot of R&D going on in our laboratory here in the NIOT campus. But today, project that we are focusing on is a new challenge. It is an OTEC powered desalination plant for the Kavaratti Island in Lakshadweep. This will have 2 or 3 challenges which nobody in the world has done before. It will have the longest pipeline to bring the cold water to the surface. It will have the first ever indigenously designed and fabricated turbine. And nobody has actually made a large prototype for 100 cubic meter of water powered by OTEC. So we have started floating the RFPs and we are all very excited to do this project. Lastly, I want to tell you what are the barriers for ocean energy in India. So the Indian offshore industry is low on marine infrastructure, which becomes a big barrier, because otherwise if you have to bring any anchor handling or any other vessels and tugs from Malaysia or Singapore, it becomes very expensive. Demonstration projects therefore cannot be, they are very high on cost, and therefore they cannot be high enough in scale. So because they are not high enough in scale, the risks perceived that when you scale up, I mean, there is a perceived risk that when you scale up, it will be very difficult to handle. So the techno-commercial viability is difficult to assess on small devices, but the funding is difficult for large ones. So it's like a circular problem, a catch-22 situation, and therefore the progress in ocean energy has been very slow, and we are hoping for a brighter future when policymakers will understand the implication and try to, invest more in ocean energy. Just a small thing to add is MNRE has finally recognized ocean energy as a renewable, which means it can go for all the renewable purchase obligations, same as wind and solar. Okay, so there is hope yet. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Jalihal. I think that was a fascinating presentation. You did share with us great opportunities in terms of ocean energy, challenges, and how NIOT has overcome. And you got lots of things to offer to not only in India, but I guess there's a great opportunity for other partners to come into this field and share their expertise, and maybe joint projects could be a way forward. And thank you, fascinating. It was very, very interesting, and I'm sure our participants have learned a lot, and that should encourage a number of research projects, both amongst the academia and the technology. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
It was a great presentation.
Thank you.
May I now invite Mr. Justin Hunter, pearl farmer and ocean advocate from Fiji. Great to have you here. I don't know what time it is in Fiji, but we're so happy that you could join us, and certainly looking forward to what's there for us. I can see a fan. Is it on the blue energy or something? Or is it?
It's solar. Solar.
Is it solar?
No, thank you very much.
All right. Over to you, Mr. Justin Hunter. All yours. Share with us. I think there's a great thing to be learned out of your presentation. Over to you.
I was supposed to talk about what was called the Blue Pledge, and what I'm going to do instead is talk about how private sector and our initiatives and the way we can engage with conservation has gone from pearl farming, because I am a pearl farmer, and how we have come up with a concept which would create a blue town, the world's first blue town in Fiji. So do you have the first slide there? I think there should be one there. Next slide.
Back end. Are you there?
It's happening, sir.
It's happening. Just
yeah, it's happening.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's I guess if I'm going to fill in a bit of time, I'll talk about how private sector is really the 800-pound gorilla in the room when you're going to talk about the blue economy and conservation. When we can get private sector and show benefits and show that they can be engaged in it, then we really create what would be a circular blue economy. Could you go back one slide? I believe this is the second one. Okay, so Fiji has just endorsed what will be known as the first blue town in the world. And and I'll talk quickly about how private sector has developed this. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, go back one. The concept behind the Blue Town is about merging conservation and economic opportunities. And in order for a circular economy to work, all of these issues have to come together. We need private sector to see benefits. We need to see how they can talk about their contribution and how they can contribute to awareness of ocean issues and create and develop more of a market for sustainable or conscientious consumers, which are out there today. Next slide, please. This first started, I was a very new small pearl farmer in Fiji. However, we did produce pretty special pearls, and without that, I wouldn't be able to do it. One of the very first things we did, coming from a bivalve and aquaculture background, was change the way we marketed our pearls. We didn't just talk about it in a traditional luxury sense. We developed our first environmental code of practice, which talked about sustainable practices in the oceans. That was then picked up by several of our big buyers at auctions, and the Sustainable Pearls Initiatives was started by the Tiffany Foundation. And I was very fortunate to be able to travel all around the world and talk about the way that pearls contribute to a clean blue economy. And, pearls are from pearl oysters and, bivalve aquaculture and the ecosystem services they provide, whereby they actually clean oysters. Pearl farmers inherently take on the role of stewards of the sea. But I think the most important aspect of it was pointing out the social, environmental, and economic impacts that pearl farming and such industries can have on some of our island and developing island and coastal communities. Because of that, I was invited to be part of the World Jewelry Confederation, which is quite an honor. And in 2015, in 2016, however, our tiny island of Fiji was hit by Tropical Cyclone Winston, which is still the second strongest in the history of the Southern Hemisphere. Our farms were destroyed, and all of a sudden, climate change became a real issue for us. We saw firsthand. Not only we're on the front lines of climate change and the blue economy and what we can do. What was really unique and maybe a bit fortunate was after 2016 and after that cyclone, the Fiji government co-chaired World Oceans Day in June 2017, SDG 14. I picked up on that. I'll go back one slide, please. I picked up on that and we developed what was called the Fiji Pearl Development Plan, where we took some of our local practices and tried to implement them on a national level. And the Fiji Pearl Plan was a private-public partnership between government, private sector, and communities, and specifically communities that were engaged in marine protected areas or had integrated resource management plans. This is the way we wanted to promote pearls. This is the way we wanted to create returns for people that were engaged in marine protected areas and integrated resource management plans. This was endorsed by the World Jewelry Confederation. And however, I would like to say, in all honesty, I think all of us developing island nations and countries have, we understand we have a certain lack of capacity when it comes to making hard decisions and how to go about to set up industries. The Fiji Pearl Development Plan has not gone ahead as I would have liked. but it did lead to something else. Next slide, please. The Blue Pledge. And the Blue Pledge was an initiative by private sector pearl farms, one of them being Paspaley of Australia, which is probably the king of pearl producers, Julmer of the Philippines, and of course, there was me from Fiji, which is by far the smallest. And the concept behind this was how pearls and this industry specifically could merge conservation and economic opportunities. We're a product from some of the most remote, isolated places in the world that don't have many economic opportunities. And we also have the incredible reach of expanding the traditional markets of luxury. Instead of traditional luxury, we think we could go beyond that, and we could get to the conscientious consumer who is by far a lot bigger. Luxury is a shrinking industry. We think if we can engage with conservation and talk about healthy oceans, that was the way to go. And one of the sayings that we came up with the Blue Pledge was, when you buy a Blue Pledge pearl, which is an association of pearl farms that were responsible in doing it in a proper manner, consumers should not feel like they're just buying a beautiful pearl. They should feel like they're investing in the health of the oceans and long-term health of our planet. And if we can tell that story with every pearl we sell, we start making a real difference. That's when you merge, and that's starts a circular economy. We did run into issues though. I haven't changed the slide yet. And that was, unfortunately, a lot of the luxury brands we wanted to work with, and I hope I don't mind upsetting people with this, they were more into blue washing solutions, planting coral, which I think is wonderful and things, but pearls need a pristine environment. We wanted to address the underlying issues of why coral was dying, and usually it comes down to eutrophication, overpopulation, and that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to bring tangible solutions to some of these big issues that are affecting our water quality and marine environment. Next slide.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Justin. Yep. Just could you kindly wrap up, because we'll get to hear more from the participants. Sorry to interrupt this, but it's such a fascinating thing. All right.
The Blue Town was launched. The Blue Town was launched because we wanted to show tangible results and how we could develop communities, and not just, we wanted to bring solutions to some of these problems. Next slide. This is all based on what is known as the Coral Triangle, which in a time of warming sea temperatures, the most valuable biodiversity on the planet happens to be where pearls are from and our islands are. And as temperatures increase, it's going to be our fish, our bivalves that are going to feed and migrate to the rest of the world. However, that ability to migrate and adapt to warmer sea temperatures is greatly reduced if you have multiple stressors such as rubbish dump, sewage, and all of these things. That's what we wanted to do. Next slide. This year we have established a Blue Town committee. We have a budget line item, and that what we are doing is finding a way to develop a model that engages private sector donors and developers, and they can invest straight in through a budget line item into such community projects. We had to merge, though, ministries of economy, environment, agriculture, fisheries, and of course, local government. This is not easily done in developing countries. So we are moving forward with this. Next slide. We believe that no MPA in the world will ever work. And we saw that quite clearly in COVID, because simply, if you cannot feed the family, that MPA has no protection, because people will need to go out and feed that family. We think MPAs have a fault, and that is they lack the ability to create economic opportunities around for the people that are around them and relied on that fisheries resource. Sustainable shellfish and bivalve aquaculture is part of that, and so is pearl farming. We want to create a culture of conservation rather than resource extraction. Next slide, please. Consumer tourism will be a very marketable and huge aspect to any blue town, because the conscientious consumer, any report will tell you that the young consumer wants to go to a place where they feel like they are part of the culture and they are helping or investing in the health of our communities, and these marine protected areas are very valuable areas. Next one. As we said, you know, waste recycling, one of the things we want to do is we have to address solid waste management and wastewater management. That is something that most NGOs and most donors don't want to do because it's unsexy, but that is probably the greatest threat to our environment. And we have to find a way to direct funding to solutions, not just good picture opportunities. Next slide. We do have 7 thematic areas that will have to be merged together to create the Blue Town. And that is a framework with policy to make sure that budget line items and the donors are satisfied, and there is transparency and accountability all the way. Renewable energy, waste management, coastal management, which means MPAs that might have dive parks, fishing parks, where there is a fee that goes back to traditional fishing right owners. They have to see returns from this. Coastal income generation, environmental protection, and fostering partnerships with tourism. And we've also got to invest significantly in education for the next generation. Next slide. The whole concept is based on this private-public sector partnership, where we believe that we can go straight to conservation donors and private sectors who have the mechanisms and know-how. What is quite often missing in some of our discussions is that the blue economy is often about developing island countries and coastal communities. And the technology and know-how is in the developed countries. So we want this to be a mechanism to transfer that technology, that know-how to our undeveloped countries that sit on some very valuable biodiversity in the time of warming seawater. Next. I hope I'm wrapping up. Private sector gets a huge benefit out of this. They get to be part of a solution. They get to go up and say, we're part of something that is recognized and that is actually not awareness anymore. It's a solution to some of these issues. And it's very valuable to them and some of the donors that we will look at. Next slide. Again, we have got government endorsement on all levels, at the PM level. The Attorney General has made it, put together a very high profile, powerful committee to implement and do this, engage with private sector. And it's going to be a fun and exciting adventure. And that's my last slide, I guess.
Thank you very much for a fascinating presentation. I think that should spark some ideas in India. And of course, your slide on the pearls will be watched with a lot of interest, because India is a consumer of pearls, right? And
yeah, it doesn't just have to be pearls.
Yeah, so there is also a lot to be picked up from your presentation in terms of making sustainable townships, etc. And we are beginning in that direction. So thank you very much, very fascinating, and enjoyed your presentation. I'm sure the audience too. Thank you. Have a great day. May I now invite Mr. Rajesh Gopalakrishnan, General Manager, Strategy and New Projects, Cochin Shipyard. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Sakhuja. I hope I am audible.
Yes, Mr. Rajesh Gopalakrishnan, you are very much audible. I'm going to push you a little, right? And I'll take that liberty. Could you compress your presentation a little, all right? And maybe run through some of the slides, but come to the ones which will be, which you want to really project for us in terms of what the Cochin Shipyard is doing. Because I've seen, as I grew up in the maritime world, having been on the channel Perth, as a matter of fact, buoyed in that channel. So I've seen the Cochin Shipyard grow from that direction up to a fantastic ISO model. Thank you very much. So over to you, and kindly bear with me. I'm pushing you hard. Over to you, sir.
Absolutely, Dr. Sarojapil. I'll just rush through the ones that are not really significant, and I apologize if I'm running it too fast, but I'm aware that we're running out of time. So just a quick intro. My name is Rajesh Gopalakrishnan. I'm General Manager Strategy and New Projects from CSL. I've been with the company for 25 years. Next slide, please. Yeah, just when I was just running through the concept note which I had received, I came across this beautiful definition of blue economy, which Vicky has come out with, and I should appreciate that it's fairly exhaustive. And anything connected with rivers, oceans, water bodies, and coastal regions, yes, we are somewhere there in the loop, because it all means that it is also connected to waterborne vessels and ships, and so we are quite interested in that. Next slide, please. Yeah, whenever we talk about shipbuilding, and forgive me for keeping it very limited to shipbuilding, because I think that's what I can do today with the limited time. Whenever we talk about shipbuilding and shipbuilding in India, we always tend to feel that India is not really doing well. We always try to indicate that shipbuilding, India's share in the global shipbuilding is hardly 1%, which is a very dismal figure to keep looking at. I'm not talking about ship repair and shipbreaking, but shipbreaking is far better. But I'll just maybe across the next few slides, I'll try and give a more positive picture of where shipbuilding can go. Next slide, please. Yeah, I've just put across some pictures just to give a feel and to the participants and the friends here that India's shipbuilding is not really bad. We have some world-class yards which can actually produce world-class vessels, and these are just snapshots of a few types of vessels that CSL has produced, and I'm sure there are other yards in the country which can do it as well. And India can produce. Next slide, please. India, and this is a portfolio of vessels that CSL has delivered. But when I talk about CSL, let me make it very clear that many leading Indian shipyards can deliver such products as well. And why I'm highlighting this point is India has delivered to the world, and we have delivered a lot of vessels into Europe, into the West Europe, which is known for its demanding quality requirements. And so India can produce vessels and ships and niche vessels at European or world-class quality. Next slide, please. This is the point I was trying to make. We have more than 35 shipyards, out of which more than 20 are currently operational. We have delivered a lot of vessels into the world and domestic consumption as well. And we've got, our quality has been appreciated by across the world. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is again on quality. So then where are we going? Then what are we talking about this 1% global share of shipbuilding? And that's precisely what I would try to explain, because 1% when we're talking about the total shipbuilding that's probably happening in the world. We were much more than that, but over the last few years, last decade or so, it has come down tremendously. So this where India actually could pitch, and where we as Cochin Shipyard has found it really worth pitching is into the niche segments, the high-tech segments. 15 years back, we would have called a diesel electric vessel with DP2, DP3 dynamic positioning capabilities as a niche vessel. Today, we are moving away from that. we're talking green autonomy, and alternate fuels and a lot of other technologies. And this is an area because, when we talk about this global share, it's the big, massive, ships, where we definitely have a challenge in competing on cost and productivity with places like China or even the Korean yards. So, but when it comes to these niche vessels, high-tech vessels, India has always proven its mettle, and we have shown to the world that we can actually deliver on cost as well as time. And testimony to this is our own experience, where we have delivered close to 50 high-end vessels to countries like Norway, from where clients have come back and placed repeat orders on us, which just means that our vessels are really up there in terms of their requirements. So where are we moving to? Which is the direction that Indian shipbuilding should move to? Yes, green and autonomous. I think a lot has been talked about the sustainability, environment. So I'm not going to elaborate. I'll just limit my talk to the shipping part of it. Yes, what are we looking when you're talking in shipbuilding or into the next set of ships that we are talking about? Yes, there's a lot of talk on alternate fuel. We are working a lot on BEVs, FBEVs, that is FEVs. It's battery electric vessels, fuel cell electric vessels, alternate fuels like methanol, ammonia, and a lot is being discussed. Yes, commercialization is still in its infant stages, baby stages, but we're happy to actually see that battery is evolving, and it's evolving fairly fast. Across the next couple of slides, I'll come back to where to the two projects which Dr. Sakhuja had mentioned in his opening statement in this keynote, which are a pride of place as of today for us as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the project which Dr. Sakhuja had also mentioned in his opening address. This is a fully autonomous, fully electric ferry for Norway, and I'm happy that His Excellency the Ambassador of Norway was also present in this discussion, because Norway, as was mentioned by Admiral Chauhan as well, is they're leading in terms of shifting to newer technologies and cleaner fuels and cleaner technologies. So this is a project which is funded partly by the Norwegian government, and we are told that once it is operational, this could probably be the world's first fully electric, fully autonomous ferry. And we are extremely proud of this project, because even during the pandemic, a country like Norway trusted an Indian yard to build this first autonomous vessel for them. So while we have delivered a lot of projects and products to Norwegian clients, ASKO, the main client here in this case, ASKO is a grocery wholesale group. It's a very major group in Norway, and they are thinking green. So these ferries are to support to transport container loads of groceries across islands in the Norway, across the fjords. And the current vessel that you see in front of you can actually transport around 16 European grade spec containers, or Euro trailers as they call them, across the fjords. And this is actually powered by a 1,850 kilowatt-hour battery system. And on the right side of the screen, you can actually see the big names. This is actually a project ordered on us by ASKO, but the vessel is going to be managed by a company called Masterly, which is a consortium of Kongsberg and Wilhelmsen, which are probably the biggest names in the marine industry. So, and the entire battery system and the autonomous package will come from Kongsberg. But I need to also mention here that this vessel would be delivered out of CSL as a fully electric, manually operated vessel. this goes into autonomy ready, level 1 autonomy ready. It goes to Norway and then it gets upgraded to a level 2 autonomy. After which I understand there would be 2 years of trials with manning. After which, by the time we have the Norwegian Maritime Authority, the DNV associated with it, and so the rules and regulations will all be in place, and then the vessel would start fully moving on a fully autonomous mode. So this is what it is, and like I said, even without a visit to the yard remotely during the pandemic, the fact that a Norwegian leading company trusted an Indian yard is something I think that India can be proud of. Next slide, please. This is another very interesting project again, which was mentioned by Dr. Sakhuja in his opening address. This is the new generation electric boats, passenger boats for the Kochi Water Metro. And Kochi is actually doing a very unique model. The Kochi Metro Rail and the Kochi Water Metro are all being seamlessly connected, and including the road. It's called a UMTA. It's called the Unified Metro Transport Arrangement. So wherein you can seamlessly travel from rail to road to water. So on a single swipe. So this water metro is going to be again a high-end vessel, pure electric. It's got a 120 kilowatt-hour battery, and it can actually travel at around 8 knots, fully electric. We are providing a DG backup just in case they want to increase the speed to 10 knots, and during the transit and transfer time of around 15 to 20 minutes, the vessels get charged using onshore charging infrastructure. Now, the beauty of this project is this is the first of its kind water metro project in the world, and another facet which India can be really proud of, with 23 vessels being put into water as a water metro network. And again, another unique feature of this vessel is the fact that the batteries on this are of LTO chemistry, that's lithium titanium oxide. And again, I think it's being used for the first time. The reason being is it's costly, but the reason is that it is a fast charging battery, and it can also give you a longer life. So it's a unique model by itself, and a model which we from CSL feel can be replicated in a lot of other metros in the country. And this would transport around 100 passengers per trip, and interiors, just to mention, would be exactly like our metro train. So we are actually getting the interiors to that level. It will be highly sophisticated, and we're just raising the bar as far as water metro system, water transport in the country is concerned. Next slide, please. Another interesting thing, while we talk about the overall water mobility, I think for India, inland waterways is a major aspect. And with the thrust that the government of India is putting into the national waterways, we have actually tried to partner with the Inland Waterways Authority of India. The vessel that you see on screen is an actual vessel that is built. We have delivered 8 of these vessels to the Inland Waterways Authority, and they have been put into use across National Waterway number 1 and 2. And these are RoPax vessels where you have passenger seating capacity as well as capacity for vessels, vehicles. So next slide, please. Another variant of inland vessels, the Ro-Ro vessels, where you roll on from one side and roll off from the other side, again can be used for water transport, river crossings, and these 2 vessels have just been commissioned in the city of Cochin last week. So again, built and delivered and proven. Next slide, please. This is again a very interesting subject, and something which people really don't understand why CSL is talking about this, because CSL is a yard known to build big ships, including aircraft carriers. So what is CSL doing with fishing vessels? So what happened really, I'll just take 2 minutes to give you a small background. About a year and a half back, we were contacted by the Tamil Nadu Fisheries Department, and they wanted us to have a look at building fishing vessels. So we were also wondering why. And then we decided, yes, the team which we're discussing was us. We're also so passionate that we actually went down and had a detailed chat with them. And then we realized that 70 years into independence, India did not really have a well-engineered, professionally built fishing boat. The reason why we lost a lot of lives, especially during the Oki cyclone and a lot of similar tragedies. So we decided to have a look at this because the reason is, maybe I should just talk a bit commercially. For a yard making turnover of close to 3,500 crores a year, this one boat is about 1 crore in terms of rupees. So you can imagine, even if I build 100 boats, it's 100 crores. So, and then the margins are less. But then as a public sector unit with social commitments, we said with 10,500 kilometers of coastline, and like Purnima ma'am was just mentioning, almost 35% of our population on the waterfront, and the huge fishing community, we felt we could actually contribute into this. So we actually designed in-house a new fishing vessel, and this was model tested at. Can I have the next slide also, please? Yeah. So what we did is we associated with the key people in the industry. We wanted to understand the industry. We could easily have designed a boat and put it into water, but then the end customer and the requirements of the industry were also to be carefully thought of, and we went into an MOU arrangement with SIFT, and we brought in Indian Register of Shipping, although this particular set of vessels need not necessarily be classed. We had the design we made and the model done and tested by IIT Kharagpur, and we also associated with SIFNet and agencies like MPEDA to train the fishermen into operating these vessels. Why I said this was important was not only from a safety and security point of view, the stability point of view, but also from a humanitarian point of view, because we realized that in fishing vessels going out for long stays didn't have a galley, a bunk, or even a toilet on board. And for the first time, we have these vessels. Now, these vessels have been widely accepted by the community. The fishery, we are now talking with the fisheries ministry. We've got now has a fisheries wing, and we are trying to standardize the designs and put it across freely, so that any yard in India can actually build these vessels, but with minimum standards and regulations. Next slide, please.
Mr. Rajesh, sorry to interrupt you, but could you just speed up?
This is the last slide. I'm
perfect.
So we just wanted to see that we have actually putting up two new yards exclusively to build small vessels, inland vessels, and fishing vessels, because the big facility in Cochin is not tailor-made for the smaller vessels. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is my last slide, and just to show our pan-India presence, we are now moving out geographically, and we have presence both on the East Coast and the West Coast, and we are not limiting ourselves to the big commercial segments. And thank you for the time, and any questions, we are here. And just sorry, this is just to cover the topic that we wanted. We were talking about Industry 4.0. And today, CSL we have actually developed a roadmap for 2030, and in which Shipyard 4.0 is something that we are moving towards. There's a lot of subjects that we can cover: robotics, additive manufacturing, and we have already started working on many of this. And I think this is another topic which can be discussed exhaustively. So, but I'm just leaving you with this slide, and I can share this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. I think what I caught on to your last slide was Shipyard 4.0. I think that's fascinating, and that says it all. Your presentation really captured the entire innovation that's gone about. And you as the leader, as far as India is concerned, I think, and your expansion plans, that we are going to have a different world, a different maritime transportation network. And I wish you a great success. And this is very, very inspiring and rewarding. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Sameer Bhatnagar, Partner Transport and Logistics, KPMG. Mr. Bhatnagar, are you there? Anyway, we'll come back to him, and in case he's around, then we'll ask him to make his. But of course, it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Avinash Chand Rai, Chief Operating Officer, Adani Mundra Ports. Sir, you have the screen. We'll say, normally we'd say floor, but I would say you have the screen, and your company is doing a great job, and I think leaders of sorts, I must say. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Vijay. And I think you have been doing a wonderful job of keeping all of us on toes to ensure that we are all focused. Can I ask the presentation to be brought up? International trade and technology as an enabler for trade. There is no industry in the blue economy which is more dependent on sea than the international trade. And today, when we look at close to 80% of international trade by volume, 70% of trade by value is done by sea. And this has existed for millennia. It's not centuries, it's not decades, it's millennia where the shipping trade has been going on. And it has been always at the forefront of technology, right from the time when the sails were discovered or invented to today, when every trade is enabled by technology. And what are those technologies and what are the issues? Everybody today is talking of technology as a means for trade. However, the first and major foremost thing is, what are the issues we are solving by technology? And this is where every one of us has to be looking at international trade in various aspects. Can you change the slide, please? When you look at the basic technology for trade, there is a requirement for trade, there are business problems, there are various technologies, and then we will see a small snapshot of where technology has been used to enable countrywide improvement programs. Next slide, please. For any trade to happen, these are the basics of the trade. What is the commodity to be exchanged? How do you value that? What are the means of assurance? What is the means of insurance, means of ownership exchange, and taxation? Every one is itself a complete element where we could be having various technologies to solve the problems which are existing. And what are those problems? Can we go to the next slide? Can we move to the next slide, please? So the basic problems, by the time the slide moves back, I'll just try to talk. The basic problems which anybody in the trade is trying to solve is time, resource, effort, and trust. Everybody wants his goods today in the age of e-commerce for it to be available at the earliest. You want to utilize the least of the resources. You want to put in least of the efforts, and everybody wants a trust in the system that when the value is being exchanged, the trade is enabled. When you look at technology, today there are 6 major themes around this. Sensors and IoT. I think Dr. Vijay mentioned in the morning, digital twins, AI, ML, data, the new generation 5G, cyber security as a means, VR and AR, and blockchain. And all of this technology is there only to solve the basic problems in the business. We as a country of 1.2 billion also need to have technology with a human face. When we talk of autonomous vehicles and on a country which wants to generate jobs for its people, we really need to figure out what is that problem which we are trying to solve. The drive for autonomous vehicles is coming from countries which have a high labor cost. If you want to solve the problem of a high labor cost, yes, it's a solution. If you want to solve a problem of safety, yes, it's a solution. But we also need to find ways and means of getting people to have honorable living. This is where the focus of ours has to be for solving the issues. I think we can move to the next slide, please. Yeah. Blockchain for trust in the trade is one of the technology which has been talked in the last few years. It is still work in progress, where we expect it to become the basic backbone of international trade. Next slide, please. A few classic national level applications of technology is Aadhaar, FASTag, e-way bill, and the one which is coming is electronic bill of lading. When you look at each of this application, they have a basic underlying problem which is being solved. Aadhaar to identify, FASTag to avoid the stoppage of vehicles across the national highways. E-way bill, which has brought the traceability in the system for the whole GST program which has been brought in. And all of these technologies have reduced the cost for trade. The trucks have started running faster. The state boundaries do not exist today. So this is where for the trade, we have to be always on the lookout for which is the problem which we want to solve. And once that is focused, the solutions could be built around with usage of technologies. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Sakhuja, your microphone is not unmuted, sir.
All right, I always do that mistake. Thank you, Mr. Avinash. I think that was a fascinating presentation. I think you ran us through the complexities involved, and you recalled, how the autonomous world is moving and all these technologies are going to transform. And I guess I recall my presentation, disruption is where it will be, and we'll have to disrupt our own way of doing business. I think that's if we internalize and socialize into, I think we have a future ahead. Thank you very much. Fascinating presentation. May I now invite Mr. Sameer Bhatnagar, Partner Transport and Logistics, KPMG. Sir, you're there? We missed you about 10 minutes ago. So can I penalize you by 2 minutes? Make your remarks 2 minutes shorter? All right.
Definitely.
Thank you. All the best. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sakhuja, and apologies to everyone for the mix-up. Technology is a great enabler, but if you do not harness it well, it can lead to great problems as well. So I think this was a real-life example of that. Thank you very much, Vicky, for inviting me to this forum. Quite excited about being speaking at something like this, having spent more than 15 years in the sector. As a partner, I also look after the ports and shipping sector for KPMG globally, but my views expressed on this forum are personal. So, so on that note, kicking off quickly, there have been a lot of esteemed speakers, and I think my job as people who understand from a match of cricket is that when you come towards the end, a lot of the heavy hitting has already happened. So I think I may have a few runs to make, but probably the winning runs if need be. So I'll keep this short, and I can live with that 2-minute penalty. I think the important point which philosophically comes up is we talk about the blue economy today, but as science would say that life originated in water. The humankind and human civilizations have grown classically, and all our classical economies have grown on land. all the earlier civilizations, as my predecessor, Mr. Rai, was speaking, have been driven around water. So all the ancient civilizations, Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, the Egyptian civilizations, the Mesopotamian civilizations, they all originated and grew around the river or a water body as the core mechanism for economy. So the fact that we have now blue economy is probably about the water economy really taking its rightful place in the world order. And it's really heartening to know that looking at the investments being made by the private sector, by the government and different other agencies to bring this is really encouraging, so to speak. I think the point is that a lot of people are passionate about it. There's a lot of enthusiasm about it. What is probably important is to weave all of these together. And hence, I will talk about just two things, a slightly common framework to bring the technology aspect in the blue economy with a framework which I call ARISE, A-R-I-S-E. I'll just quickly elaborate on that. And second is a couple of suggestions on the institutional mechanism to ensure that all the efforts being put in by different agencies is come together so that we can really achieve our combined goal and vision of making our blue economy really one of the largest in the world order. ARISE basically, as I say, talks about 5 different points which IoT Industry 4.0 should bring together, because as Mr. Rai also showed, there are different technologies, and a lot of my colleagues talked about shipping technologies, port technologies, underwater technologies, okay? And I think it's important that what we find a purpose for the underlying technology to deliver, because if it does not, we may end up over investing in something which may not have useful purpose. And I think one of the challenges which the blue economy classically has faced is a lot of things are unknown below the water surface. So whereas when we are on the land side, you're able to discover, you're able to find out and have a much clearer view of things. What's beneath the water is quite often is a mystery. That's probably has prevented us from exploring the vastness of the resource-rich oceans and water bodies that we have. So I think what we look at technology to deliver is, when we're looking at the blue economy, is augment productivity. That's A. R is for repurposing our competencies and skills. Third is improving safety. Fourth is shrinking costs. And 5 is encouraging collaboration. So we talk about productivity in terms of improving the way trade happens, the way we can actually look at technologies to optimize our ship calling coming into ports. Mr. Rajesh talked about various kind of vessels which can actually improve movement between 2 different points and hence reduce the cost of logistics, for example. So we have a lot of initiatives under the Sagarmala program on reducing coastal movement, etc. So that's really about improving productivity of using water as a means of transportation, including the inland waterway initiative being done at the national level. The second is about competencies. A lot of new skills have to get developed. And as we are seeing from by Dr. Purnima, is about how we are using technologies, and which means we have got a lot of good engineering skills and talent in this country, but really how do we use technology to retrain our people to skill them for this new generation technologies which are required, be it hybrid energies, be it in terms of autonomous vehicles, vessels, etc. Safety is an important aspect, and not just safety of people, but also of flora and fauna, and also about the physical ecosystem as well. We've seen the way after the tsunami disaster, we've got this entire earthquake and early warning system along the Indian Ocean Rim, etc. So how do we improve safety for our coastal communities in times of disaster and even otherwise, including pollution control? So how can technology, sensors, intelligent buoys, etc. be used to bring in safety into the way we work and live in water? I've already talked about S for shrinking costs. I think that's probably a very well-known thing. I would not elaborate on that. A greater information flow using IoT, drones, underwater robotics, for example, doing hull inspections, for example, and also in terms of 3D printing, which I understand is being experimented in Europe to print propellers, etc. Can do things faster in terms of ship spares, in terms of underwater inspections, etc. and improve the cost or reduce the cost of exploration of the seabed. As I mentioned, what's below the water surface becomes a big question mark. So can we use technology to reduce the cost of exploration of mapping out a seabed and the rich resources, both on a flora and fauna perspective can offer, including research into preservation of the marine life and sustainability. Lastly, encouraging collaboration, information exchange between multiple agencies. On the commercial side, we talk about port community systems and smart ports because there are a number of agencies which are required in global trade. But also when we talk about industrialization, we talk about sea exploration, talk about flora and fauna, the collaboration which is required between coastal security, the Coast Guard, the naval, protecting the naval borders, as well as in terms of collaboration between universities and scientists as we develop new technologies to harness the power of the water, will require great collaboration. So how can technology platforms exchange information seamlessly, transparently, in a fairly authentic, quick manner can help improve the information exchange required of today's economy? I think when we talk about this framework, ARISE, Arise, it requires a strong institutional mechanism. And I think one of the suggestions, as I mentioned, is really about how do we bring industry, academia, government, and private sector together? One of my previous speakers from Fiji talked about the private sector involvement. We've seen research institutes like NIOT doing a lot more advanced research. We've heard about the Canadian supercluster, about TMA, so bringing clusters of companies together. So I think the institutional mechanism on the blue economy, and I'm very thankful for a forum like this can drive this collaboration further. But also, given that there are many initiatives happening on in terms of technology, say Startup India, Digital India, or Sagarmala, etc., how do we plug into these existing institutional mechanisms and leverage off it so that their paths to development can be expedited? So I think the institutional mechanism, and for that it probably requires a vision and a roadmap to say how do these different elements come together? How do we prioritize? I think one of our previous speakers spoke about the maritime vision. So I think incorporating the blue economy as part of it and seeing how we can leverage upon the existing institutional structure is probably another suggestion to expedite development. So I think to summarize, I just talk about ARISE as the framework to examine every technology and see does it meet any of these 4 or 5 purposes, and hence becomes useful for society at large or for business and commerce. And second is the institutional mechanism to evaluate research, development, and growth initiatives and drive them forward to its logical conclusion. So I think that's the 2 takeaways. Thank you so much, Dr. Sakhuja, and open to any questions.
Thank you, Samir, for this fascinating acronym. I think there is much to be taken from that, and each one of the alphabets, as a matter of fact, I should say, you created an alphabet curry for us, right? In that it's hot and it is going to be spicy, and there is a lot of, to take away. Each one of the alphabet has got a lot to offer, and certainly the technologies do fit in. I also liked your idea about institutional mechanism. I think that's where FICCI comes into place. This is the task force report is essentially to bring in a variety of stakeholders into it, the academia, the policy, the industry, whole lot of risk management companies, whole lot of things. I think they made a good start, and that should be, we should see that, how ARISE gets into, the FICCI's so-called lexicon also. All right.
Right.
Thank you very much. Fascinating. I'm sorry to have penalized you for 2 minutes, but then that was in a jest. That's it. All right. And enjoyed your presentation. We hope you can remain in touch with FICCI and share your ideas further for this evening.
Delighted to, Dr. Sakhuja.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm still running short of time, I have Mr. Martin Cowring, Head World Ocean Initiative, the Economist Group. We have a recorded message from him. So I'll ask the backend to kindly play that for us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I would like to thank FICCI for inviting me to speak at this highly relevant and interesting webinar on the blue economy, emerging sectors and new technologies. As you know, we are in the decade of change with the UN Decade for Ocean Science just commencing. 10 years left to meet the SDGs, the Biodiversity Convention, which is being negotiated this year, and hopefully there will also be lots of progress on climate change later on in the the Climate Change Conference COP26. The ocean and of course the blue economy will also play a crucial role in helping the world to return to prosperity after the pandemic. Industry 4.0 is such a crucial topic. The many technological opportunities and innovations that the 4th industrial revolution will bring are also crucial for the ocean economy. In fact, building a sustainable ocean economy during the 2020s will go hand in hand with Industry 4.0. At the Economist Group's World Ocean Initiative, we imagine an ocean with robust health, and a vital economy. Innovation is one of the 3 levers of change that we have identified to build a sustainable ocean economy. That's why I'm very excited to present our recent work on the Blue Data Revolution, how this can help to build a sustainable ocean economy. So just a little bit on the mission of the World Ocean Initiative. So, and then we will, and then I will just go into a little bit more on a report that we have done on the sustainable blue economy and how this relates to Industry 4.0 and how the data revolution will really help to, establish and help to build a sustainable blue economy. So just a little bit on the World Ocean Initiative. So we help organizations to navigate challenges and opportunities of building a sustainable ocean economy. We harness the Economist Group's key capabilities that includes the convening power. As you know, we organize a lot of conferences as well, such as the World Ocean Summit, which is actually going to happen in March, and we have one in Asia Pacific as well in December. Both, I mean, virtual, of course, this year, but hopefully when the pandemic is towards its end, then we'll also be able to have some physical events as well. We bring together the expertise in different communities, and we build these communities. And we also have the research and analytical skills through the Economist Intelligence Unit, for example. And we have the media reach and amplification capabilities of the Economist Group. And we bring all these together to support building a sustainable ocean economy in the World Ocean Initiative and really bringing business, policy, and civil society together. And here you can see the website to find out more about us. Next slide, please. So just in terms of what we have done recently that can really help, and here's just a little bit of the, the community that we reach, just a little bit of statistics here. So we have 10,000 monthly readers for the World Ocean Initiative website and lots of engagement, lots of very high level stakeholders. 86% of our audience is C-level, very senior level executives, and now we have a newsletter that goes to about 47,000 ocean stakeholders. So we have built this community around the ocean. Very excited about that. Next slide, please. So we have just released a report that is very relevant for this topic, the Sustainable Ocean Economy Report. It has 9 chapters. It looks at the biggest opportunities and challenges for building a sustainable ocean economy. It has insights from 38 blue economy experts. It includes the latest economic outlook for the key sectors. We look at seafood, we look at shipping, tourism, energy, and lots of cross-cutting themes. And of course, ocean data and technology and Industry 4.0 is one of those crucial cross-cutting themes that affect all of the ocean sectors. And we also look at, for example, at the opportunities for blue finance, to really finance some of these innovations and opportunities, and the ocean-climate relationship. So we also look in this report, just very briefly on at the blue recovery. The OECD had forecast the ocean economy to double in size by 2030. Of course, the coronavirus pandemic had a major impact on not just the ocean economy, but the global economy, of course. But there are lots of building back blue opportunities that we address in this report as well. Actually, 63% of our audience predict a sustainable green blue recovery, and lots of the plans to rebuild after the pandemic contain solutions that involve the ocean sector, such as renewable energy and also new financing instruments and so on. So there are lots of opportunities, and financing those opportunities is crucial. In our report, we highlight that 9 out of 10 investors are interested in blue finance, and it's all about moving beyond philanthropy and development aid, but really establishing more opportunities for redirecting capital away from socially and environmentally harmful activities. There is, of course, blue finance as a sector is increasingly important. It's really about attracting private finance to these emerging sectors. But at the moment, it's too small, and for some also too risky. And does it offer an attractive return? In our report, we address some of these challenges. Next slides, please. But really what's the topic of the webinar is about, and what is really important is harnessing the ocean data and tech opportunities. And the blue data revolution, that's how we called in our report, is all about bringing in these new technologies and interconnectedness of these different technologies, such as satellite imaging, remote sensors, big data, and artificial intelligence. As I mentioned, the UN Decade for Ocean Science has just started, so it's a really exciting opportunity. There are so many examples we highlight in our report for what is happening in the new decade in terms of, for example, ocean data collection. We have the Ocean Observatories Initiative that is bringing together different sensor systems, platforms, to measure the ocean's physical, chemical, geological, and biological properties, to really inform action on, for example, climate change, ecosystem variability, the carbon cycling, and these kind of things. There's, for example, Celidrone, that is a company that manufactures wind and solar power. It's kind of about autonomous sailing vehicles. Another company, Planet, for example, has deployed the world's largest constellation of satellites. It's collecting more than 250 million square kilometers of imagery. Then there is Context Labs, that they have immutably platforms that use machine learning to capture and measure data from 5 sectors. They create kind of a consolidated view of what is happening in the ocean, and they're working together to establish this marine data bank, which allows stakeholders to share data, analytics, and other digital tools to promote sustainable fisheries, for example, ocean health and coastal community resilience. So there are so many exciting applications that we discuss in our report. And one of those is in sustainable seafood. I mean, the ocean has such an enormous potential to provide more than 6 times more food than it does today. So overall, 2/3 of animal protein needed to feed future global populations. But we know that 1/3 of wild fisheries are overfished. So we really need to create opportunities, for example, in sustainable aquaculture, which could provide 2/3 of all the seafood for human consumption by 2030. There are, of course, lots of challenges with overfishing, IUU fishing, pollution from fishing equipment, human rights abuses, and so on. But Industry 4.0 and new innovations such as monitoring tech, novel fish feed, lab-grown seafood are all kind of great opportunities that are being developed to really marry the opportunities from Industry 4.0 to create a sustainable seafood system. So, for example, Pew Trusts, together with satellite applications, Catapult, have pioneered the Project Eyes on the Seas, which is all about combining satellite monitoring, artificial intelligence with imagery, fishing vessel data, oceanographic data to help authorities detect suspicious fishing activity. And they have just relaunched Ocean Mind to provide service to government, for example, and seafood buyers. There's also lots of AI applications. There's a Moroccan startup, for example, called Atlan Space that is twinning with drone technology to scan large areas of sea for illegal activities. So there are all kinds of applications of 4.0 for seafood, but also in shipping, and the energy transition in shipping is really crucial as well. I mean, there's the need to decarbonize the shipping fleet. There's currently no consensus over the kind of low carbon alternative fuels that need to be developed, but a lot of investment is required for new vessels, engines, onboard fuel storage, and really supporting a more sustainable fuel supply chain. There's lots of pressure from banks, such as through the Poseidon principles, and applying Industry 4.0 to decarbonization of shipping will be crucial as well. And we address that in our report. And I mentioned already the opportunities in ocean renewables, offshore wind, of course. We've recently released another report that is also very relevant on energy innovation, and it's also a great read to highlight some of the innovations that are happening to bring Industry 4.0 to the ocean economy. And there's, of course, other opportunities in tidal, wave, and so on, and actually combining some of these together. And Industry 4.0 is all about interconnectedness, and, for example, integrating these newer renewable energy technologies with green hydrogen manufacturing is also a very exciting opportunity. So again, energy is another area where the ocean and Industry 4.0 come together. Next slide, please. So we have an additional opportunity in other sectors as well. I mean, in addition to ocean renewables, we have opportunities as well when it comes to the tourism sector. So we have lots of mass tourism that is happening that is currently not very not very sustainable. But we do have opportunities, for example, to bring in some technological solutions, as well as, of course, better governance. We ask in our report whether ecotourism is really possible. We know that about 3/4 of holidaymakers want to have a more eco-friendly tourism experience. There are lots of opportunities to bring in new technology, to really bring in kind of practical tools to help businesses to truly measure and also reduce their footprint or the environmental cost of servicing tourists and the demand for these kind of tools. So there's, for example, monitoring tools, including conventional water quality monitoring. There are innovative examples as well of bringing some, kind of robotic technology into this space. There's, for example, the company Aquai, which is an ocean tech startup, which has developed a robotic fish that swims through waters, collecting information on the environment. So really helping some of these tourism providers to have a more sustainable, footprint. And marine plastic pollution is another area where industry and solutions can come together to help reduce environmental impact, but also new economic opportunities. We know that there is a lot of plastic pollution already in the ocean. By 2050, expectations are that there will be a larger tonnage of plastic than fish in the ocean. So there's really need for circular economy solutions, and Industry 4.0 solutions will be very important as part of this establishing a circular economy in terms of processing and manufacturing, but also collection of plastic waste. Next slide, please. And again, you can find all this information on our website, which is woi.economist.com/2030 to download the full report as well. And there's another opportunity for Industry 4.0 to come into the ocean space, and that's through helping to fix the climate crisis. The ocean stores around 1/3 of the world's carbon dioxide. There's, of course, lots of nature-based solutions already there. For example, kelp forests, mangroves, and so on. Coral reefs are also very important, for example, for protecting from climate risks. But there's also geoengineering opportunities that are increasingly important: limestone, marine clouds, ice generation, these kind of things, and bringing in Industry 4.0 to this space in terms of helping the ocean's capacity to help deal with the climate crisis will be really important as well. So to summarize, Industry 4.0 and the ocean economy are really closely linked, and this decade of change will really bring many of these opportunities to the fore. Of course, we highlighted some of these in terms of the data revolution, but there are so many applications for the ocean economy, including seafood, shipping decarbonization, energy, plastics, where Industry 4.0 new innovations, technologies come together to can really help to establish a sustainable ocean economy by 2030. So we'd like to thank you very much. And as you can see here, this is the website where you can download the report, where you can find out more information. And thanks again to Vicky and the organizers for having me. I'm very excited to be part of this conversation. Enjoy the rest of your conference and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Martin Köring. Excellent presentation. Blue data revolution, I think one of the key issues that he's touched on, and that is going to drive blue economy. I think that should resonate across participants as also amongst the organizers and everyone to say that it's going to be data-driven blue economy and we have to invest in it. Now, may I invite Mr. Sudhir Dembi, Head Marketing Digital Plant, Edge Control Industry Business, Schneider Electric. Sudhir, you have a difficult task. You have less time. I know, but I'm very sure that you'll be able to compress your presentation a little so that we can have some little time, whatever is available by the organizers.
Sure, I will try.
Yeah, over to you. Without further ado, over to you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Vicky, for inviting me for this prestigious seminar. So I will be talking more about the technology side, what Schneider does and how it helps the the blue economy part and what we do in that market, and what we have done, and what we are bringing to the table to get the set to achieve the sustainability goals what the enterprises have in this space. So bit about Schneider. Can you go to next slide? Well, Schneider is a 26 billion company, and we have 137,000 people with us. And recently, we have taken over L&T Electrical and Automation as a business unit. So we are one of the biggest electrical automation company in India as well. Our core businesses are basically electricity, energy management and automation, basically electricity monitoring, I would say that's a key business, and the automation part. And overall, we are scattered across the board. We are present in every country in the world roughly, and a well structured global presence, I would say. Next slide. This is our solutions, what we have a portfolios, whether it is for automation side, the industrial, what we talk about as a parlance, everyone talks about today of edge control, data analytics, and the visualization tools. We have that from industrial automation field to bring in the process efficiency, and we have from energy management, that is we have switchgears, we have SCADA systems for them, we have a power management systems out there, what we bring the energy efficiency. And both the systems are cloud as well as the in-premise basis. That's what we provide. Overall, when it comes to enterprise, can you go to next slide? When it comes to enterprise, we cover every aspects for the enterprise, that is from design, operate, maintain, secure and safety parts we cover, as well as we cover the upgradation process, which is also we talk about in a bigger way, how we can easily upgrade the systems, how much we can utilize the earlier ones. That's what we bring to the table, and also utilize most of the life of the equipment. That is, we believe in having an optimized operations as well, and bringing the technologies to the fold. Go to the next slide. This is the typical structure, what we bring to the table and what it covers, the across the board things. And we talk about data analytics, we talk about AI, ML, we talk about remote connectivity. The major part is the infrastructure ready in the industry for that. A lot of there are old technologies which don't bring the data at the ground, like does my motor really work out there? Does it bring to you to the IoT level or not? That is what we cover here. And we give a lot of availability or transparency to the last point of this network. That is, we are talking about having access to the sensors right up to the cloud. We are talking about having access data of the breakers at the cloud without giving any jitters on the cyber security part. So that is what transparency we talk about. And what we cover across the board is fisheries. We do maritime systems. We do offshore platforms where the safety systems comes in there, and we are talking about safety standards which are certified by us, where the equipment comes with the safety certifications. So we also bring in for certain things for wind power, where you don't have a connectivity. Last mile connectivity is not enabled, or you have an intermittent connection on the network. You should not lose any data. So we bring in the wireless connectivity in the picture, where the product in itself can store the data and give you right time synchronized data at the point of connectivity. So you don't lose out any event out there, so that the consistency of data is maintained and you can take the right decisions to support your system. That is what we bring to the table. And on the part of, since now we have a lot of data to be enabled with the IoT functions enabled at the sensor level, it needs a lot of repository at the top, and the sizing of the servers is taking a toll. We bring in something like what we call historian to the table, and which concises the data much lesser than the traditional SQL databases. So it is at least 10 times the compression ratio we bring, higher than that. So we have two companies we have taken over. One was Aviva, Wonderware system platform, with the historian of their own, and of late we have also taken over OSI Pi, who is a market leader in the historization processes, and which brings a lot of data tools out there and to us, and give you a lot of functionality where you can use your tools of analytical tools further out there to analyze the data. Go to next slide. Now coming at the top layer, I will be touching the top layer shortly, and then I will go to the bigger, what we see a gap on the industry 4.0 on the standard connected products. So what we bring to the table is a huge portfolio where we cover from the CapEx to OpEx, the systems. So we go from design engineering operations to the performance levels, and this is all seamlessly done, and you can bring a lot of value add to the things, which gives you to the digital twin part of it. So I will just come with one example out there, what we are doing for shipping part, which will be there. And that is extrapolated to other industries as well. It could be oil and gas, it could be automotive, or it can be for the food and beverage industry as well. So just giving an example, since it is a blue economy forum, so just talk about what we can do on the digital twin part, and giving it seamless transition of data points, and how to maintain what are the parameters coming up, and how we can do better on the existing systems. Can you go to next? This is we are doing a lot of jobs in the naval field, and we are involved in design engineering tools out there. We also give manufacturing systems out there, manufacturing processes also covered. We have a planning scheduling for that. That is integrated with the procurement processes out there. And this is all done digitally, even stocking out there. If you have anything happening wrong in the planning and you have changed certain data points, it is automatically, seamlessly enabled out there in the stocking process as well as the procurement process. And that is updated, is seamlessly done. And on the control side, we have system platforms out there which can integrate with any of the systems in the world. And we interface all the major controls out there into the system, even up to the building management systems part. So this all is done, and on this is historized, and we can put analytical engine, and this all can be monitored out there and give you a typical solutions for your system out there if in case any problems are coming up. This is what we call a sort of a digital twin for a ship out there, and you know very well what can happen at any point. You are monitoring the ship anytime, and we bring the remote technologies to it to bring it to the real life values or what you can get for the enterprises. Go to next. Now this is the typically what we are doing. This is we have all the ships connected together out there. They are there with the VSAT or satellite communication systems, what normally ships use for them. We have a 3D modeled view for the shipbuilder out there, which you can see, and he can see also with the right sensors at this one, he can see real wear and tear of the systems. And if you see, majority of the problems happen in the hull side out here, and you can really very well know how much stress has come out and what we need to do. And since the 3D modeling gets in a bigger way, and we can do early ordering of the system when the ship logs in, before the ship logs in at the ports out there, looking at the data points and tell the people that you need to, this is the one of the things what you can repair. This is all collated with this production earlier design parts what we had, and all that can be done, and you can collate what has happened and why it does not happen. Other ships also can be seen. Somebody might have driven better, or somebody might have got impacted due to the weather conditions and the sea fold. We also bring in AR, VR technologies out there, haloing glass technologies out there onto the system, where you can do a remote maintenance part, remote support. You know very well that we cannot have every expert out there, and you can go to that part. You can really get the support to the teams. Can you go to next part? This is what we do out here, and if you've got problems out there, the network, we can have AR, VR technology out there with which you can connect with a video assistant call out there, which can be done with an independent network. It is cyber secured systems, which can be done and which we do for the different enterprises. This is a big thing happening at the even this AR/VR technology we are using in the discrete manufacturing as well in the process industries. We are using this. Next. Now all of this is being discussed, and biggest challenge is we talk about, is the system cyber secured? How you're making ensuring? Well, cyber security, when we talk about, is a work in progress always. It's basically you will have one threat one year, and after 6 months you will have another threat, or after 3 months somebody else will have another threat out there coming out. So what we bring to the table is continuous monitoring of the system. This is one of the services what we offer, and we can detect the changes. We can do the query of matching tickets, and we can approve the matches of any intrusion happening. We will be controlling it up out there. We have specialized systems out there, and our systems are also cyber security enabled up to they are certified as per ISA norms out there, and that's what we bring to the table. Whatever the connected devices what we have, or the edge control. So that's what we bring on the cyber security part, to bring to really to cover the gaps what we have on when we deploy Industry 4.0 solutions at the factory floor, or any of the enterprises, or in the ships, or anywhere. Go to next. Now with this, this slide is not coming. It had a lot of animations. Sorry for that. What we see on this whole thing is we see a major IT OT conversions. Today, everybody is talking about IoT, or Internet of the Things, or IoT, or Industry Internet of the Things. We are seeing major acceleration happening out there, and it will continue out there. And major part of acceleration has happened to the mobile technologies what we bring to the table, and it is going to continue on that. With this whole thing, what has happened out there, we see a big convergence of IT and OT out there, and we see really the next generation of the things should change, and if we don't change, somebody else will change it. So we see IT coming into the OT side, and OT going to the IT side. So the companies will be having those things happening. A lot of things is happening from our side, also picking up IT companies. Similarly, our competitors are picking up the IT companies who come with a niche products out there which they feel are right for them. And so one of the reasons for us buying out the IT companies like Wonderware or Invensys, or for that matter OSI Pi, was this one, and what we see will happening out there. So with this, what we found was there are two parts which were coming out. One was we need to integrate energy plus process together now. We cannot talk about electrical separately and process part or instrumentation separately. So today is ever-going convergence time what we have in the marketplace. We need to have now talk about energy plus automation combined together to bring you a next level of optimization, since you need to know really how much power is being consumed by specific device, and whether it's doing at the optimum level, not only at the process side of it. So that's what we are talking about. And this is one part. And second is now with this, we see a lot of things, a lot of controllers come into the picture out there. Can we go to the next slide? So when we talk about a lot of controllers, lot of controllers out there coming in, and but are we utilizing them? You have a PC out there, and which is doing the job, which has a processing power which is much more doing the graphical visualization or some extra data analytics, but it can do a lot of things more out there. Or the edge control device, which we say it is a 24/7, it is a runtime systems out there. It cannot have any breakdowns. We should be industry rugged. And are we really using this this whole thing in a right way? Are we really going to the total edge? Is there technological limitations? And that is what we see as a major thing which will happen in the next phase. Another part, what we see is today I can get many people in the market who know IT technologies. We have a great great pool of IT specialists in India. But similarly, when I talk about OT specialists, we really struggle with it. So bringing that whole thing together, we believe that next generation of edge control should be based on big time on the IT side, while continuing with the existing OT ways of working. And today, we see even kids knowing what we say, they're trained on the computer classes, which we used to have our engineering days out there. And today, 8th class guy is doing a Python programming, and which was novelty at our time when we were doing engineering as a C++, learning C or C++. Well, that's what has changed, and everybody would like to have IT-enabled system. That's what we want to bring to the table out here, and do a change out there, and you don't have a brain drain is minimized out there. That's a workforce brain drain which is minimized out here. Go to next slide. So bringing that whole thing, we are trying to build up something like plug and produce automation systems. Today, if you look at a mobile of yours, you're getting an app for everything what you need for whether you are going for a TV viewing or what we say a stream on Netflix. That is your whole media which has come onto your table. You have a Facebook to connect with the people. You have WhatsApp, and that whole thing has changed. And that's what we want to bring to that kind of structure to our operation systems out there at the edge control. We talk about having an interoperable system. If I have done somewhere what we say a windmill out there, I should be able to port the same logic to the next level out there with the enhancements out there without looking at who the vendor is. That's what we're talking about, interoperability. What we're talking about modeling out there, simple out there, make the whole system application centric. And that is in the way we are talking about decoupling the hardware and the software piece for the edge control layer.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Sudhir. Could you just wrap it up, please? You're now
I'm
almost
there just
1 hour behind schedule now.
Yeah, I know. Just give me
Not because of you, but then it is cascaded itself. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
So kindly, if you can.
I'm just moving. Just hold on. I'm through roughly. I have 2 slides and then there's a video, which is of 2 minutes.
Thank
Can
you.
you go to next slide?
Much.
So we are talking about IEC 61499 standards, and which is going to be a big change out there, the way we do the systems at the ground level. Go to next. So what we bring to the table is next generation operation systems out there, which will have an IT enabled system, which can do AI ML on its own. So I would like the people to go to the video what we have shared after this, and just they can click on the video.
EcoStruxure Automation Expert can help your business achieve step change improvements in asset and workforce efficiency and minimize unplanned downtime. With easy integration of digital twin, machine learning, and other advanced information technologies. In this example, the engineer is adding a predictive maintenance application and links it to IEC 61499 code, and then deploys the application to the edge computer. And here the engineer is adding an interface for a predictive maintenance system, and then trains the machine learning model. Now the predictive maintenance system is online, and the plant manager can check the production health status on the system's live dashboard. Using the EcoStruxure Automation Expert Topology Manager to view the system status, a problem with one of the devices is quickly noticed. And with the help of the augmented reality technology of EcoStruxure Augmented Operator Advisor, the maintenance engineer locates the problem on the production line and uses the EcoStruxure Automation Expert HMI to implement a fix and get the production line up and running again. With EcoStruxure Automation Expert, IT and OT worlds converge, so you can keep up with the speed of doing business in the digital age. Are you ready for 100% effectiveness?
Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhir. I think you've taken us to a new level altogether. We were still on the stage of digital twinning, but I think we've gone beyond. You talked about the IoT. I think we are into a new world called maybe Internet of Everything. IoET may come in. And we believe that, another 15, 20 years from now, we would have reached a stage called singularity, maritime or a naval singularity, in which what you said in it was the end of your presentation, when AI and ML do their task all by themselves. But then there are issues of ethics coming in. Are we going to just allow the industry 4.0 to just run away with everything? But what you shared with us, I think that's the future. The maritime world is heading in that direction. And Schneider's contribution, I think, is very, very noteworthy. Thank you very much for this rich presentation. There are lots of keywords I took out from your presentation, and I hope to put them into my academic research. Thank you very much. And I'm sure others too have learned a lot about the future of how the whole system is going to work in terms of the maritime and the naval domain. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. We are behind schedule by 40 minutes, but then I guess the presentation was so very absorbing, and we've learned, I guess, lots of things out of this. And I now hand over the screen and the conduct of this proceedings to the organizers. And may I ask the participants to kindly come on the screen for that photo shoot, digital photo shoot. Photos were digital, but now photo shoot is also getting digital. So kindly switch on your cameras and join us, please. And maybe a smile would be good. We are not into a grumpy time. That should cheer us up, having learned a lot of things from this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, panelists. You've been a great support. Sorry to have pushed you hard. Crunching, as Mr. Sudhir said, crunch yourself, crunch your data. And I think we did that. And it's been a rewarding, lots of takeaways. Let's stay in touch. And I think Vicky, our organization, and other organizers who will be in touch with you for this. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. We now move to the session 2 of today's program, Marine Litter, Plastic Pollution, Sub-regional and Regional Level Initiatives. This will be chaired by Professor V.N. Attri, who's an esteemed member of the FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy and an erstwhile chair of the Indian Ocean Studies at the Indian Ocean Rim Association in Mauritius. Before I hand over the control to Professor Attri, I'd like to say a few words about the session and the parameters for discussion. We are basically looking at how marine litter and pollution has become a huge global challenge that is ingrained in unsustainable production and consumption patterns and poor solid waste management and lack of infrastructure, lack of adequate legal and policy frameworks, as well as poor enforcement, including on inter-regional cross-border trade of plastic waste and lack of financial resources to combat this problem. The component of marine litter and global marine pollution is one of the most important aspects under the marine ecological environment, which not only affects the health of the oceans, but also affects the coastal areas, tourism industry, and lives and livelihoods of all those dependent upon the oceans, people who are living along the coastline. And ultimately, it causes an adverse impact upon the sustainability mantra of blue economy. So now I hand over to Professor Attri and request him to chair the session, please. Professor Attri, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sukanya. And let me begin by my few remarks, and then after my presentation, which I will be curtailing because of the lack of time, then I'll be inviting the eminent speakers in this panel on the issues related with marine spatial planning, seafood and aquaculture, microplastic role of enterprises for cooperative governance of microplastic, role of satellite enabled tracking and autonomous cleaning up system as to address the issues of marine pollution. So we have been listening the role of technology in economy, or what we call blue economy. One thing basically before coming to my presentation, which is basically based on the issue of marine litter in Indian Ocean region. And this is basically, I'll be going over the concept note which I prepared as chair in Indian Ocean Studies for all IORA countries. And this concept note on marine litter has been approved by all the member states, 23 member states of IORA. So I will be reading the relevant material from that concept note to apprise you what are the issues involved in the marine litter, plastic pollution, and how serious is the this problem for the healthy ocean and for the you see benefit of the extracting benefit from the ocean economy. Because if you want to take advantage of the blue economy, the health ocean kept intact. So that is basically one thing which I want to share with you. The first thing which I just want to make a comment, that the time has come to see blue economy as a new economy. That is basically, when I call this blue economy as a new economy, it means it is an intersection between blue economy, circular economy, as well as newly emerging bioeconomy. So this type of intersection between the blue economy and circular economy, as well as in bioeconomy, I have been recommending in IORA, and now all over the world, the people are talking about it, international organizations are talking about it, and that is one thing. The second point is that now we are well aware about the smart cities. Now the time has come to create blue cities. And the concept of blue city centers around the inclusion of innovative entrepreneurship in collaboration with government and other stakeholder, private sector, as well as the civil society. The third thing is basically, which is important, is a question how to come in line with exponential and extracting growth, which basically have been the crux of the economic system. So now we need to change that system in order to make a balance between the planet and the people. So that is basically the another issue. Then when we come to the another issue is that how do we see the future after pandemic and what lessons we have learned. And there, my presumption is that blue economy, what you call the ocean economy or the new economy, that has an answer to take us to the path of recovery. Of course, there we have to be very particular about the human health. So the issue is the relationship between the nature and the man. And then another thing is the blue economy also means a different economical market. The basic need is basically to take care of what is known as the products which are available, and in that basically we have to focus on the localization, because blue economy is the empowerment of the local community, and that comes very close to what our Prime Minister Narendra Modi says, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So in that way, new insights from the most innovative projects needs to be investigated. Another thing is basically we try to understand the way nature works, essentially inspired by collaboration instead of competition. And here I would like to make a comment, reference to what we call the red ocean management techniques versus blue management strategy, which has been emphasized long back in 2005. The time has come to talk about these red ocean strategy versus blue ocean strategy. And if we choose the blue ocean strategy, management strategy, that basically we are focusing on we are focusing on not on the competition, but collaboration type of thing. And there are some principles of the red ocean strategy as well as the blue ocean strategy, which I won't be talking much. Then another thing which is very important, that is the rethinking innovation for sustainable blue economy. Now, the academicians, scientists all over the world have come to the conclusion that basically we have to preserve the marine ecosystem. And this marine ecosystem is at the heart of almost all the global challenges, whether it is related with food, whether it is related with medicine, new source of clean energy, whatever climate regulations, job creations, as well as inclusive growth. So there needs to be 4 factors which we must focus on. One is the perceptive on technological innovation across marine and maritime sectors, innovation in pipelines. Then evidence suggests that with the help of innovation, the development of economic activity in the ocean and sustainability can go hand in hand with one another. The third is to investigate the emergence of new forms of collaboration in the ocean economy among research communities in public sector as well as private sector, and to hold a diverse range of private sector stakeholders and the insight new approaches to measuring the ocean economy using these satellite accounts. So the issue of measurement of the blue economy is also central. And as we have been listening the eminent speakers in the first session, the technology is there to help us. Here, I can make a reference to the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs expert group meeting, which I attended in April 2018 on the issues of accelerated technological change. So here, rightly emphasized by the speakers already spoken in the webinar, that technologies are there to help us, but the greater issue, which I'm talking in reference to the Indian Ocean region, that basically most of the developing countries, LDCs, SIDS, they don't have access to the technologies. The question of transfer of technology is very important. And how to do that transfer of technology? That is a big issue, and we have to find the innovative ways. One important thing which I would suggest with the experience of the IORA countries, that in IORA countries, or for that purpose, in all the states all over the world, and LDCs and emerging countries, whether it is in Latin America, whether it is in Africa, or in other continent of the world, what we need, that is the focus in future should be on analytical studies. We have to analyze the relationship between the ocean economy, the blue economy, or the climate change. Moreover, we have to emphasize the fact that the sustainability, being the core principle of ocean economy, is also applicable to the land economy. Because if we come to the plastic pollution issue, that is the plastic pollution of the world, seas and ocean. So there basically we know that it is one of the important challenge which globally all countries are facing. And by 2050, plastic in ocean will be outweigh fish, predicts a particular report which has been prepared by Ellen MacArthur Foundation in partnership with the World Economic Forum. The ocean will weigh at least 937 million ton plastic, and the fishes will be 95 million tons of fish by 2050. So plastic pollution was first notification of the ocean by scientists carrying out plankton studies in late 60s or in early 70s. And here I can make a reference that regarding plastic pollution in a novel about 150 years ago, in 1870, Julius Verne described the accumulation of debris in the convergence zone of the North Atlantic Ocean in his famous novel entitled 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And after that, all scientific explorations and investigations confirmed that there is a serious issues of plastic pollution, which leads to adversely affect the human health. Then basically, I may make a reference then in some of the studies made by the World Bank and other UN institutions, it has been emphasized that we need to curtail the plastic pollution, and that plastic pollution basically can be curtailed by the use of technologies, that is the artificial intelligence and all that. And in a conference which was there in February 2019 on disaster risk management in India, so there basically I mentioned that the artificial technologies, accelerated technologies, artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, etc., can be better suited to its application to the marine pollution or the plastic pollution. So basically, the concept paper which I prepared that talks about the awareness about the marine debris and its harmful economic impacts. And it began as early in 90s when some of the regional groupings started discussing the issue of ministerial meetings, and APEC in 90, SACEP 2005, ASEAN 2019, UNEP 2009, and then basically there have been a Ocean Conservancy International Coastal Cleanup 2017, the World Bank 2018. So these are some of the studies which basically talk about the plastic pollution, marine litter impact. And it is also a admitted fact that it affects the economies, ecosystems, animal welfare, as well as human health worldwide. And it is also known that 80% of the marine litter, also known as marine debris, originates from land-based sources. And the remaining 20% comes from sea-based sources. So every year, millions and millions of tons of litter end up in the ocean worldwide, posing environmental, economic, health, and other type of problems. So in that case, basically, we have to identify the sources of marine litter, whether it is IORA, whether it is, SACEP, whether it is other regional groupings. Then basically there are adverse effects of economic impacts of marine litters, which we need to take into account. Then basically we need to know the extent and size of the marine litter problem, which basically is very huge. And in that case, it has been surveyed that there have been a lot of samples. In all the samples, the microplastic is a very important issue, and that microplastic basically is entering into the fishes and all that, and that basically adversely affecting the human health. And then basically another thing which is very important, as I said in the beginning also, that circular economy and the marine litter in Indian Ocean region, they are well connected, and it is suggested that the IORA member states may apply innovative circular economy packages to reduce at least 50% of the marine litter by the year 2025. Then basically, I can also make a reference to marine litter at global level and IORA level, but I will be avoiding the details because of the paucity of the time. But basically, there are certain reports which I would like to highlight. According to the Marine Litter, a Global Challenge Regional, published in United Nations Environmental Program in 2009, no data or reference on the sources, causes, quantities, and distribution of marine litter at the regional level in East Asian seas region have been identified. So that there is a lack of data compilation. So to have a reliable data and consistent data is one of the issue of the blue economy. If we don't have the data, we cannot do the analytic studies. Then I can make a reference to the sincere effort made by the government of Kenya. And in that way, the ban on the use of manufactures or importation of plastic bags in 2018, the ban on single-use plastic in beaches, national parks, forest, and conservation, and other things basically. Then basically, there is a reference to the World Bank study, and then the SACP, basically 2007 report also talks about the issues are related with the marine or plastic pollution and the step undertaken by the governments in to curb the plastic pollution and all that. So in that way, basically, coming back to the IORA and marine litter, IORA Action Plan 2017 and 21 talks about the marine pollution in its working group meeting on blue economy held on 5th and 6th December 2019 in Mauritius. So basically, all these efforts made by IORA try to tell us that basically, as it was mentioned in one of the communique, that member states are encouraged to create awareness campaign with regard to plastic pollution, including among fishermen, to stop single-use plastic. IORA member states to develop coastal water quality programs, member states to explore joint efforts to have regional mechanisms to combat marine plastic, member states to explore the use of technology to reduce marine plastic. And then basically Australia has been making effort to extend its existing global plastic pollution survey to other member states of IORA. And member states express interest in participating in the global plastic pollution survey. So these are some of the things. And then basically lately also, IORA is very much committed to the problem of plastic pollution. And the objectives basically of all these programs have been to reduce the amount of marine litter from land-based, rivers, seas-based sources. And second objective have been to monitor and quantify the contribution of land-based, river, sea-based sources of marine litter, remove and recycle marine litter found in land, rivers, seas, and basins in the Indian Ocean is an environmentally sound and resource-efficient way. Develop circular economy-based business models in IOR to ensure resource efficiency and environment-friendly technologies. And develop research in creating or finding new material for replacing plastic in daily uses. So these basically, and then basically we do talk about the future agenda in marine litter research, which centers around, I will be just focusing 2-3 points, the evaluation of the sources of identification of standardization, protocols for debris deduction, sampling, and extraction. Then basically to fully comprehend ecological impacts on marine organisms and ecology of microbial and marine life in environmental attached by litter using the so-called omics. So these are some of the areas which can be emphasized. And then basically the concept paper propose the pathways for controlling the marine litters in Indian Ocean region. And there have been 10 or 11 pathways. The prominent are basically that involving IORA future action plan on the pattern of ASEAN, APEC, and other regional economic groupings in developing and implementing at IORA action plan, building from the various Blue Economy Ministerial Conference, as well as from the recent work of the Working Group on Blue Economy. Then to undertake regional studies to assess economic impacts related to plastic pollution in the IORA region and disaggregated analysis across countries. Another is to create a regional architecture to find optimum solutions for marine litter through applications of economic instruments as well as incentives mechanisms, as well as downstream through technology and innovation. So basically technology and innovation, or what I can say the science, technology, innovation, that should be a prominent factor in fighting plastic or marine pollution in IORA, and not only in IORA, in all other states and other developing countries. And that is the crux that science can do a lot. To implement national initiative of IORA member states, such as India's Clean Ganga program to control litter and build a sustainable environment, to include the role of non-state and commercial stakeholders to contribute to awareness building on marine litter or debris, and to harness technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, etc. For instance, for monitoring fishing gear use, disposable, and all that. So these are some of the issues basically which are covered in this concept note on marine litter. And lately, basically, let me say, and then I will be just concluding, because I just want to hear the eminent speakers who are there to express their views on the issues related to the plastic pollution and all that. Basically, since 2016, FICCI has done a wonderful job in bringing out 2 reports on blue economy, and I have been the member of all the task forces on the blue economy. Now, I think in future, what we should do, that is, we should try to explore the understanding of marinization, technology transition through collaborations, market competition and economies of scale, certification of fisheries and aquaculture, etc., so that the use of technology can be increased in solving the problems related with the ocean economy, and so that the sustainability principle can be implemented. So sustainability basically is a multifaceted concept. So we have to understand 7 or 8 aspects of the sustainability, which type of sustainability we want. And that varies from country to country, that varies from region to region, that varies from class to class. But basically, since we know that blue economy focuses on what we call inclusive growth and decent growth, so that is the purpose, and also the empowerment of the local people, empowerment of our youth, and especially empowerment of the women. So in that way, all these things, all the nice objectives of the blue economy, and basically, I have been telling all the time to the audience that blue economy is a new paradigm shift. Paradigm shift basically takes almost 20 years. If I take you back, in 1966, Kenneth Boulding basically wrote an article, and that basically started something about the environment. And then after 20 years, around, 1987, there is a Burden Commission report, and then there is a series of, seminars or courses on the sustainable development. So the sustainable development, which is one of the objectives of IORA, is also the objective of the ocean economy or the blue economy, but that sustainability needs to be well defined. And now we are living in an era where the technological changes are immediate. So if we talk about in economic terms, the future of the growth basically depends upon technology, which in the older model has been assumed technology as static, you see. So in that context, all these things basically needs to be thought over. And now basically, I will be making some of my observation after listening the presentation from the speakers and closing my brief presentation on the marine litter and in reference to IORA. Now I would like to invite the speakers, and the first speaker is Mr. Eric Langeland, Managing Director of NOC CSA from Norway. So the floor is yours, Mr. Eric.
Thanks a lot. Can you see me and hear me as well?
Yes.
Okay. I was under the impression that you should run my presentation. Is that a mistake? Thank you. Okay. Hello, my name is Eric Langeland, and I'm the Managing Director of Norska Clean Oceans. And thanks a lot for this opportunity to present myself and my organization. Norska Clean Ocean is an innovation business cluster founded in 2020 and has more than 30 member organizations, technology developers, universities and research institutes, advisors, and national agencies. Norska Clean Oceans is developed from the organization Norwegian Oil Spill Control Association, which probably explains our heritage, where the members have cooperated about sales and marketing of Norwegian oil spill control technology since 1993. As a business cluster, our focus is broadened to incorporate unwanted effects from algae and also marine litter like ocean plastic. I have called my presentation Marine Pollution Innovations That Matter, and my purpose here today is to give you a brief overview of our way of working, that we work purposefully and systematically towards finding solutions to marine pollution challenges, and that we try for a holistic system solution approach when doing so. Next slide, please. An innovation cluster is a sort of an umbrella organization, tried and tested, partly funded and strongly supported by Norwegian authorities through more than 20 years. The model has been improved over time, but the general idea is that if you manage to gather resources mentioned in the model, concentrating on a common area of interest, you have a good basis for starting and running dedicated innovation and development. The resources should represent established companies with their muscles, public agencies with their agendas and mandates, universities and research institutes with their focus on new knowledge, and startups with their ability to come up with new solutions. And if you manage to add risk capital into this mix, you have a very good foundation for innovation. In our case, the area of interest is marine pollution, and we focus on, as I said, oil spill, algae, and ocean plastic. Next slide, please. Just a quick glance at our member map. As you can see, although we are a young cluster, we have many mature members, mainly technology developers of oil spill control technology, because they were already members of Norska traditionally. Through our first year, however, we saw the member base increase mainly within universities and research institutes and startups, because our area of interest is a very hot topic, fortunately. This gives us a better resource base for starting and driving innovation projects. In general, I would say that the main challenge we face together with other Norwegian innovation clusters is the lack of risk capital. I'm assuming that this is a familiar situation also for some of the other speakers. Next slide, please. So here is our value chain. It's valid for all the challenges we focus on: oil spill, unwanted effects from algae, and marine pollution, ocean plastic. We also call it our knowledge chain because the algae and plastic areas are new to us. And if we get wiser within one part of the chain, this will impact the other parts. When addressing a challenge, we always try to work according to this chain, including researchers and scientists, engineers, and marketing perspectives in the process. The engineers among us, they always claim that they can solve anything, but we need input from researchers to know whether the idea can be solved in a sustainable way and to ensure that the end result make more good than harm. And also we need to ensure that the solution has a certain commercial potential because as we have private companies as part of the cluster, they are not able to throw money into projects that does not have a certain commercial potential. When it comes to detection, that's all about knowledge and technology like satellites, radars, LIDARs, and sensors, and so on. And we see this area as a potential value area of its own because detection is also basis for early warning systems and movement predictions, which is central to knowing where a find is moving towards the ocean, through the ocean. Next is classification, which is about knowledge and technology like laboratories, sensors, analysis, and so on. And this is important to determine what the find is all about because oil is not oil, algae is not algae, and plastic is not plastic. Also, we see a possible demand for analysis telling authorities where the pollution comes from within classification, because this knowledge can enable authorities to hold polluters accountable, which is very interesting. Classification also tells us the tools we need in order to use or develop to clean up the find. And this can be vessels, booms, pumps, skimmers, autonomous technology, and so on. And finally, in our chain, disposal or recycling. This is knowledge and technology related to what we can do with the find. Can this find, whether it's oil, algae, or plastic, be a resource into new value chains? Methods for oil already exists, of course, but we need to know more about how to reuse algae and ocean plastic as resources. So this is also something we work with. Next slide, please. Very quickly, the gap we aim to cover. Our cluster aims to find its place between organizations working with prevention and organizations working with cleaning on land. But we are, of course, all in this together and need to exchange knowledge and data for the higher purpose of reducing marine pollution. Next slide, please. Yes, our ambition as a cluster on behalf of the members are quite high. We want to assume a world-leading position when it comes to control and prevention of marine pollution within our interest fields. And for the members, we need to be an area where they cooperate to develop relevant technology, services, value chains, and markets, giving them a competitive and adaptational power that they can't create on their own. However, if you change the slides, you will see that what both my board and I have focused on from day one. The next slide, please. The value in facilitating actual development projects where the members with different knowledge and technology cooperate in order to come up with holistic system solutions. The proof, as they say, is in the pudding, and this is what the cluster is mainly about. Next slide, please. Our first year, we have established working groups within the interest fields, containing members from all the knowledge fields, research, technology, and so on, working with the different areas. Within oil, we focus on standardization of equipment and Arctic solutions. And within algae and plastic, we work with early warning, cleanup solutions, and disposal solutions. We also established a test center for cleanup technology in the middle of Bergen, which is the second largest city in Norway, close to the waterfront, where we are working with both high-tech and low-tech solutions, And we have started market analysis, both in Norway and Asian countries, in order to find out where is their willingness to join in or pay for possible solutions. And in the search for new knowledge, we've also engaged ourselves in the microplastic problem, because today's macroplastic is tomorrow's microplastic. So I'm also a board member of the newly founded North Atlantic Microplastic Center, which gives us a lot of pointers to what tomorrow's technology development will be all about. Next slide, please. I'm approaching the end of my brief presentation, just to show you what we've done in the pilot project. In the bottom of the fjord in Bergen, there is a huge project where they dispose rocks from tunnel production, containing a lot of silt and plastic fuses. Huge amount of plastic fuses. You wouldn't believe the amount. And in order to contain both silt and plastic, they have put out oil booms and silt curtains. And you can clearly see the difference in water quality between the two areas. Now, the silt and the plastic needs to be contained within this pool, and the plastic needs to be gathered. So this is what we have been focused on in our pilot project. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide, please. Using the test center to test the effect of the standard oil booms and curtains placed out as a barrier. Sorry, thank you. As a barrier, gathering the knowledge needed to make solutions specifically fit for the construction purpose, because oil equipment may work for a while, but it's not specifically tailored to the purpose in terms of sustainability and the ability to work over time. We've also tested stationary skimmers to see whether they can help gather plastic that runs with the current in an efficient way and with uplifting results. However, it's also a matter of scalability. And we've analyzed the plastic fuses in order from a recycling perspective. And in this, we also started gathering info needed to develop autonomous cleanup vessels, including functions that are also demanded by construction companies. And this, the thing here is that we have focused on a specific problem, but we try to make solutions that can be easily adapted to other areas as well. So if we have a fit for purpose barrier solution and cleanup solution, this can be easily adapted to other areas like rivers, harbors, and so on. Next slide, please. Here are some of the things we've been working on in the project. Autonomous vessels, prototypes, patrolling the area outside the boom, and also similar solutions, cleaning up and patrolling the area inside the boom. But it's not only a high-tech solution, an expensive solution. We also work with a quite low-tech solution, like this trawl to the right, for instance, which is very easily, it's made of a cheap generic material, and it can, for instance, be towed behind a robot. So there's an entire spectrum. We are not necessarily indulging in the high-tech solution, which is important, I think, because there is not an ability to pay the price necessary in all parts of the world. Should we only focus on the high-tech solutions? So my final slide, please. This was a brief overview. Next slide, please. Thank you. Brief overview of how we work in Norska Clean Oceans and what we work with. I'll leave you with my contact info, and if you're interested in knowing more, please feel free to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. Your presentation basically talking about what your cluster is doing is a combination of the innovative technologies, and basically you suggested the ways which are highly relevant for the developing economies, states, and all that. And I think way in the developing world looking forward, because Norway is a pioneer in the ocean technologies, and creating the ocean technology network is one of the requirement which we need in IORA. And I hope that in future, Norway will be collaborating with the IORA countries, with the Indian Ocean countries, and trying to tell the people how the technologies can help in solving the problem. That is why you see, basically, I consider that there is a great hope in blue economy to solve the contemporary economic problems. Thank you very much. Now, I invite the next speaker, that is Mr. Siddharth, the founder CEO of Kabliwala's Connect. Mr. Siddharth, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me. It's been a fascinating discussion. So my work, the work that I do is very much in the waste management space. So I'm well-versed in the circular economy discussion and the debates around that. This is the first time I'm participating in a blue economy, but I see, of course, so many parallels and how the kind of importance of a circular economy mindset is. So I'm, by the way, I'm in the FICCI Circular Economy Committee, where it's a very new committee chaired by Mr. Anirban Ghosh, and we are dealing with a lot of really interesting issues, and plastic being one of the biggest drivers of a lot of circular economy discussions. So if you can just move to the next slide. Just a little bit about the work that we do. We're on a mission, Kabadiwala Connect, to divert municipal waste away from landfills and oceans in the developing world by leveraging the informal waste ecosystem. So we're a social enterprise, a for-profit social enterprise, mainly working in the B2B space. And one of the social mission is to actually bring waste pickers and small scrap shops and other stakeholders who operate in this space out of poverty and into the formal system. Next slide, please. So I want to start by just a little bit information. So waste generation is growing faster than any other environmental pollutant, especially in Asia. The projections are in the increase of millions of tons. So right now we're generating about 1.5 million tons, and by 2026, there's a projection that says it will be anywhere between 3.5 million tons. The emissions from the sector can account to up to 15% of greenhouse gases. And it's a really big challenge, especially for India, because as you know, on one side, there's the economic story, there's a rising middle class, but with more money, the waste becomes more complex, it becomes harder to handle. And the reality is, Indian cities, we are in this waste management crisis at this point. Next slide, please. So urban India generates close to 70 million tons of waste every year. 50% of that is about organic waste, and depending on the city, 15 to 25% is actually recyclable waste. Now, one of the big issues is the formal system is actually not set up to handle any kind of single stream recycling. So what typically happens is everything that gets collected, and of course, segregation is also one of the big issues. Most of that waste that gets collected are sent to these open landfills. And that's one of the biggest issues, actually. When you look at plastic, a lot of plastic gets dumped illegally on the way to these landfills. And again, like I said, there is this huge projection of waste increase for India. So there's actually one study that says by 2040, we'll be generating about 160 million tons of waste every year. Next slide. So we know this stat. This is one of the critical stats. 8 million tons of plastic ends up in our ocean every year. 82% of that is from Asia. And my feeling, at least from where we sit on the side of the aisle, is really the mismanagement of plastic is actually a subset of a mismanagement of the entire municipal waste feedstock. So it maps to the point of 80% of that land pollution, or the land plastic coming from that side of things. Next slide, please. There are some unique challenges actually in the effective management of this waste from our cities. Firstly, 70% of the waste that gets generated is actually generated by small and medium waste generators. So small apartments, households, small commercial establishments. It makes the process of resource recovery and single stream recycling from these things a particular challenge. The other challenge that, again, I think kind of showcases this issue of our waste management system is being in crisis is just the fact our formal system, even if right now it's being focused on moving material from one place to another, which is collecting everything and going to the dump site, That itself, there's a World Bank study which says that it can cost a municipality anywhere between 20 to 50% of its budget. And this is a huge shame, because actually when you look at it, you look at the fraction of waste that can be properly managed, it's actually 70% of the feedstock, organic waste and recyclable waste. Next slide, please. So just a quick snapshot of the municipal waste management system that we're talking about. It's a very centralized system. It's something that kind of in some ways lives in the past, where you have this you have these big compactor trucks going out, picking up material from different places, taking it to these transfer stations, and sending it either to a processor or landfill. But we have some key issues with this type of supply chain. Firstly, it's very expensive. There's a high cost for intermediate storage. It's very land intensive. It's very difficult to track material flow, and it's very difficult for processors to obtain high quality feedstock. So it's really in this gap where you have actually a lot of valuable material being going to the dump sites and being just kind of like taken away from the system. That's where you see this informal sector coming in the recovery of recyclable waste. Can we have the next slide? So just before I want to quickly mention this, and this is something that we believe in very strongly. We believe that there's a unique opportunity to leverage this informal waste supply chain in the global south to develop decentralized, integrated solid waste management systems that galvanize the circular economy. Next slide, please. So just a quick note on the informal sector. Informality is a global problem. 2 billion people, more than 60% of the world's employed population, work in the informal economy. In India, the waste management sector is kind of like a classic case of informal work, where you have waste pickers, small scrap shops, larger informal scrap shops that actually work to manage recyclable waste. Next slide. And this is kind of currently what is known. In India, there's about 1.5 million waste pickers, and they do a very critical job. In cities, there's a study that actually shows that they manage about 20 to 25% of the recycled materials that's being generated. So in Chennai, for example, that's about 130,000 tons of material every year. So in any other country, if any other labor force was handling that much volume, that's actually a multi-million-dollar contract. And unfortunately, these guys live completely invisible. They live completely under the radar. And we at least are really focusing on integrating them back into the system. The other opportunity of the informal sector is actually they actually have high valorization rates. So there's a study that says that every ton that works through the informal sector actually saves money for the municipality. Of course, one of the big issues is waste pickers get paid very, very little for the work that they do. Next slide. So we did a study ourselves in Chennai. I just want to very briefly, where we mapped 2,000 small scrap shops. These are 2,000 small kabadiwalas who were buying material from residents in the local neighborhood and working with anywhere between 5 and 10 waste pickers to sell them material. We found 200 larger aggregators who were actually like small material recovery facilities. And this ecosystem was actually ready to go and do household collection. 75% of them actually responded and said, yeah, we'd love to go to the household and do some and pick up material. And they were already doing about 130,000 tons of waste every year. Next slide. So I want to just talk about just stop here for a second, just to talk about the intervention landscape as I see it. And of course, the idea how this maps to the blue economy is we have to manage our waste streams better. And given the fact that we are going to be generating a lot of waste in the future, and the waste is going to be more complex, we have to have a very future kind of like a future forward thinking of what our waste management systems are going to look like. Right now, I think, especially when you look at waste management, we're very reactive. So we are kind of looking at, okay, how is London managing their waste? How are these other folks managing their waste in these very expensive centralized systems? So I connect very strongly with the idea of localization. And when you have that mindset of localization, then we should look at the informal sector as a very, very important labor force, a force for entrepreneurship in this endeavor of ours. So at least from my side, we identify 4 key areas of intervention. The first is data collection. So like you said, you cannot manage what you can't measure. So it's really, really important to understand infrastructure that we have. Actually, even like I'm from Chennai, which is the 4th largest city in India, and we actually don't have accurate assessments of where our infrastructure sits, where, what is the capacities, what's the local, we always have these kind of top-down models that that then come in to kind of think about how do we allocate infrastructure, allocate money for that infrastructure. We need real data. And I think we need data on the informal sector as well. That's really critical. Right on top of that is this idea of digitalization and material traceability. So this comes in very much from the circular economy side of things, where there's this onus on material flows and mass balance and things like that. It's really important that we implement systems into the infrastructure that allow us to track and digitalize what's happening. In fact, these first two layers, I would say, are very critical for building any kind of certification or standard, standard system, which again, we want to build from a bottom-up perspective. The other two areas I think that there's very key work that needs to happen is solving this problem of waste collection. Right now, like I said, it's very expensive, and we need to do something different in that space. And of course, finally, is the processing side. So closed loop recycling. So just a simple example of like the importance of closed loop recycling for the future. So India, there's a lot of studies which says PET, we recycle PET really well. But unfortunately, that's an open loop recycling, which we've kind of built in, where, the major, we'll buy PET, post-consumer PET bottles, and then make shirts and, sports fabrics and stuff like that. But what about the next cycle? What about the next cycle? So, it's very interesting to see a lot of really interesting closed loop processing innovations that are happening. For example, Veolia, which is a large French company in Indonesia, they're building one of the first bottle-to-bottle PET plants, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so just maybe to end, I want to briefly just talk about something that we are doing, Kabadiwala Connect, on the data side of things. If you can just have the next slide, please. So again, we cannot manage what we can't measure, and there's a lot of literature talking about how we need bottom-up data, and this lack of data really affects our ability to develop the right kind of waste management systems. It's not just endemic to India, but actually it's endemic to Southeast Asia in a way, in Latin America and places like this. So one of the things that we're developing, if you can go to the next slide, is something that we call Open ISWM Track, or Integrated Solid Waste Management Tracker. So can we go to the next slide, please? My last slide. Yeah, so this is something that we're building called Open ISWM Track, where we're trying to go down and collect really granular data on waste generation, on waste infrastructure available, on current material flow analysis, and governance assessments. So one of the key things that we're trying to do is make sure that it's an open source and open standard platform to kind of bring down the cost of data collection in different geographies, and really try to catalyze the development of standards that are inclusive, localized, but solve the waste management problem from a circular economy perspective. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. That's my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for nice presentation. Basically, it tells how the localization can help. And as I mentioned, that circular economy is the key to solve some of the problems which we face in the ocean economy. In fact, there is a close collaboration between that. And here the reference I can make to the Zero Emission Research Initiative started by Kuntar Pale in 1994, who is also known as the father of the blue economy. A nice presentation. And it is also borne by the fact that if we try to take into account 10 most important countries contributing to the marine plastic or marine pollution, 5 is from Asia. So your work which you are doing must be highlighted to all the Asian countries and very much relevant. And I would like that what you do, that type of case studies, if you are in the working group on circular economy in FICCI, should be highlighted so that it comes to the notice of other IORA countries or other countries in the other regional groupings. Because my feeling is that it is the regional grouping cooperation which can lead the countries to solve the problems related with the health of the ocean. Thank you very much for a nice presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Sunil Pandey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Atri, and thank you again, FICCI, NMF and CAS for inviting us here. And where the Siddharth's presentation ended actually is about what I'm going to present on what we cannot manage, what we cannot measure. And this is about the project. Yes. Again, I mean, as discussed in the opening remark by Honorable Ambassador Norway about the Indo-Norwegian collaboration on marine pollution. And this project, which we have started with NIVA as our project lead, which is a water research institute in Norway. And you can see there are a lot of key national teams which are involved in executing this project under this collaboration. TERI is one of them, MUGAMA another one, CIPET, I'm sure most of you know, Toxic Links and SRM Institute. And we're looking at basically not only aspects of, we're looking basically at the capacity building, monitoring and capacity building of the not only regulatory agencies, but other stakeholders as well, on looking at plastic flows. Plastic flows not only in terms of mesoplastics, but also in terms of microplastics. And parallelly, with the belief that the POPs, persistent organic pollutants, which get generated also in day-to-day use, there are evidences that they get absorbed on these microplastics and also travel along and have a much larger potential to cause harm ecologically while with microplastics. So the study is about studying these interactions. And I'll basically in my 10 minutes discuss this. Can we have next slide, please? So this is not, this is what is very common to see around. And last year when we were moving around, we could move around early last year on the coasts of, again, in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. This was not very uncommon sight where you look at a lot of plastics which were either destined to go into these water bodies or were washed away because of the currents in backwaters. And the next slide also basically presents you similar scenario, fishing nets being discarded by fishing community, and this has to be this has to be done sustainably, and basically regulatory agencies and also government agencies need to look at how these fishing nets, which are discarded after they reach end of their life, doesn't again go into water bodies, doesn't again create problem when they are indiscriminately disposed on land. Can we go to the next slide? To give you some reference in terms of definition, though I mean this definition is also debated in India in terms of what we call single-use plastics, but we have generally agreement on the definition that these are plastics which are defined as disposable plastics. Maybe sometime in India and a lot of other developing economies, they are used multiple times. A lot of these materials are used multiple times before they are disposed, and that is where the contention is whether you should call them single-use plastics. Commonly used for packaging and intended to be used only once before they are thrown away. And that is where the debate is on what items should we classify as single-use plastics and what item we should not. Production is expected to grow in emerging economies due to economic and development and urbanization. And collection, as I mean, also pointed out by Siddharth in earlier presentation, is a major challenge for these single-use plastics, as they are low-cost plastics and they are not attractive to waste pickers. So they are apparently you require a different kind of strategy basically to collect and manage them. Can we go to the next one? And these are common examples. These are from various studies carried out in Europe and Asia. And I picked up what are commonly found plastics in marine litter composition. Some of these are very common. Some of these are surprisingly not known to many people that they also are single-use plastics. For example, cigarette butts. Not many people know that these also are single-use plastics, and they are menace. I mean, in cities where they are disposed indiscriminately. Plastic drinking bottles we are familiar with, plastic bottle caps, food wrappers, plastic grocery bags, plastic legs, which are generally used with coffee, tea cups and all that. Straws and stirrers, again, I mean, problem in collection. Other type of plastic bags, foam and takeaway containers, which also problem. Many countries are, slowly kind of phasing them out, but still for takeaways, they're still preferred choice. Can we go to the next one? Yeah. So in this slide, I'll provide you India facts and figures. Last year, looking at plastic issues, we collected this data largely from government sources. Plastic waste generation every year is around 9 million tons. Though, our per capita consumption, as mentioned by Vicky and Plast India later last year, or later last year, has reached around 13 kg per capita per year, but still much lower than many other countries, comparable countries. Even Brazil generates much higher per capita than India. But cumulatively, we are, quite large because of our large population. Recycling quota, in the sense that whatever is reported to be recycled, 60%, not because of regulation, but because of economic issues, because there is economy in recycling. But that has also to do a lot with low cost recycling, which can happen in a country like India because of large informal sector, because of very lot of manual operation, because of low wages. So, it remains a challenge if you want to improve the recycling conditions. The cost of recycling will go up, and how much increase in cost you can manage with while retaining similar recycling levels would be a challenge. Plastic reportedly worked out by different experts, reaching the oceans every year around 600,000 tons. However, as I said earlier, also major data gaps and inconsistencies exist, and that is where the present project was being planned and now being executed by us. Next one. Next slide, please. Looking at India legal framework, plastic waste management rules, though earlier notified, the latest one is notified in 2016, and there were some targets given for collection and recycling. Soon amendment was issued in 2018, and regulations basically focus on waste segregation at source, collection, processing, disposal. Important piece of element in the regulation is concept of extended producer responsibility, which was not there in earlier rules, which also holds responsible the manufacturers for deciding and designing the waste collection, and that is why a lot of waste collectors become key. And as per that, producers have to pay municipalities disposal of multi-layered plastics and kind of take them back for recycling. And production, as Prime Minister mandated in last year World Environment Day, that India has a commitment to phase out single-use plastic by 2022. And since March 2019, import of plastic waste has been banned, and no more plastic is coming for recycling in India. Next one. Next one, please. So to address this plastic litter and kind of plastic littered with POPs and plastic management with persistent organic pollutant, this project Innopol was designed by our Norwegian counterparts and us to look at developing coherent system for data collection analysis to have credible data. And important elements of this study, which we are undertaking now, is about identifying sources, whether they are domestic sources, they are industrial sources, and coming out with inventory of this and plastic use data into given geography. I'll come to that, the geography which we have selected. As you see on your right-hand side, we are looking at two cities in Gujarat, southern Gujarat, Vapi and Surat. Most of you might be might be familiar with these two cities. And while inventory, we also identify hotspots and do monitoring, collect different kind of samples from the ecosystem, whether it is soil sample, water sample, sediment sample from the aquatic ecosystem, because the hypothesis is that whatever is disposed on land finally goes into coastal waters and end up as a marine litter. And also, we in the project we are developing hydrological modeling to capture the flow of these microplastics and pollutants. And finally, providing a system which can be provided as a tool to regulatory agencies for future monitoring of flows. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In between, we also had, because since we couldn't, go to the previous one. Since starting the project, we couldn't immediately commission our data collection because of COVID restrictions. We thought, why not take advantage of this restriction and look at how plastic waste management is getting impacted during the COVID period, because we all know a lot of single-use plastics which were supposed to be phased out got impacted, because single-use plastics were also used in a COVID management, the masks and overalls and coveralls which we use. We all know that they are single-use plastics, and they came as a kind of relief to the healthcare workers. So, I mean, they can be produced in large amounts at very low cost and can be used by many people. So we did this webinar, and this report of this webinar had come out in our magazine, which we produce at TERI, which is called Terra Green. Next slide, please. So the two components of the project, one is targeting the plastics. Objective is to contribute to reducing marine litter and plastic pollution, providing science-based support for ongoing efforts. And the work packages basically include baseline study, monitoring protocols, developing quality assurance and quality control protocols, management tools and modeling, policy regulation and social dimensions, and capacity building and awareness raising. And on the right-hand side, you can see Indo-Norwegian projects being launched by the Honorable Environment Minister. Next slide, please. Targeting POPs, persistent organic pollutants, similar objectives, similar work packages, but the difference is that here in the POPs, our work is basically focusing on emerging 7 new POPs, which have been identified by Stockholm Convention, and we will look at how they kind of associate with plastics and microplastics and flow from aquatic water systems to coastal ecosystems. Next slide, please. These are some of the photographs of our monitoring team who had gone on field to basically collect the water samples, and we are kind of established different tech stations in the 2 river systems, Tapi and Dhamanganga, covering Surat and Vapi area, and looking at discharges which are finally leading to Arabian Sea to develop the baseline data. Next slide, please. This is kind of illustrative example of our sampling stations which we have established. In the late November, December last year we could start our monitoring because traveling restrictions were a bit relaxed, and with certain precautions we could travel safely. And this is to show you one of the river basins in Dhamanganga, and also sampling stations which we have selected to sample and analyze. And maybe in the next gathering, I'll be able to, we will be able to share the results of our monitoring with stakeholders. Next slide. I think this was my last one. Thank you for your kind attention, and for any further details, you are welcome to contact us at later stage. Thank you, Professor Atri, for giving me opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And I think your presentation basically talks about what I gather the impression, and that takes me long back. One of the very famous economists, Joseph H. Schumpeter, who born in 1883 and did a very good work, innovative growth models. And there basically propounds the theory of new products. So whatever I hear in your presentation and the previous presentation, which is based on the real implementation of the blue economy, that is, the time has come to go for new products, which basically incorporates the principle of sustainability. I won't comment more, but it is nice presentation, and I know Terry has been doing a wonderful work related with the environment and ecological things, and that is basically is the crux of the ocean economy or the blue economy or the green economy, or what we call lately the new economy. So now since time is a factor, so I invite Ms. Ananya, the next speaker, for her presentation. The floor is yours, Ms. Ananya.
Thank you, Professor Atri. Just a second, I'm just trying to share my screen. Thank you to all the previous speakers who spoke on the subject so eloquently and shared their insightful comments on the same. And thank you to Cass, Terry, Vicky, and MF for giving me the opportunity to speak in this forum. So I will be dealing with the legal challenges of combating ocean plastic pollution. And firstly, I will be, I'm sorry, there is a problem with the slide. Firstly, I will be talking about the London Dumping Convention of 1972, also known as the Convention on the Prevention of Marine Pollution by Dumping of Waste and Other Matter. It is one of the earliest conventions formulated to tackle marine pollution resulting from human activities and has been in force since 1975. In 1996, the London Protocol was introduced to make the convention more comprehensive and eventually revised. The purpose of the convention is to control all sources of marine pollution and prevent pollution of the sea through regulation of dumping into the sea of waste materials. The purpose of the protocol is similar, but more restrictive. A reverse list approach is adopted, which implies that all dumping is prohibited unless explicitly permitted. Incineration of waste at sea is prohibited. Export of waste for these purposes is also prohibited. Now coming to MARPOL Annexure 5, which seeks to eliminate or reduce the amount of garbage being discharged into the sea from ships. Unless expressly provided otherwise, Annexure 5 applies to all ships, from merchant ships to fixed or floating platforms to non-commercial ships like pleasure crafts and yachts. Although the annexure is optional as per Article 14 of the Convention, it received a sufficient number of ratifications. Today, more than 150 countries have signed up the annexure, which generally prohibits the discharge of all garbage into the sea, except as provided otherwise in regulations 4, 5, and 6 of the annexure, which are related to food wastes, cargo residues, cleaning agents and additives, and animal carcasses. Coming to UNCLOS Part 12, which is Article 192 to 237, it's dedicated to the protection and preservation of the marine environment. Although UNCLOS recognizes 6 different sources of pollution, including land-based, it doesn't go into the details about the type of pollutants and technical rules. There is also a gap in international law when it comes to mitigation and removal of marine debris from area beyond national jurisdiction. So how serious is this problem? Litter is found in the ocean ranging from macro debris like plastic bags, drink containers, cigarette butts to microplastics, as mentioned by my previous speakers, which is identified as a subset of marine pollution and defined as particles. When we come to microplastics, it is defined as particles less than 5 millimeters in size. This anthropogenic litter, comprised mainly of plastics, interacts with marine megafauna, as shown in the figure. This photograph taken by Dr. Alex Bond, who is a British seabird expert in his exploration to the Henderson Island. The Arctic is pervasively polluted by microplastic fibers that most likely come from the washing of synthetic clothes by people in Europe and North America. The Five Gyres Institute recently discovered a giant garbage patch in the Indian Ocean along with the other 4 gyres. In 2020, microplastics were detected in the placenta of unborn babies. And that's how pervasive this problem has become. Now, I will be talking specifically about the transboundary movement of hazardous substances, which has gained traction over the years and become a major topic of debate and conflict due to growing environmental awareness. Awakening environmental awareness and corresponding tightening of regulations in the industrialized world in the 70s and 80s led to increasing public resistance to the disposal of hazardous waste, in accordance to what became known as the not in my backyard syndrome, and to an escalation of disposal costs. This in turn led some operators to seek cheap disposal options for hazardous waste in countries where environmental awareness was much less developed and regulations and enforcement mechanisms were lacking. In this regard, the primary convention, the most important convention is the Basel Convention, which was adopted in 1989 in response to a public outcry following the discovery in the 80s in Africa and other parts of the developing world of deposits of toxic waste imported from abroad. The convention entered into force in 1992. The provisions of the convention are centered around the following principal aims: the reduction of hazardous waste generation and the promotion of environmentally sound management of waste wherever the place of disposal, restriction of transboundary movement of hazardous waste except where it is perceived to be in accordance with the principles of environmentally sound management, regulatory system applying to cases where transboundary movements are permissible. It effectively banned the export of hazardous waste from the member countries of the OECD to non-OECD countries for final disposal. While this ban can be circumvented by exporting waste for recycling or reuse, it is an important step in stopping the flow of toxic waste from global north to global south. But how effective has it been in realizing its aims? Although the majority of non-OECD countries wanted a complete ban on toxic waste exports, the convention is instead a regulatory mechanism. A regulation based on a free trade argument has been pushed, suggesting that an export ban would encumber individual autonomy, free trade, freedom of contract, so on and so forth. Banning waste exports and dealing with hazardous waste at home would also be economically inefficient and politically unpopular. So it has been heavily criticized on these following grounds, which is handling of toxic waste under ESM under Article 2.8 is said to be vague and non-binding. It does not cover radioactive waste, POP, the language is passive and favorable to the global northern countries. It regulates and does not ban global toxic waste exports. And the systemic toxic imperialism is said to be legitimized and institutionalized. Now coming to regional conventions, the Bamako Convention is a treaty prohibiting the import into Africa of any hazardous, including radioactive waste. The convention was adopted in 1991 and came into force in 1998. It is a solution and an African response to the perceived legal loopholes and weaknesses of the Basel Convention. It has similar historical background and goals as the Basel Convention, but the scope of waste covered by the Bamako Convention is wider. It has 25 member states, including the ones listed here. It has had 3 conferences in total till now to discuss the proper implementation of the convention. The latest one in early 2020. It has had 3 conferences in total to discuss the proper implementation of the convention, where they acknowledged an updated list of hazardous substances and encouraged parties to use the list in their national implementation plan. The next convention that I would be talking about is the Waigani Convention, which was opened in signature in Waigani, Papua New Guinea in 1995 and entered into force in 2001.
Could you please summarize?
These are the member
because
countries.
1 minute is left to say.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 1 minute left, please.
All right, I'll right away jump into the Asian network and the Indian policies regarding the same. India is not a part of the Asian network, but the Asian network was established by the government of Japan in 2003. And since then, activities under the network has been led by the Ministry of Environment of Japan. The member states have been listed in front of you. The aim of creating the Asian network is creating face-to-face meeting opportunity through organization of annual workshops aiming at information exchange among participating countries, developing a website to promote exchange and dissemination of information relevant to the implementation of the Basel Convention, conducting desk studies with regard to transboundary movements, supplying information accumulated in the network for capacity building activities, so on and so forth. Now, coming to India, we have the hazardous waste management handling and transboundary movement rules of 2008 under the Environment Protection Act of 1986, and the other act that Dr. Pandey talked about, the plastic waste management under the EPA. But the hazardous waste management handling and transboundary movement rules has not yet imbibed the amendments of the Basel Conventions yet, which includes plastic waste materials as well. And lastly, I would like to talk about the Chinese ban of import of waste, because it has really affected the entire system of transboundary movement. China was the largest emitter of man-made waste before the ban, and it affected its relationship with South Korea. China barred the import of most residential recyclables in 2018. Thereafter, UK plastic waste imports into Malaysia tripled, while Vietnam saw a 50% increase, and Thailand's imports exploded 50-fold. And the amount of the way it sort of affected the entire diaspora can be seen over here through this diagram, where you can see that on the left hand side in February 2017, there's a huge difference in the export of plastic waste. From 581,000, it drops to around 23,000 in February 2018. So that's all. I think I will wrap up over here so that we can move further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ananya, for making a very elaborative legal arrangements dealing with the plastic waste. Wasting no time, now I invite the next speaker, Mr. Subhash Tripathi. The floor is yours, please. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Professor Atri, can you?
Yes, I hear you. Please.
Yeah, good afternoon, and first compliments on that very comprehensive opening remarks and a very comprehensive sweeping through across the sector, and a very warm good afternoon to all the co-panelists. Now, I have a little different take on this, on the session today, because I would like to show on a successful experiment of both biodiversity and a kind of a responsibility that a organization by the, a port organization or a maritime organization can display and take care of the environment and biodiversity needs. Having said that, I represent the port of Dhamra, which is in the umbrella of the Adani Ports and SEZ, the leading premier private port operator and SEZ operator in the country. And I would like, to compliment everybody, as well as to FICCI and to the participants who are here. With this, I know we are short of time. I'll quickly run through, and if there are any questions or comments, I'll take them afterwards, as you would tell. So can I request the organizations to start on the next slide, please? A very quick background. This is what is called a string of ports from the west or to east of India. And India with about shoreline of 7,517 kilometers and with multiple ports both under the ownership of the government of India, which are called the major ports, as well as what is fashionably called today the non-major ports, which the state governments operate through very successful PPP contracts. And the PPP arrangement is something that has given a fillip both to responsible exploitation of resources, as well as looking at sustainable development of organizations, coastal communities, and economy and people at large. So this string of ports that we have is 11 ports with a capacity installed of more than 440 million metric tons. Nearly more than 20% of India's cargo is routed through this, but then, this is not the point of interest. Could you skip to the next slide, please? Just a brief outlook. I will not dwell much on this, because I'll come to the biodiversity measures. It's just an indication of the revenue, EBITDAs. More importantly, the cargo handler and the workforce that we, work with is more than 15,000 people across nearly all the states. And of course, as a leader on the port, can we shift to the next one, please? Blue economy is something that concerns a port organization like no other organization would. We consider it both a responsibility and a unique opportunity to display our forthrightness and to do our act well as we become an integral part of the economy and the sustainable health of our oceans through a blue economy strategy versus any other strategy that we would feel like. So our performance and our focus on environment, social governance, which is basically ESG, which is like a password in today's world as you go forward to operate organizations. And this is what concerns us entirely. And as we said, blue economy is the sustainable use of the ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods, because that's what we very strongly believe in when we come to establish a footprint in any of the coastal communities that we are. And I will be showcasing a kind of a case study of Dhamra Port as to how we have kind of made ourselves an integral part of this ecosystem of the people and economy, while doing so, while preserving the health of the oceans and the immediate neighborhood. Next, please. I say this with a little bit of, trepidity in a sense. Why do we focus on environment and social parameters through process improvement and sustainable initiatives? We have a wide range covering all our ports on environment aspects, and it will be interesting for the panel as well as the recipients to know that the Adani ports and the Dhamra port in particular has been felicitated with many an award. We don't consider these awards as anything but a recognition and an endorsement of our efforts, and it kind of energizes us to take this forward. Air management, where we have very statutory controls with the respective pollution control boards, both the state and the national boards, and we work on air management systems, biodiversity in our immediate neighborhoods of both the flora and fauna. I'll give you a quick example as to why it is so important, because we are in very proximal, geographical proximity of two ecologically sensitive zones as defined by Government of India, the Gahirmatha Marine Sanctuary and the Bhitarkanika National Park, which gives us a very wonderful nature, gives us a very wonderful responsibility on telling us as to why we must do our act. And the fact that this port, when it started, many a question was asked about the sustenance of the olivary turtles and their nesting, the aribida, which is the Spanish term for mass arrivals. Would this disturb the ecosystem and would we disappear? And would we leave an imprint of mankind where nature and economy and ecology would not coexist? I'm very glad to say that we partnered with IUCN. I'll be part of the case study which I'll be telling you about. They're a very reputed organization and perhaps the only Indian port to have partnered very strongly. And we have now established that the nesting is not only continuous, consistent, but it is happening throughout every particular year. And as I speak to you, we wait with bated breath for the nesting, which is to commence in the month of February. And already the turtles are in the waters of Gahirmatha, which is just about 10 to 15 kilometers from our port, which is a bustling port and where we are handling ships of all kinds. When we began this experiment, and a Supreme Court entitled, committee headed by the Chief Secretary of Government of Odisha asked us to do a demarcation of the Gahirmatha sanctuary for the good of the fishermen community, which we unhesitatingly came forward to do. And we also practiced a protocol of what is called a dark sky, turtle-friendly lighting. We don't want to restrict ourselves to only doing activities in and around the port. When endangered species come up for kind of conservation, so we partner with the state zoological authorities, and we have taken on 19 species because we wish to tell both our communities that the flora and fauna are as integral as the balance sheet of Dhamra is. In fact, we are now coming to assess our balance sheets on the aspects of a green evaluation rather than a mere, kind of a puerile assessment of just an EBITDA, but then not to lose sight, because a healthy economic organization can also sustain a healthy ecological ecosystem. In the biodiversity, as a part of our environment clearance aspects, we look after the Kanika sand protection. We work very closely with the state and the central governments on this. And it is my pleasure to tell you that the Kanika sand, which is very, very necessary for the tranquility of Dhamra port, is sustained and looked after by the Dhamra port itself and the stakeholders, which is basically the fishing community, the communities in our neighborhood, as well as the state governments and agencies like Indian Coast Guards, the scientific agencies like, Odisha Coastal Zone Management Authority, etc. We work very closely with them. And I think that partnership has helped in stabilizing a good economic and ecological organization at Dhamra. Now, mangroves, which are very important for the sustenance of a port, as well as for the ecosystem on the coastal communities. And we are aware that mangrove degradation has led to a lot of erosion in sites. It is my great pleasure to tell you that in the environment clearance that the Dhamra port has received, an area of more than 300 acres will be within the port premises, in a sense within the port premises, which will be protected by the Dhamra port, and it will be a luxuriant mangrove growth. I would request any of the panelists, and especially Dr. Saab, aap agar kabhi, if you go to the Google and see how we maintain the health of the mangroves, and I personally believe a green patch is the lungs of the port, and it helps us to tell that we are building an LNG berth very close to that the fuel of the future and the Mother Earth's resources can be harnessed together. Water management, as we go forward, we're trying to see that our footprint on surface and as well as on groundwater is limited as much as possible. We do use STPs and reuse that for our entire horticultural purposes, which we won the state award for the best horticultural show. The essence that I want to leave you with, that a good organization is not one which is restricted to within the walls of an organization, and especially a port is an organization where it could spread general cheer, happiness, and spread the word of a coexistence of Mother Earth's resources and a good, vibrant economic ecosystem. Energy management, which we are now switching over. I'll request to skip this because I don't want the organization, the recipients, to know what is very obvious. We'll go to the next slide, please. And, just a glance as what we do and why we believe that dust suppression is very, very important to us. Each of our conveyors are covered. It means a very high capex initial, but then when we do a good capex and then we do cargo handling in a manner which is acceptable to customers, and it puts the air quality AQI index well within control, we feel very vindicated by these activities. Can we go next, please? I'll very quickly, just dwell on the fact that Dhamra port is in the immediate vicinity of the Bhitarkanika. Those of you who have not seen, and I presume many of you would not have, I request you to do a little bit of a virtual tour of the particular location. You can see how beautiful the entire thick mangrove forest is, spread over 672 kilometers, and the unique responsibility that it gives us, that one of the best conservation programs undertaken by government and stakeholders beginning in 1975, with just about 2 or 3 captive crocodiles, with one of the great environmentalists of the world, Dr. Bustard. And then today, just 3 days back, the annual census has been completed, and every year progressively the growth of crocodiles, estuarine crocodiles, which is the largest number in Asia as well as in India, cohabit over here, has now come to 1763. The fact that it began with digits which are in double-digit numbers and today into 4-digit numbers is a great vindication of our activities. Can we move on to the next, please? This is something very, very unique. This is the world's largest site for nesting of olive ridley turtles, of the major turtle varieties that inhabit the oceans of the world. The olive ridley perhaps are the smallest, but they are in huge numbers. And this is an actual photograph of a beach which is exactly 14 kilometers from our port, and whose existence was questioned very strongly by every environmentalist organization. And the partnership that I spoke to you about has resulted in perhaps one of the most effective conservation programs that in modern maritime times that we may have seen. And I personally feel very, very encouraged whenever we say that today it is not our port which is important. The best ambassadors of our port are these lovely creatures of Mother Nature, olive ridley turtles, and over an area of 1435 square kilometers, which we demarcate. And every year during the breeding season and the mating season, which is in force at the moment, we work jointly with Forest, Coast Guard, Police, Indian Navy, and other departments to see that the seas are safe and good for the turtles to come and lay eggs. And the picture below is of young turtle hatchlings as they make to sea with an innate notion. Now, the turtle light that I spoke to you about, can you go to the next, please? You'll get an impression of as to how the turtle lights actually mean. The light, the aura of the light and the lux level and the angle of inflection is such that it keeps the sky dark, which is an actual photograph taken from the air as to how a vibrant port can look in the light, and how below you see it could be as vibrant and as effective as it is working below, but it could look very dark. And this is something ecologically very, very good, because you have multiple in the biosphere, multiple creatures which do migrations, coexist in the night. And I'm very happy to say that we work together with them. Can we go to the next one, please? The Kanika Sands, you can see, is where we work very closely, and this is the protection that we have taken up. So the essence, please move on, please move on. The essence of this presentation, because we're very short of time, the essence of this presentation is coexistence, co-inhabitation, and we are all citizens of Mother Earth. How do we help each other to survive? How do we make our oceans healthy? How is blue economy ingrained within us, that you cannot have an economic strategy which goes beyond the contours of a blue economy? That's the essence of the presentation, which I've been trying to tell you, is through the various measures that we have taken. On the social front, both the CSR and the CER, corporate environment responsibilities, have meant that we work very, very closely with all our groups. And as a part of the Sagarmala strategy of Government of India, where coastal community development lies the cornerstone of government's initiatives, I'm very glad to say that we are also kind of woven into the strategy. And you can see we work across improving the levels of malnutrition of, malnutrition children. We work on agriculture, we work on animal husbandry, we work on education, health. So it's a comprehensive manner of improving the, overall welfare of the brethren of your neighborhood community. Can we just move ahead, please? The turtle camps that we do in the school are very, very important, and we give scholarships for that, and we go and teach children the idea of conservation, because it is our belief as children grow, if you ingrain and if you enthuse them, they become more responsible and responsive citizens as they grow, and they recognize that there are boundaries of both man and nature, and that both should go ahead and coexist together. Can we go to the next, please? I will not talk much about governance because you are all, kind of aware of that. But suffice it to say that the corporate governance models are very effectively practiced, and we are audited by all stakeholders, both internal and external. And when I speak of external stakeholders, I mean both external independent agencies as well as government agencies on behalf of the state government and the central government. Next, please. Just a slide to tell you that as our cargoes have been growing, and as we step into the 10th year of our existence, we started the sport in 2011. You can see tracing out as to how the cargo handling in the green bar graph is shown, how the crocodile population before the port started and after the port has started, how it has sustained itself and grown continuously. And this year, we didn't have the figure until yesterday, it is 1763. And look at the turtle population also, including on a single day record of 5 lakh turtles having nested in 2018 rather. So these are a testimony and a statement that responsible organizations can be responsible not just to their economic health, but to the overall health of the environment and the overall health of Mother Nature through a blue economy strategy. Next, please. The master plan, Dr. Saab, which I spoke to you about, I'll dwell just 30 seconds on this. If I could take the cursor and tell you this very green patch that you see, and the port is surrounded on all sides on this green patch. This green patch is something that I have personally endorsed, and the port and APSEZ have said that we are going to maintain this large green patch, which is more than about 600 acres of a luxuriant mangrove forest, to prove the fact that the port can be on either sides and we can draw channels for the brackish water to come in and sustain the mangrove. Believe me, when we did this, we had a choice of acquiring land and displacing people. We took a decision, we would not do that. And the blue portion that you see is the water portion, and the existing portion beyond into the sea from the green portion is land which we will be creating from the sea. Such a master plan for a port has not ever been attempted in India, where more than 3,000 acres will be reclaimed from the sea just for the sole purpose of not destabilizing or not evicting people from their primary livelihoods and from their lands, but rather, even if at the cost of a little higher capex, go and create land and then create a port, and while doing so, sustain the neighborhood, sustain the flora, sustain the fauna, and take this challenge of maintaining the mangrove. I think it is something that I personally believe perhaps people tell me you have bitten off more than you chew, but today, me, the entire APSEZ and my colleagues have a single vision and a single kind of a dream that we will fructify this project by meeting all the standards that we experience of the climate goals that we have. And as I speak, I'm aware of the fact the eastern coast of India has so many cyclones. We have personally seen 6 cyclones in the last 6-7 years. It brings an additional challenge to us that we often become a kind of a laboratory for climate change. Yet the kind of the encouraging part is we can still sustain and still make a good port along with that. Next, please. This is what I wish to deliver in this little time. I hope I have been able to tell you as to how it is and the work that we are doing. I would invite any questions. People can connect separately, even in terms of time. Over to you, Professor Saab. Professor Attri, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Actually, because of the time shortage, but I think this is a unique experiment which you are doing, and I am delighted that how this port-led development and whatever is the plan of the government of India, Sagarmala, and this biodiversity and basically preserving the ecosystem is very unique. And I would like to have the details of your project so that I can find that how really the private sector, the business sector can help in the implementation of what I call true economy. So not standing more, I will be in touch with you. I now invite the next speaker, who is from the World Bank, the senior economist and the leader in the environment, natural resources, and the Blue Economic Group, Dr. Pawan G. Patil. The floor is yours.
Greetings from the World Bank headquarters in Washington, D.C., and thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I'm going to talk about the sustainable ocean economy's marine plastic pollution problem, and specifically why the World Bank is interested in this space and why the World Bank is interested in directing finance towards regional and sub-regional or national level solutions. Next slide, please. The presentation is really a 35,000-foot view on the rationale that brings World Bank's billions of dollars of financing to address marine plastic pollution. And the reason really starts to why the oceans are really important in the first place. And that's because the oceans and coasts provide food and oxygen for life. Oceans regulate the climate, as we all have heard, and sequester 25% of emitted atmospheric carbon dioxide. We heard about the important ocean space that sequesters a significant proportion of our carbon dioxide. And I think that's something that we're going to learn about in terms of why those economic values of those ocean assets are something very important to protect. Next slide, please. So ocean assets and marine ecosystems provide jobs, trade, and tourism that drive ocean economies and national economies. But often we don't really think of it like that in general policymaking and investment decisions. To give an example, something that most people understand, fish and fisheries, it has a value of 2 times the global value in the trade in coffee, and 85 nations and over $102 billion changes hands every year. Next slide, please. From the earlier sessions, we heard that economic value is derived from ocean assets and services across virtually all sectors and industries, driving growth, blue growth. And here's a snapshot of some of those services, ecosystem services like waste disposal and carbon sequestration, and some of the assets that we see from the ocean space. So we think of these natural resources really as natural assets or blue assets, and that allows us to have very constructive dialogue with finance ministers as well as businesses in terms of how to sustainably derive economic value from this space. Next slide, please. And one thing that's very important to know from industry associations like FICCI and also for organizations like the World Bank and certainly the national clients that we have all over the world is this very compelling fact, and that is the ocean-based industries will double economic growth and jobs by 2030. Knowing that the annual return on our global oceans wealth is approximately $1.5 trillion per annum, according to statistics from the World Bank and OECD. This is something that, of course, brings everybody's attention towards an issue because it's something that's politically important, it's something economically important, socially important, and as I mentioned before, environmentally important. Next slide, please. What this means in terms of our ocean economy, it means that our ocean economy is one of the world's top national level economy equivalents and the fastest growing. So for example, in 2010, we did the analysis showing that it's about $1.5 trillion per annum. And by 2030, the ocean economy is projected to grow by over $3 trillion per annum. Next slide, please. And with South Asia in particular's ocean area on par with land area, we're all asking this question: what is really South Asia's blue economy, and why does it really matter when it comes down to the issue of plastic pollution, and particularly marine plastic pollution? So first of all, the most simple definition is that the sustainable ocean economy is really where economic activity is in balance with ocean health. But what we have heard over the course of today is that there's really two parallel trends that's occurring in the ocean space. One is that there's a growth in the ocean economy on one hand, but a decline in the health of the ocean environment. Next slide, and we're going to understand what the implications actually are. So we understand now that major human-induced threats to the ocean assets and ecosystems like pollution are jeopardizing the future ocean economy and national economies. We heard from other speakers of some of the importance in terms of waste and plastic pollution. We heard earlier today about how different industries are thinking about the ocean economy and their role in trying to drive that growth or blue growth forward. In terms of plastic, again, the macro snapshot globally is that there's over 46,000 pieces of macroplastic on every square mile of our ocean space. Making it into a more granular level, there's a garbage truck's worth of plastic dumped into our oceans every minute. When we did analysis from the World Bank with the government of Bangladesh, we estimated that the annual economic cost of just plastic pollution alone to Bangladesh's ocean economy is roughly $67 to $335 million per annum. Next slide, please. And what we do know, as other speakers pointed out to one of our big studies, What a Waste from 2018, is that South Asia region is estimated to double its mismanaged waste by 2050. What this means for the region of South Asia is that it's the fastest growth of mismanaged solid waste, which includes plastic, of all regions of the world. And if you look at the figure on the left, India plays an important part in the problem, but also an opportunity for part of the solution. Next slide, please. South Asia also leads the world in open dumping of plastic in all wastes. 75% of South Asia's 334 million metric tons is openly dumped, and 12% of that, or 40 million metric tons per year, is plastic. This has huge implications in terms of why the world's attention ought to be focused on South Asia, and why those nations that make up the South Asia region should really singularly focus on this issue. It's not only an environmental issue, it's an economic issue. Next slide, please. And we know that nature absorbs the cost of broken systems. In the earlier presentation, we heard about turtles. Well, there are all kinds of marine mammals that are affected by plastic pollution through ingestion, which has a real economic cost to things like the tourism industry. It's also not only marine animals that are affected. You have elephants, if you look at the top slide on the right, in Sri Lanka, which are eating plastic and causing decimation of elephants across the country of Sri Lanka, and having an impact on their tourism industry. And we know the costs of this, the cost of dumping illegally and even legally in different parts of the region. And we know that the incentives to openly dump across South Asia are very clear. And if you look at the slide on the image on the left, it shows you by breakdown by lower income countries, upper middle income countries, and high income countries, what essentially those costs are, and by different methods, financed by the public sector and the private sector, but then of course, the open dumping costs, which are relatively negligible. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the economic costs are significant as we know, but they're not significantly quantified. And there's very little public and private sector alignment. So therefore, platforms like the one that we're talking about today is really important, where private sector and industry are able to talk to different public sector experts to really come closer to development solutions. Because ultimately what we know is for plastic pollution, it affects the economy in terms of adverse impacts on the tourism industry, just as an example. It affects ecology, as we've heard from other speakers as well. there's various estimates, and these are underestimates, that perhaps just the cleanup of plastic pollution alone across the planet is costing at least $13 billion in fees to different service providers. We have health impacts that we heard from different speakers, including, for example, microplastics found in placentas of human beings. And of course, it impacts food security. When we did surveys of the fishery sector across the region, we found out that 1 out of 3 fish that's consumed within the country and exported contains plastic and microplastics in edible flesh. Next slide, please. For India in particular, the economic and business benefits are very significant. As a snapshot, we know for India that plastic has a direct impact on 8% of the GDP contribution, has a positive impact of 4 million jobs, and an export value in terms of plastic products of about $7.6 billion. So again, there's an economic reason why we continue to use plastic and continue to have a growth effect when it comes down to plastic. But as we know already, that there's a real problem when it comes down to management of the pollution and waste that it causes. Next slide, please. And it's for this reason that the World Bank has prioritized marine plastic pollution prevention as a priority, knowing that 80% of the plastic pollution problem may be on land, 20% of it may be actually found in the marine environment, but everything flows from uphill to downstream. And for that reason, we have countries such as Bhutan, we have countries like Nepal and Afghanistan equally interested in ensuring that they cooperate with southern neighbors that are coastal facing in order to basically solve the problem because of the upstream downstream issues. And because of that, the World Bank Board of Executive Directors endorsed the International Development Association Marine Plastic Litter Initiative along 3 priorities geographies. What this essentially means is that our cheapest financing, our concessional financing, is now being prioritized towards marine plastic litter as one of the pillars of our investment. And what we'll be focusing on in different regions around the world is investments in plastic pollution mitigation and different adaptation strategies along river systems, coastal economies, and small island developing states. And particularly around 4 priority thematic areas around policy formulation, around building collaboration among administrative levels and sectors, prioritizing investments in solid waste management, infrastructure and collection. We heard a little bit more about the municipal waste management problem from our colleague from Kabadiwala Connect and others, and some of the solutions that are being offered, and improved access to customized technologies and innovation. Again, one of the themes that has shaped today's discussion. Next slide, please. For the South Asia region, the reason why all the countries through the South Asia Cooperative Environment Program have endorsed moving forward together with the World Bank and together in collaboration with each other to address marine plastic pollution is because the fact is that the rivers become the true transboundary river systems of the South Asia region. The Indus and the Ganga, Brahmaputra, and Meghna rivers end up being the express highway for plastic pollution transfer from land to ocean. Again, connecting mountainous economies to ocean economies, making this issue a problem that is not only across geographies, but a problem that needs cooperation and regional cooperation to solve. Next slide, please. And we have the public behind us, which is often one of the impetuses of driving business and business transactions. In fact, the public interest in plastic pollution is the #1 environmental concern in Asia, and consumers are increasingly demanding business and government action. If you look at the bottom right-hand slide, you see that actually plastic waste is the #1 priority for Asia, whereas it's the #2 priority in the environment space for globally. And these issues are becoming more and more well-known as it's picked up by the media and in forums like this. Next slide, please. And of course, given the fact that we have climate change as one of the major overarching issues of our time and an existential crisis that we're facing, we know that plastic, which is petroleum derived, has a very important role to play in climate changing going on across the planet. And of course, has an important opportunity for us to actually mitigate issues and therefore greenhouse gas emissions by reducing the amount of plastic pollution that there is on the planet. And in fact, we believe that there's an opportunity here to eliminate at least 110 million metric tons every year in greenhouse gas emissions by addressing South Asia's plastic footprint. And just to give you a perspective of how much this is, it's about equivalent to over 24 500 megawatt coal power plants of emission. Next slide, please. And ultimately, we've been hearing, as again, a common theme throughout today, is that we need better ways to manage the issue. And the way to start is by more effective ways to measure the issue. Because frankly, we can't manage a problem if we don't know how to measure the incremental steps that come from the interventions that we put in place. Next slide, please. So one of the policy frameworks that have been adopted by the World Bank to share with our member states, including all regions, are essentially 4 points. And I wanted to share this because I believe that this is something that is not only able to guide different regions around the world, but particularly for IORA's transition to a blue economy. And those consist of measuring, managing, investment, and monitoring. So essentially measuring the coastal and ocean economy, following accepted methodological approaches and assessing the value of ecosystems at the national level. And of course, in the context of doing that, being able to assess the cost of environmental degradation, particularly from plastic pollution, that's having an impact on the economy itself. Because at the end of the day, when it comes down to political cycles and to decision-making by policy, economics really drives legislation. The second is really managing the intersection between ocean economy and ecosystems and between sectors using the proposed methodological and policy frameworks, which are actually being aggregated up and defined at the national and then at the global level with the United Nations system of accounts, which allows us to basically have a harmonized method of accounting across the entire planet so that countries can be compared to each other, including their solutions for the future moving forward. And then this is where the World Bank comes in terms of investing, really moving and leveraging our money to invest in transitions to a blue economy or a sustainable ocean economy through some very clear principles and processes that encourage sustainable growth. And then ultimately to monitor, something that all of us should be responsible for, whether you're public, private, or civil society, monitoring the progress toward agreed targets to the country's blue economy policy objectives, including the impacts that things like plastic pollution have on the ocean economy. Next slide, please. So we know that the ocean economy is growing, and we've encouraged, and many of us who are on this call have been part in facilitating the growth of the ocean economy. But our challenge is to ensure that it's growing sustainably. And what that means is we're going to ultimately have to mitigate the plastic pollution problem that the planet is facing. Last slide, please. Thank you very much. And if you'd like to get in touch, my contact details are on the bottom right. Back to you, Professor Rothri. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Patil. And I think we heard a very innovative and analytical presentation focusing on the plastic pollution and how the World Bank is helping the different regions in the world, and especially the South Asia, where this plastic pollution is a very important or very significant problem. And healthy ocean, as I said in the beginning, is the precondition for having a productive ocean, which basically translates into the prosperity of the humanity around the world, creating more jobs and accelerating gross development, gross domestic product, you see, that is increasing the GDP of the countries. So the plastic pollution basically is very critical, and that is the health of the ocean, leads to the health of the ocean. Now there is the, I invite Mr. Kunal Savarkar for his presentation. Mr. Kunal, please stick to the time, which is basically if you can wind up your presentation in 8 or 9 minutes, although the 10 minutes are there, but stick to the time frame, please. The floor is yours, Mr. Kunal.
I'm Kunal Savarkar. I'm from IBM's Data Science Elite team, and today we'll be walking you through how AI can help in the challenge for global marine litter. One of the key objectives of UN Sustainable Development Goal, as we understood from our stakeholders, was to reduce the amount of plastic pollution throughout the planet. However, doing so is not possible for the simple reason that we don't know how much global marine litter exists. So creating a baseline and a lack of uniform data collection mechanism makes it a harder problem to solve. And the reason behind that is because we don't really have scientific surveys conducted all over the world using the same methodology. And some places are frequented too often while others are not. So given amount of litter that we observe, we need to come up with an estimate of how much global litter exists all over the place, all over the countries, as well as throughout the world. Now, doing so required us to handle some of the key biases in the data, like temporal biases, which is about like the data collected today is dependent on what happened yesterday, as well as the spatial biases that some places which are sampled too frequently, as well as the blind spot bias, which is about some data and the litter that we will never be able to capture because it can get washed away to the sea. To handle these challenges, we make use of Wilson Center's combined data set and catalog that into Watson Knowledge Catalog to get a clean, conform, and searchable view of a data set that researcher can trace back to. Then we have used machine learning to build a baseline model for marine litter density with the help of Bayesian inference technique to account for uncertainties in the data set. Doing so allowed us to use this information for predicting how much effort is required at a given place so that volunteer can optimize their resources accordingly, as well as which policies are more effective in order to go towards a zero discharge, and as well as track the progress of the marine litter density over year and year over different places. So we use a dashboard in order to see this progress. This particular dashboard allows the user to see the marine litter density for plastic and non-plastic debris at every given location. They can also see when the beach was last cleaned, what was the top organization that cleaned it, and which was the collection mechanism that was used for that particular location by the different methodologies, as well as they can get an estimation of plastic litter density and how is it improving year on year for the different kind of the beaches that are available in the particular realm. Doing so allows us to create a more aggregated view of marine litter density at the country level, which we can include to come up with an estimate of how different countries compare to each other in terms of marine litter density. We can also see the development of marine litter debris over a period of time and split between percentage of plastic being found on the beaches versus the non-plastic items that are being found, and how different places are doing again, or different countries are improving in terms of their plastic pollution challenge. For some of the more cases, like more larger countries, we can also do a drill down. For going through the cleanup effort, the dashboard allows user to see how different countries stack up with each other in terms of cleanup events and what are the key debris that are being found. So for example, Ghana takes a cake in terms of the maximum number of litter found, as well as we can see that United States leads the number of cleanup event, while Malaysia has a lot of volunteering activity in terms of engaging the civic society for the marine litter density engagement. So this allows a view to the end user to engage as well as have different stakeholders come to the same platform and being part of the ecosystem to join the global marine litter cleanup effort. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And after listening all the panelists, you see, because time basically is already too much, I just return to the organizer for the next event, and I won't be making any closing remarks. So it is over to Sukanya.
So thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful moderation. Now I request Ambassador Anup Mudgal to share his views and perspective with us.
Yes, Sukanya, can you see me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. I think it was a very, very exciting couple of sessions. We heard very, very valuable presentations. At the very outset, I think I should first thank everyone, all our partners, our stakeholders, chairs, speakers, and the special guests who graced the opening session. I was originally planning to kind of sum up by summarizing the essence of all presentations. But now, given the time, I'm sure you all must be very tired listening to this marathon session. I thought I will request the Secretariat to include all the specific outcomes of these presentations in our report and upload the report on our site so that everybody is able to see how we understood their presentations. They know their presentations. The idea is that they should understand that we also understood their presentations in the manner they thought was right. Now, I will just take a few minutes to walk through the entire conference today, basically working on what is called the macro part of what we were discussing. In fact, I have been associated with the task force from the very beginning. And whenever we talk about blue economy or sustainable development, I basically go back to some very, very fundamental questions and then try to see how do we answer those questions. The very fundamental question I always ask is that, what is the root cause? Why have we arrived where we have arrived in terms of the damage to the ecosystems and this emergency that we all are talking about? Good. My dear friends, in fact, we all know and it's not a wrong thing to do, we as humans seek growth. Now that growth will be required for our development, our prosperity, our comfortable life, as we call it, good life. Now, when you seek all those privileges, I don't think we can criticize having those dreams for future. We all have them, and our next generations will have them. And as a result, I don't think it will be wise for anyone to say that let's not talk about growth, because the growth is now becoming unsustainable. I think we need to find answers so that the growth doesn't stop, but its unsustainability is addressed. Now, if you look at the figures where we are going, according to, because many speakers refer to OECD, according to the very OECD, in the next about 40 years, because when you talk about sustainability, you don't talk about short or medium term, you talk about long term. Our population will be 1.5 times. Our energy needs will be 2.5 times. Our material needs will be almost 3 times. Our per capita income will be almost 3 times. Now, with all these demands on the Earth's resources, we are going to face very major challenge. In fact, the land-based resources are already under deep stress. In fact, I always mention there is something called the Earth's offshoot day, which means the day we consume the annual quota of resources of our ecosystem. And most of the years, we finish our annual quota in August. And other 5 months of the year, we dig into the Earth's resources against a future quota. That is why our environment is in such a massive stress, be it the air pollution, be it the water pollution, be it the soil degradation, be it the biodiversity degradation, you name it. And we are almost at the breaking point. Now, having said that, I would never stand up and say that stop growing. Then what answer do we have? My answer, as I have said earlier also, my answer is, please, there are 2 ways of doing it. A, please reduce the resource intensity of growth. B, find new sources of growth. So when it comes to reducing the resource intensity of growth, my emphasis remains on what has also been mentioned by many speakers. Please bring circular economy to life. We can definitely reduce resource intensity by reducing the waste. If I tell you some figures about waste, they would come as eye-opener, but today is not the time to mention about that. Let's reduce waste. Let's reduce consumption, which is not essential. Let's reuse. Let's recycle. Now that will help us reduce the intensity of resources. In many ways, it has already done. I think we need to appreciate that our resource intensity has improved over the years, but it is not enough. The other sources, which many people say with the land resources are coming to a limit, people are looking at oceans, because looking at 70% of the Earth's surface is water. Obviously, we would look at water as an additional source of resources. And we have experience of hundreds and thousands of years that ocean is definitely a source of economic development, be it food, be it transport, be it energy, be it minerals, be it recreation, be it biotechnology. We talked about conventional sources and the new sources. We can definitely go to ocean and enhance the ocean's productivity in our growth. And as OECD says, by 2030, the ocean productivity will double. As the OECD says, the value addition of blue economy sectors will far exceed the value addition of corresponding sectors on land. Similarly, the employment generation by blue economy sectors will far exceed the employment generated by the land-based counterpart activities. Now, with this, I'm sure we can definitely count on the ocean for adding a bit of more resources to our growth. But then the question is the ocean comfortable? And the answer is the ocean itself is not very comfortable. And because of what we have been doing to the ocean in the last several years and decades, the ocean itself is suffering from a lot of degradation by way of pollution. We talk about plastic pollution, but pollution is much deeper than plastic alone. We are talking about biodiversity losses, and we're talking about acidification. And then if that happens, we are talking about global warming. Now, the oceans are also not very happy with what we have been doing with them. So as a result, while we can switch to oceans for greater activity, but all those activities have to be sustainable. Now, the next question I ask is, which we have tried to answer during the conference today, how do we make our economic activity in ocean more sustainable? Where is the answer? Where does the answer lie? The answer lies, as rightly pointed out by so many speakers, the answer lies in technology. If technology was the cause of increasing resource utilization, technology will also become a source or a help in reducing the resource intensity. I think today we talked about very comprehensive technology answers going into Internet of Things and Industry 4. I think those technologies which are available to us, we talked about skills, we talked about innovation, we talked about comprehensive solutions. If we are able to integrate the blue economy with new technology available to us, I'm sure while we could be more productive, but we would be less damaging to the environment. Now, the issue I always say, scholars can discuss technology, scholars can discuss sustainability, and they can talk about international awareness, public opinion, and everything. But at the end of the day, these changes will have to be integrated by the business community. Now, would the business community pick up these ideas and integrate them with the sustainability of their practices? Now, I have made various interventions in the past to say that we need to make out a good case to the business community. That sustainability appears to be a cost, but in reality, it's an opportunity. What are the drivers, in my opinion, which will push the business community towards sustainability? This will be driven by public opinion. In fact, I was surprised yesterday. I looked at a UNDP conducted public opinion survey, and I was happily surprised in a way. More than 70% of the youngsters, youth, they say climate change is a genuine emergency. And they want a solution to this. They do not want to carry on with the business as usual, which will result in climate change. Then I saw something else. There was another report which says that even if you stop utilization of all fossil fuels today, we will still not be able to meet the Paris targets. Now, the third one is a more colloquial and close to home. You see, when I speak to my domestic help, who holds no degrees from any reputed university, she tells me, sir, Corona has come because we have not respected the environment. Now, this public opinion, now we know COVID has really brought us to our knees. And as a result, the public is shifting to sustainable answers to development. So there will be a public opinion which will result in regulation, which will seek sustainable development. There will be a technology-driven push towards sustainability, because when the technology is available, the business will use it and make their operations more sustainable. Finance, I was amazed to see that presentation which says 9 out of 10 investors are not interested in putting their money in unsustainable ventures. Now, I think there is sufficient justification and push for sustainability. Now, what do we do as FICCI Task Force? Now, we can all talk all our life, but then what do we do in terms of contributing to finding solutions on the ground? I think we need to marry a lot of verticals under one roof. Otherwise, the solution will not be there. And what are these verticals? These verticals are the real problems. Let's identify the problems. Then see what kind of technological solutions are available. Let's find those solutions. Then marry those, the challenge and the solution. Then they will need finance. Let's marry these two with the availability of finance. Then advise the regulatory authorities for putting the right kind of regulation in place. Then go to students and tell them, please build up these skills and this knowledge base for addressing this future issue. I think I would suggest the task force, and through task force, FICCI, really work on that old proposal which we have been talking about, is to mapping the blue challenges and blue resources and providing a platform for sharing best practices within India and with outside world. It is a global problem. It's a global challenge. It will seek global solutions. I think with these words, I will once again thank everyone for their presentations. I think my day has ended with me being a bit more educated about the blue economy and the solutions that we have in hand, because this is something which has to be done. And then we take advantage of FICCI's being a business enterprise, convince the business community sustainability is good business. Thank you very much. I'll stop with these words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you, everyone. Can we have a group photograph? If you can all turn on your cameras for a minute or two, so that we can click pictures.
Why am I not visible? Or can you see me, Sukanya?
Sir?
Can you see me? I can't see myself.
Yes, sir. We can see you, sir.